Lila Montgomery's knuckles whitened on the wheel as she took the county line at 65. The first sign was the old water tower, still bearing the faded paw print logo from her own senior year, still flaking blue paint in ragged constellations. Her eyes flicked to it automatically, as if it might have changed in the last week or the last decade. Beyond it, the road into town had the same humped asphalt, the same wild flocks at the shoulders, like the township had reached a truce with time. Nothing new, nothing lost, nothing fixed. On the radio, the local DJ was running his Monday Memory Lane segment, spinning Creedence Clearwater as if the target demographic were still doing keggers by the river. Lila let the volume drift upward. The song was Bad Moon Rising. It was so on the nose she almost laughed but didn't. Instead, she rolled down her window a sliver, letting in the tang of cut grass and the ozone aftertaste of distant rain. She caught the old mill in her periphery, its new for lease sign swinging loose on a single wire, and then the Exxon, where her mother once worked mornings. The town crept into view all at once. Two blinking red lights, Main Street, and the low brutalist block of the high school at its end, like a period at the end of a run-on sentence. She swung the Civic into the cracked parking lot, dropped her backpack onto the passenger seat, and killed the engine. The radio sputtered out mid-chorus. She sat there a moment, watching heat shimmer off the lot, and tried to tell herself it wasn't nostalgia making her uneasy. She'd been back for 3 years now. Longer, if you counted the substitute teaching gigs the spring before she was officially hired. She still remembered the first time she'd crossed this lot as a kid, clutching a permission slip and trying not to make eye contact with the upperclassmen hanging like vultures on the benches. Lila checked her phone. 2 unread emails from the vice principal, one of them marked urgent. She swiped them away. The real reason she was here had nothing to do with faculty business. She'd volunteered again to set up for the reunion. Her idea, of course. Her spreadsheet. Her hands. Her rules. Inside, the school was all hollow echo and ammonia sting. Custodians had already run their strip wax routine down the main hallway, so her sneakers squeaked. She moved with a cat burglar's caution, half out of habit, half out of the old dread that someone would call her out for loitering. The building seemed to know her, though, in the way of haunted houses, doors that stuck only for her, a draft that always found her neck. She stopped by the trophy case. The debate team photo still held pride of place, a decade's worth of bespectacled overachievers trapped behind fingerprinted glass. There she was in row 2. Flanked by Jack Willis and Mindy Doyle. Jack had a split lip in that picture. She'd forgotten the story, only remembered the way he'd grinned wider for the camera, daring anyone to comment. Lila snorted and moved on. Her classroom was unlocked, but someone had left the lights on. She frowned. Waste of electricity, first of all, and slipped inside. The smell of expo markers and decades-old textbooks hit her in the gut. The desks were in chaos, chairs spun at wrong angles, and a poster of Emily Dickinson hung off plumb behind her desk. She went to the poster first, straightened it, checked that the thumbtack was secure. She adjusted every desk, aligning them by muscle memory to the faded tape marks she'd put down in her first semester. She ran her hand along the front row, pausing over a gouge in the veneer. She traced it absently. It wasn't there last year. She fished a crumpled to-do list from her backpack and smoothed it on the desk. The handwriting was her own, but even she had to squint to read it. Banner, tables, name tags, verify AV setup, order from bakery, touch base with janitor, refolding chairs. She found comfort in the monotony of tasks, the way each item had a protocol, a solution. Unlike most things. A sharp rattle from the hallway broke her focus. For a wild second, she expected to see a sophomore sneaking cigarettes or some after-hours vandal, but it was only the groundskeeper. The old man wore the same green ball cap as always, sweat salt outlining the logo. He had a rolling cart stacked with cleaning supplies and a dented thermos. "You're a glutton for punishment, Miss Montgomery," he called. He used her teacher name, which always sounded like an inside joke when he said it. "It's summer. Didn't anyone tell you?" Lila slipped the to-do list into her pocket, embarrassment prickling her neck. "Someone's got to set up Mr. G. You know how these things run if you leave it to the committee." He made a dismissive sound. You think anyone's gonna notice if the napkins don't match the balloons? Just let 'em drink and dance, nobody'll care. She smiled, genuinely. That's what they said about the junior prom, and you remember how that turned out. The old man rolled his eyes, but the lines in his face deepened with affection. You know what I remember? You, ripping down the streamers because the color didn't match the theme. She raised a hand in mock offense. That was a legitimate design emergency. The lighting made them look like raw liver. He chuckled, then squinted at her with a mechanic's assessment. You need anything? I can unlock the gym if you want to get started. That'd be great, thanks. She hesitated. Did they ever replace that short in the AV wiring? A negative shake. Budget cuts. If you use the west outlet, it won't blow. Good to know. She made a note in her phone because habit was stronger than pride. As the groundskeeper disappeared around the corner, Lila lingered at the classroom door. She took in the space. The faded motivational posters, the sagging ceiling tiles, the dust motes spinning lazy as gnats in the light from the window. She remembered sitting here herself, a nervous senior, watching the same slow drift of dust. She remembered thinking that nothing important could ever happen in a place this small, or this dull. The silence grew until it felt like static, pressing in. She shook it off, locking the room behind her, and made for the gym. The linoleum clung to each step, the scent of floor polish oddly chemical in the dead air. As she passed the stairwell, she caught her reflection in the trophy case. The same jawline as her mother, same determined set to the brow. The green of her eyes seemed brighter against the gloom. A sudden rush of nostalgia, bittersweet and sharp, threatened to drag her under. But she was good at compartmentalizing, at staying on task. She had a job to do, and a list to check off. The past could wait its turn. She pushed open the gym doors and let the heavy echoes swallow her whole. The gym was colder than the rest of the building, the air thick with the ghost of sweat and liniment. Lila stood just inside the double doors, clipboard in hand, and scanned the space with the practiced gaze of someone who'd spent too many hours policing lunch periods and detentions here. The floors were a grid of scuffs and lost sequins. The caged scoreboard blinked 88-88 in mute panic. She started with the chairs. They'd been left in ragged half-circles along the bleachers, but Lila bent to the task with a precision that bordered on compulsion. She arranged them in rows, then shifted to columns, then finally settled on tight chevrons, herding them into formation the way a general might muster troops before a doomed battle. After every fifth chair, she checked the line from the stage, then from the doors, then from the center of the basketball court. Each time, she tweaked the angle a fraction of an inch, hands steady, jaw tight. The banner was next. Welcome back, class of 2012, in foot-high block letters, glossy enough to reflect the sickly gym lights. She measured twice, then tacked it high above the fold-out tables, using the stepladder, even though she could probably reach standing on tiptoe. Her mother's voice played in her head. Do it right, or don't do it at all. She double-knotted the string and wiped a dust streak off the second C with the edge of her sleeve. Name tags. There was comfort in alphabetizing. She spread the cards out along the first table, each one in a plastic sleeve, red inked for faculty, blue for guests. She moved methodically from A to Z, stopping at every name she recognized, some with fondness, a few with a wince, one or two that stung. Jack Willis was near the end, next to a girl who'd left town the day after graduation and never looked back. Lila ran her thumb over Jack's name, feeling the emboss under the plastic. She hesitated, then put his card at the very top of the stack, like a gambler hiding an ace. She checked off items on her list. Tables, check. Chairs, check. Banner, check. Name tags, check. The act of crossing out tasks gave her a brief, clean buzz. She took a step back, squinting at the arrangement, and let herself feel a flicker of pride. It would be perfect. It had to be. She didn't want to think about why the perfection mattered so much, or what it would mean if she lost control of it. The gym was empty, but in her mind it was full. She could see the clumps of old friends, the nervous solo arrivals, the wary exes orbiting each other in a spiral of unresolved chemistry. She saw herself at 17, hunched over a debate binder, lips moving in silent rehearsal. She remembered the night they'd won regionals, her team, her people. How they'd driven through town honking and screaming, then snuck into the school after hours to plant the trophy on the principal's desk. She remembered Jack, sitting on the edge of the wrestling mat with a flask and a half-dared look, telling her she could do anything she wanted. She remembered the woods, too. How every kid knew not to cross into them after dark. Not because of real danger, but because of the stories. How even the jocks and stoners gave the tree line a wide berth after sunset. There were rules. Never answer if someone calls your name from the woods. Never turn around if you hear footsteps behind you. If you see a light, keep walking until you're past the river. The rules sounded childish now, but the fear wasn't. She'd only gone in once, a dare on Halloween her senior year. They'd gone in as a group, but within 5 minutes she'd lost sight of everyone. The darkness in there felt alive, humid with sap and old secrets. She'd heard something move behind her, just at the edge of her hearing, and sprinted until she broke a branch, and the pain made her remember her own body. She hadn't told anyone how much it bothered her, or that she sometimes dreamed the woods were inside her own house, growing up through the floorboards. Her phone buzzed, the sound huge in the gym's hush. She pulled it out and read the text. "Hey teacher lady, thought we could relive old times. Hiking trip tomorrow in the old woods? The gang's in. You know you want to." Her heart jumped. She'd forgotten how direct Jack could be, how he always wrote messages like he was already standing in front of you, eyebrows raised. She stared at the screen for a long moment, thumb hovering above the reply. Every rational cell in her body said to make an excuse. She had work, she had errands, she was not a hiking trip person anymore. But she pictured Jack's grin, the way he could break up a room with a single punchline, and felt her resolve erode. Her hand trembled, just a little, as she set the phone down. She moved to the edge of the gym, where the windows overlooked the practice fields, and past them, the woods. Even in daylight, the trees looked too dark, a black line drawn across the horizon. She caught herself searching for movement, some sign of life, then laughed at her own superstition. The woods hadn't changed. She had. Still, her pulse was a metronome in her ears. She walked back to the tables, picked up Jack's name tag, and slipped it into her pocket. The edges of the plastic dug into her palm as she gripped it. Her phone buzzed again, a winking emoji, and then nothing. Lila let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. She sat down on the bleachers, arms wrapped around her knees, and watched the light creep across the gym floor in slow, uneven stripes. She remembered the stories about the woods, how they could call your name with a voice that sounded like your mother, your best friend, or yourself. She wondered, for the first time, if there was any truth to it. She stood, dusted off her jeans, and went back to work. She had a job to finish. She always did. She hadn't moved since the message arrived. The phone was hot in her hand, battery draining fast as if it could sense her reluctance. On the screen, Jack's text sat expectant and cheerful, completely unbothered by the weight of memory it carried. "Hey teacher lady, thought we could relive old times? Hiking trip tomorrow in the old woods? The gang's in. You know you want to." Lila read it again, lips parted in a silent reply she couldn't quite form. Her thumb hovered, then dropped to her side. She listened to the hush of the gym, the air vents hissing like something breathing. She found herself drifting toward the windows. Outside, the afternoon was dying, and the woods beyond the field looked closer than she remembered. Darker, too. The tree line pulled tight and uneven, as if the forest were crowding in for a better look. She pressed her palm to the glass, cold shocking the skin, and tried to count the number of times she'd been told to stay out of those woods. Her grandmother's warnings came back sharp as the memory of a slap. Never go in the woods alone. Never answer a voice that isn't yours. Some things know your name, even if you forget theirs. She remembered the old woman's hands, knotted and precise, folding laundry as she told the stories. The ones about the shadow singer, the voice thief, the things that watched from between the trees and waited for the careless and the lonely. Lila had always rolled her eyes at the stories, but some part of her, the animal, the ancient, had believed. Enough to avoid the woods unless she was in a pack, preferably at high noon. Enough to flinch when she heard her name called from an empty classroom or from the far end of a darkened hallway. Her phone buzzed again, a follow-up from Jack. Just a laughing emoji, then the words, "Scared yet?" She exhaled sharply, half a laugh, half something else. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to say she was petrified, that the woods were the one thing about this place she still couldn't control or file away or rationalize. But the truth was more complicated, and her fingers couldn't find the words. She typed, "You know I never liked those woods." Deleted it. Typed, "Only if you bring snacks." Deleted that too. She glanced down at the gym floor. The chairs were lined up perfectly, a testament to her ability to create order out of anything, except her own mind. She looked back to the woods. The sky above them was bruised purple, and the trees absorbed the color, drinking it in until they seemed to swell and breathe. She closed her eyes, just for a second, and tried to remember what it felt like to not be afraid. She couldn't. Maybe she never had been. Typed, "Let me think about it." She hit send, then locked the phone, stuffing it deep in her jacket. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, double-checked that every light was off, every door locked behind her. She'd be back tomorrow, for the reunion, for the memories, for the slow-motion collision of past and present. As she crossed the parking lot, the shadows on the asphalt had stretched, reaching in from the edge of the woods like dark fingers. The sun was setting, and the air was suddenly colder, a warning in every gust. Lila didn't look back. She never did. The community center was already packed. Lila had parked 2 blocks away, threading her way past a scrum of minivans and a PTA bake sale set up on a folding table outside the main doors. Inside, the air was fluorescent lit and over-chlorinated from the adjacent indoor pool, with an undertone of meatballs, cold cuts, and off-brand tortilla chips. She paused just inside the lobby, letting her eyes adjust to the light and the lurching movement of a crowd composed entirely of people she'd either taught, grown up with, or avoided at football games. The Welcome Back Class of '08 banner, handmade in 5 different styles of marker, sagged in the center like a tired spine. Lila tightened her ponytail, squared her shoulders, and headed for the registration table. The woman handing out name tags was technically younger than her, but already looked like she'd aged 10 years and 3. Her voice was pitched at the nasal edge of collapse. "Ms. Montgomery," she chirped, pressing a sticky-backed label onto Lila's chest before she could protest. "You're the first faculty to show. Can you believe it?" Lila could. She nodded, smiled the tight smile, and did not linger. She skirted the punch bowl, rumored to be spiked, absolutely was, and navigated the clusters of ex-jocks, the yoga moms, the dudes who still wore the same cargo shorts from high school. Her strategy was simple. Keep moving, avoid the conversational eddies, and find the one person she actually wanted to see. Failing that, find the snacks. It was Jack who found her first. He came at her from the blind spot, 2 solo cups in one hand, his name tag stuck at a 45-degree angle to his flannel shirt. His hair was shorter than she remembered, but the grin was the same. Wide, unguarded, one chipped canine from a fight with the gym's pull-up bar senior year. He looked like he could have built the center himself, brick by brick, just for the excuse to see how it came apart. "Montgomery," he said, as if she were in trouble, then thrust a cup into her hand. "You made it. I had $10 riding on you bailing last minute." She raised an eyebrow. "You're still a gambling addict? That's what, 3 interventions since graduation?" He shrugged, sipping from his own cup. "Some traditions are sacred." He held her gaze for a second, reading her the way he always did, like she was a crossword puzzle with one square missing. She hated and admired it at the same time. She took a sip. It was Sprite cut with cheap vodka and a hint of lemon from the plastic wedge on the rim. "So what's the plan, Willis? You going to work the room or just harass your old teachers all night?" He snorted. "I haven't called you teach in over a decade. Besides, I'm here for the real party." His voice dropped a notch. "The hike, remember? I got the whole crew to say yes. You just need to sign on the dotted line." She made a skeptical sound, but didn't say no. That seemed to satisfy him. They drifted toward the folding chairs, arranged in an almost circle in front of the makeshift stage, a slightly raised wrestling mat. The place was at full volume. Old friends shrieking, kids running figure-8s between the tables, a Bluetooth speaker fighting for air against the natural chaos of memory. Lila watched the other reunionees over the rim of her cup, sizing up the years like forensic evidence. Maya Patel was hard to miss. She stood in the far corner talking with two men who looked like they'd just been hired to guard her. Maya wore a black technical jacket that probably cost more than the center's annual utility bill, and she was already tapping at her phone while carrying on the conversation. She broke away and beelined for Lila with a precision that could have been GPS-guided. Lila, oh my God, it's been... She checked her own watch, a sleek rectangle of obsidian, 9 years, 11 months, and... A glance at her phone, 22 days, you look exactly the same. Lila laughed. Liar. I mean it, you're like a time capsule. Maya squeezed her arm, then immediately let go, as if physical contact were a bug report she needed to file away. Jack chimed in, still running on the same version, I see. Maya rolled her eyes. And you still dress like a brawny man ad. Some things never change. She glanced at Lila. Are you in for tomorrow? Please tell me you're not going to bail. Jack's been blowing up my phone all week. Don't let him bully you, Lila said, but her heart was already doing the calculus. The odds of refusal versus the shame of disappointing everyone. She could feel the old obligation winding tight in her chest. Another voice broke through. Hey, Teach, you're not allowed to stand on the sidelines. It was Ollie, sprinting up with a lopsided plate of brownies and a can of energy drink. He looked exactly as she remembered, 1 part lanky, 2 parts kinetic, glasses perched on his head, and a collared shirt splattered with a constellation of paint dots. He offered a brownie, then dropped into a chair, legs sprawled like he might take flight at any moment. This place is nuts, right? I keep expecting them to wheel out a dunce cap for old time's sake. He popped the tab on his drink and raised it. To trauma bonding. To trauma bonding, echoed Maya, and Jack grinned, nodding along. Lila sat, letting the momentum pull her with them. The 4 of them formed an impromptu committee, the sort that once ran student council meetings and now instinctively started organizing the seating chart at a party no one else wanted to plan. She felt the warmth return, cautious but real. A soft voice joined them, trailing after like a gentle breeze. Is there room for one more? Sofia Garcia slid in beside Layla, balancing a plate of fruit and cheese cubes. She wore her hair back, exposing the small silver hoop in her left ear and the worry lines on her brow. Sorry I'm late. Had a late shift. She touched Leela's arm, checking for a pulse or perhaps just an emotional temperature. You okay? Leela nodded, surprised by how much she meant it. Jack made room, scooting over so their chairs aligned perfectly with the edge of the mat. Now it's a party, he said. Maya glanced around. Are we missing anyone? Jack ticked off names on his fingers. Me, Lila, Maya, Ollie, Sophia, just waiting on Ethan. He craned his neck. He's probably in the bathroom rearranging the paper towels. Maya laughed, sharp and honest. That man never met a system he couldn't optimize. Ollie interjected. He's probably avoiding his ex. I saw her by the punch bowl, and she looked ready to throw it at someone. Lila let the banter wash over her, the way she used to on long debate bus rides. The comfort of familiar voices, each one playing its old part. It was a routine, but not a script. There were new lines, subtle shifts in tempo, the way adults played at being their teenage selves without quite believing the performance. A few minutes later, Ethan Wright appeared, looking as if he'd just come from a board meeting. He wore a jacket so crisp it could have been starched to his bones, and his hair was combed with architectural precision. He nodded to each of them in turn, then sat, carefully folding his hands. Sorry I'm late, he said. Traffic was? He searched for the word. Suboptimal. Ollie snorted. Always the engineer, man. Jack passed him the vodka Sprite concoction. Drink this, it'll fix you right up. Ethan raised his eyebrows but accepted the cup. He scanned the group, an old habit from chess club days, checking the board before making his move. So what did I miss? Maya filled him in. Jack's got us hiking tomorrow. Lila's still deciding, and Ollie's trying to eat his body weight in brownies. Sophia added, and we're trauma bonding. Ethan sipped, grimaced, then nodded approval. Efficient. I like it. Lila found herself smiling. The group had its own gravity, a shared language that didn't require translation. For the first time in weeks, she felt the background static fade. Her to-do lists, her worries about the woods, even the weird tension in her chest, all muted by the simple fact of being seen and known. Jack leaned in, lowering his voice just for them. You ready for a little adventure, Montgomery? Or do you need us to write you a permission slip? She leveled him with her best faculty stare, but couldn't hold it. Just don't expect me to grade your performance." He held up his hands in mock surrender. "Never. I already know I'm getting an incomplete." They laughed, and for a moment, Lila believed it. The room spun a little slower. The lights, the noise, the endless parade of memory, all of it manageable, as long as she kept her seat at the table. Outside, the first hint of dusk pressed against the windows, but inside, the night was just getting started. The circle of chairs shrank as more people gave up and wandered to the food tables, or drifted to the parking lot with that half-deflated look of grown-ups who finally admitted they had bedtimes. Lila found herself with the core six: Jack, Maya, Ollie, Sophia, and Ethan, plus a rolling tide of children and spouses who orbited briefly, then vanished. The light overhead was sharper now, fluorescent tubes buzzing as the night deepened. Lila watched the blue cast settle over Jack's jaw, painting shadows in the cut just below his cheek. "So," Jack announced, voice pitched low, "about the hike." He leaned forward, bracing his arms on his knees. The gesture was so familiar it time-warped Lila back to the library study room, Jack pitching some last-minute plan while the others pretended not to like it. He outlined the route with a finger on the battered table. "There's a trailhead just past Old Route 7. My dad used to take me there when I was little. There's a clearing about 4 miles in, perfect for camping. Nobody uses it since they closed the lookout." Ollie perked up. "The one with the abandoned fire tower?" Jack nodded. "Yeah, it's a little sketchy, but that's half the fun. Besides, I know every inch of those woods. We'll take the old switchback, set up camp before dark. I'll bring the tent and food. Maya brings the tech, GPS, comms, whatever. Ethan does the gear check. Sophia handles medical. Lila," he grinned at her, "you bring the snacks and boss us around." She felt a flush at being so plainly pegged, but smiled anyway. "So just another Tuesday." Ethan cut in, voice precise. "What's the weather?" Jack shrugged. "Sunny, 68, chance of showers Sunday. Nothing we haven't handled." Maya pulled out her phone, thumb already tapping through her calendar. "I have a call with Singapore at 2 a.m. Monday, and a beta push Sunday night." She looked up, eyes hard behind her glasses. "I can't disappear for a whole weekend." Jack's smile went brittle. "Come on, you practically invented remote work. You can check your emails in the woods." Maya shook her head, jaw grinding. "It's not about email. There's going to be a live patch. I can't just be off-grid." Ollie piped up. "Who says we go off-grid? I'll bring a solar charger. We can live stream the whole thing. #Ancient Woods Adventure." Maya glared at him, but Ollie just grinned wider, bouncing his knee under the table. "Seriously, when's the last time we did anything together? No screens, no deadlines, no beta launch?" Sophia reached over and touched Maya's wrist, soft as a moth. "It's just 2 days, and you could use a break." She said it with the kind of certainty that only worked because it was true. Maya didn't move for a long moment. Her thumb hovered over the phone, then dropped. "You're all insane," she said, but her voice was smaller, almost hopeful. Jack pounced. "So you're in?" Maya hesitated, then exhaled. "Fine, I'm in, but if I lose a client, I'm sending them all to you." Jack held up his drink. "Deal." Lila watched the group settle, the last resistance crumpling like a paper cup. Even Ethan was nodding, already running disaster scenarios in his head and muttering about trail conditions. Sophia scribbled notes on her phone, probably checking what first aid gear to bring. Ollie had lost all semblance of composure, now spinning in his chair with a giddy kinetic energy. Lila looked at Jack, who was already staring back. "You really think we can do this?" she asked. Jack's answer was instant. "We're not kids anymore. We're better." She almost believed him. Almost. The plan came together fast. Jack would drive, Maya would bring backup batteries and satellite pings. Ethan had a spreadsheet for every possible emergency. Lila found herself volunteered for the snack run, which she took as a point of pride. She wrote it all down in her phone, double-checked every detail. There was comfort in planning, even if the real test would be surviving each other in the wild. The hour grew late, the crowd thinned, laughter turning hoarse and affectionate. Lila felt a slow warmth pulse through her, something she'd forgotten how to feel. Not nostalgia exactly, more like the memory of safety. Ollie suggested a toast. "To the haunted woods and the idiots who hike them," he said, raising his can of energy drink. They all raised cups, bottles, or in Sophia's case a water bottle with a cartoon sloth on it. The clink was uneven, but it was enough. To the woods, Jack said. And to surviving them, Maya added. Lila echoed both, and for a moment, everything was suspended in the bright, artificial glow of the present. The ghosts of high school, of old rumors and what was, hung in the corners of the room, but didn't crowd out the laughter. When the center staff started flashing the lights, the group reluctantly stood, gathering wrappers and stray phones. They drifted to the door in a loose cluster, each person orbiting closer than necessary. Outside, the night had thickened. The parking lot glistened under sodium lamps, and the woods on the far side of the soccer field seemed to lean in, waiting. Jack's truck was parked front and center, as if he'd planned it that way. Lila stopped at the edge of the sidewalk, looking up at the banner sagging under its own weight. Jack came up beside her. "You really in?" he asked, quieter now. She nodded. "I'm in." He looked satisfied, maybe relieved. Then he turned and headed for his truck. Lila stood for a long second, just breathing. She could feel the energy of the group buzzing in her veins, a live wire pulled taut. The night was cold, but she barely noticed. She walked to her car, found the name tag still stuck to her shirt, and peeled it off, folding it into her pocket. A keepsake, or maybe a warning. Either way, she was ready, or as ready as she'd ever be. They reconvened by the doors, huddled in the cone of brightness that spilled out over the asphalt. Someone had commandeered a stack of leftover cupcakes, and the group passed them around, smearing rainbow frosting on their fingers and licking it off with the deliberate nostalgia of a dare. The class banner overhead had started to droop in earnest, the tape losing grip in the humid air. Jack launched into a step-by-step of the weekend plan, checking off logistics like a coach setting a play. Leave at 8 sharp, hit the trailhead by 9. Maya runs GPS, Ethan brings the tent, Ollie handles breakfast, Sophia does med, Lila's got the snacks. No stragglers, no whining, no backing out. His eyes did a lap around the circle, daring anyone to contradict. No one did. Ethan cleared his throat, low and soft. "Just a heads up, when I did my recon last weekend there was some weird stuff on the North Ridge." Ollie, who had started balancing a cupcake on his knee, perked up. "Weird like what?" Ethan held up a hand, fingers splayed in a gesture of self-correction. "Not dangerous, just odd. Thought I heard something following me the last mile. Big too, heavy steps, didn't sound like a deer, but every time I stopped, it stopped, never saw anything." Jack groaned. "Christ, it's the ghost of Coach Reynolds. We're all gonna get made to run laps." The laughter was easy, too easy, but Maya's brow furrowed. "Could be black bears. They've been moving north, probably looking for food. Or maybe you just freaked yourself out. Did you have cell service?" Ethan shook his head. "No bars. Didn't like that." Sophia reached for another cupcake, offered it to Ethan, who declined. "It's probably just other hikers. People sound weird in the woods at night." Lila smiled along with the rest, but her fingers twitched, restless. Her chest tightened, not fear exactly, but a sharp edge of something not yet named. She remembered her grandmother's warnings, the stories about things that followed from just out of sight. Ollie had already started composing a conspiracy theory, sketching wild gestures in the air. "Guys, what if it's the Mothman, or, hear me out, Bigfoot, but like an introvert?" Jack ruffled Ollie's hair with an affectionate shove. "If we get abducted, you're the first one I feed to the cryptids." Ollie grinned. "Deal, as long as you live stream it." The banter circled for a few minutes, the group's energy ping-ponging from topic to topic, the best bug spray, Jack's refusal to use sunscreen, Ollie's plan to bring a ukulele for morale. Lila found herself taking charge, corralling the practicalities, food, water, maps, who was driving what car. She texted herself reminders, checked the weather again, triple confirmed the meetup spot. Control was comfort. The last families filtered out. The community center went quiet except for the buzz of the vending machine and the dull roar of the air handlers. The janitor had already started stacking chairs, their hollow thuds echoing through the emptying hall. The group drifted toward the exit, reluctance stitched into every slow step. Lila hung back a beat, letting the others get ahead while she pretended to search her purse for keys. She scanned the length of the hall, the dim windows reflecting nothing but the party's after-image. It was the movement at the edge of the soccer field that caught her eye, a flicker against the distant line of the woods, barely visible under the parking lot floodlights. At first she thought it was a deer, but the movement was wrong. It walked upright, but not smoothly. It limped, each step too deliberate, too angular, like someone learning how to walk for the first time. The shape paused at the tree line, cocked its head as if listening, and then slid between the trees with a stuttering, crabbed motion. Gone. Lila stared until the cold from the glass bit into her hand. She waited for her brain to catch up, to offer a rationalization, prank, shadow, trick of the light, but the memory stuck. The deliberate way it watched, the way it mirrored her own stillness. Someone called her name from the door. Jack, already halfway to his truck, impatient in the chill. Lila shook herself, blinked hard, and let the memory fold away with the rest of the night. She joined the others, the circle tightening around her as they walked out together, loud and alive against the quiet of the emptying lot. Behind her, the gym lamplights flickered once, twice, then steadied. The woods beyond the field waited in darkness, silent and patient. They met at the edge of the lot, where the asphalt surrendered to rough gravel, and the old trees loomed like bouncers. The morning was overcast but busy with bird chatter. The sky above the lot a flat sheet, but beyond the tree line, branches tangled up with faint, leaking sunlight. Lila got there first, which was just as well. She preferred the quiet before the group arrived. The chance to check and recheck her pack in the Civic's open trunk. Jack's battered Tacoma came next, rumbling up with 2 tires already eating the soft shoulder. He hopped out, a flannel and denim sentinel, then swung his own backpack onto the tailgate like it weighed nothing. The others filtered in after. Maya in a rented Prius, with a duffel and 2 separate laptops. Sophia, impossibly cheery at this hour, wearing scrubs under her windbreaker. Ollie, a flash of yellow rain shell and mismatched socks, wrangling a GoPro and a nest of tangled cords. Jack was instantly in teacher's pet mode. Rise and shine, team. Let's roll call before the caffeine wears off. He lined them up with a flick of his finger. Maya glared, but obliged, sitting on the concrete parking bumper and glancing at her phone between every sentence. Sophia, awake and tuned to some higher frequency, passed out homemade trail mix from Ziploc bags, shoving fistfuls at anyone who looked underfed. Eat, she said, making eye contact with each of them in turn. Last chance before we become woodland creatures. Lila took hers, smiling despite herself. Sophia's trail mix was legendary, the kind of fuel that could get you through 2 finals and an all-nighter. She bit down on a chunk of candied ginger and let the sharp hit of sugar and spice rouse her. Jack clapped his hands. Right, last-minute gear check. He swept his gaze across the circle, drill sergeant with a heart. Water bottles? Everyone held theirs up. Lila had a stainless steel canteen clipped to her pack side strap, same as always. Maps? Maya raised her phone. Downloaded, offline, triple backed up. Ollie snorted. She probably memorized the whole forest from Google Earth. Jack shrugged. Not the worst idea. He pointed at his own chest, then to the bag. Compass, actual map in case the satellites crap out. Old school, Maya said, approving but not surprised. Sunscreen? Jack looked straight at Sophia. She held up a travel bottle, already uncapped. Don't even think about skipping. Ollie groaned, but let her smear his nose anyway, mugging for the camera. The GoPro beeped, a little red light winking as it recorded his protest. Lila watched the ritual from her remove, feeling the old familiar tug of wanting to be in control and wanting, equally, to be invisible. She cinched the waist strap on her pack, checked the laces on her boots. They were new, but already wearing in at the heel. Jack laid out the plan, voice pitched for the group, but eyes always flicking to Lila for confirmation. We'll stick to the blue trail most of the way. There's a good water source at mile 2, and a rest area at 3. No off-trail, no shortcuts. Stick together, don't get cocky. Ollie grinned. But what if we get attacked by a pack of feral debate kids? Jack deadpanned. Sacrifice the slowest runner. He shouldered his pack. Let's go, before my old man's ghost comes out and makes us pick up trash on the switchbacks. They filed toward the tree line. The transition from parking lot to wild was abrupt. One step on crumbling asphalt, the next swallowed by a bed of pine needles and the loamy, moist scent of leaf rot. Lila felt the give of it under her boots, the slight bounce as the ground absorbed her weight. The first 20 yards of the trail were like a tunnel. Close branches, brambles, the occasional ancient aluminum can wedged in the undergrowth. Maya coughed, waving away a spider web. Sophia's medical bag was almost as big as her torso, and she kept switching it from shoulder to shoulder. Lila offered to carry it, but Sophia just shook her head, determined. Jack pointed at a faded blue rectangle painted on a tree. "Trail marker 1, he announced, as if the forest were a classroom. Dad said, if you ever get lost, look for paint at eye level, or blazes on the bark. Or, Maya muttered, use the GPS. He grinned. But where's the romance in that? Lila found herself counting the markers anyway, watching for the flash of blue as they curved along the path. She caught the scent of something fresh, mint or wild basil crushed underfoot, and felt the tension in her chest loosen a notch. Every few yards, the canopy broke enough to let sunlight blade through, landing on the moss in weird geometric patterns. Ollie hung back to film the effect, narrating in a mock documentary voice. Here we see the elusive nerds migrating to their ancestral breeding ground. Maya didn't laugh, but Lila saw the corner of her mouth twitch. The deeper they went, the quieter it got. The trail opened up after the first half-mile, the trees giving way to a long, sloping ridge. At the top, Jack paused, hands on hips. He pointed out landmarks, the way a city kid might point out street corners. There's the old fire road, runs parallel to the river. If we cut across here, he stabbed a finger at a fallen tree, we'll hit the creek by noon. Sophia nodded, pulling out a pocket notebook and scribbling the detail. Ollie gestured grandly. To adventure. He lost his balance, nearly pitching over the side, but caught himself at the last second. Lila smiled, heart thudding with a cocktail of fear and anticipation. They were only a mile in, and she already felt the border between normal and not normal dissolving behind her. The group pressed on, boots and banter, the only human thing for miles. By the second mile, the woods had thinned of all signs of human intervention. No beer cans, no cigarette butts, no even-aged saplings or polite, city-planted benches. The trail was a deep rut in the loam, old enough that it had a history, older than the town itself. Overhead, pines reached for each other, webbing the sky in blackout gridwork. Ollie hung back, swinging his GoPro like a divining rod, narrating his own adventure with full sound effects. Here we see the rare and beautiful Jackus Willis, leading the herd with confidence and questionable navigation skills, he said, then panned the camera around. Notice the majestic Maya, always alert for new threats or software bugs. Ha ha, Maya said, not looking back. At least I don't get lost every time we change directions. Ollie nearly face-planted over a root, then turned the stumble into a running joke. Gravity, 1, Ollie, 0. I'll get you next time, Newton. He caught up, eyes bright behind rain-blurred glasses. Lila stayed in the middle of the line, comforted by having others in front and back. She listened to the overlapping voices, Jack's low and practical, Sophia's sweet with a hint of clinical detachment, Ollie's high-pitched patter, Maya's even, clipped, as if every word were a unit of energy to be deployed at need. Jack paused now and then to check his compass, sometimes conferring with Maya about the best path forward. They spoke in quick bursts, like air traffic controllers relaying critical info. Occasionally, he'd point out a broken limb or a print in the mud. Deer, maybe a week old, he muttered, towing at a slot-shaped track. Plenty of game up here, or there used to be. Sophia nodded. You know, you can use moss to disinfect wounds in a pinch. She snapped a sprig off a fallen log, held it up to the light. My grandmother used it for everything. Sore throat, scraped knees, even in tea, if you like the taste of wet socks. Ollie made a face. Noted. We'll never accept soup at your place again. Sophia shrugged. Your loss. The trail snaked up a sharp rise, then dropped into a hollow that felt colder, the air tight as a drumskin. Lila felt the temperature change, and the group did too. Their breath steamed a little, and their footsteps got smaller, less reckless. The forest absorbed their noise, made it vanish faster than it should. That's when Maya slowed, scanning the canopy. Do you guys hear that? She asked. Ollie put a hand to his ear in a mock, listening gesture. Hear what? All I get is wind and Jack's heavy breathing. No birds, Maya said. No animals at all. It's weird, right? Jack stopped, looked around, then shrugged. This early, not unusual. They bed down in the heat. Maya frowned, not buying it, but let it drop. She typed a quick note in her phone, then powered it off again. Lila tuned her ears to the void. The lack of birdsong was, in its way, more unnerving than any sound. She remembered the stories about the shadow singer, and a prickle went up her spine. Sophia patted her arm. You okay? She whispered. Lila nodded, then forced a smile. Just out of shape, she lied. The next stretch forced them to go single file. First Jack, then Sophia, then Maya, then Lila, with Ollie still clowning at the rear. The trail cut between twin pines, thick as columns, their bark shredded and puckered from old storms. Here the light got weird, green and sickly, like the underwater scenes in documentaries where nothing good ever happens. Ollie called from the back. If anyone sees a Blair Witch, yell. I want exclusive rights to the footage. Jack didn't look back. Stay sharp, guys. Trails can get dicey here. Lila focused on the sound of boots on pine needles. The rhythm steadied her, each step a tiny promise that the path was still real, still here. In the intervals between footfalls, she kept waiting for a bird, even just a crow, to break the tension. Nothing did. They crested a small rise, and the world opened up for a second. Distant view of the river, low and winding, a sliver of blue in the massive trees. Jack let them stop to catch their breath. Ollie immediately pulled out a granola bar, eating half in one go. Not gonna lie, this is awesome, he said, crumbs falling from his grin. Kinda feels like we're on another planet, though. Maya was staring up at the trees. It's the quiet, she said. Weird how you don't notice what's missing until it's gone. Sophia said, it'll be louder at night. Insects, frogs, maybe coyotes. She didn't sound convinced. Jack checked his compass, squinted at the sun, then pointed downhill. Half-mile to the water source. Then we can take a break, figure out where we're camping. The others fell into step. Ollie tried to scare Maya with a fake snake made from a stick and some duct tape, but she barely reacted. Lila heard her mutter, nice try, get a new bit. The silence grew, a living thing. With every step, the town, the center, all of it, receded. The woods were in charge now. They kept going, single file, breath and boot prints, and the growing sense that the forest was listening. Dusk came on like a fever, swallowing color, thickening every shadow. By the time they broke out of the pine corridor, Lila was a good 10 yards behind, her steps tentative. The gap wasn't intentional, or maybe it was, a subconscious way of keeping the pack in sight while leaving distance for nerves to breathe. She checked over her shoulder every minute. The woods behind her were empty, but not blank. The trees stood too close, forming negative shapes where something could stand and wait. She imagined a face in every crook, a hand curling around every trunk. Just getting dark, she whispered, as if narrating could make it true. Her chest felt tight, each breath a little too thin. At the crest of the hill, the others had stopped. Jack waved, his arm a semaphore. All clear. Catch up. Lila forced a jog, ignoring the urge to glance back again, and rejoined the group in a half-moon of relief. Jack pointed ahead. Clearing's just through there. Flattest spot we'll find before nightfall. His voice was all business, but his eyes lingered on Lila, checking for signs of mutiny. Maya was already unspooling paracord from her pack. We lose daylight in, 40 minutes? If we want a fire, we need tinder, Sophia said. I'll handle first aid and water. Lila, want to help? Lila nodded, grateful for something to do. She followed Sophia off the path, down a gentle slope to where the clearing opened up. The grass was trampled, the edges studded with new ferns. Lila squatted by the creek, letting the cold water run over her wrists. Sophia set the med bag down with a sigh. You all right? You're quiet. Lila tried to laugh. Never liked the woods after dark. Sophia nodded. Me neither. But that's why we stick together. She offered a stick of gum, and Lila took it, the taste almost violently artificial against the wild green air. By the time they returned to camp, the tent was mostly up. Jack and Ollie wrestling with the cross poles while Maya organized gear into neat, obsessive piles. Lila watched the efficiency of it, the way everyone clicked into their old roles. It was almost comforting, if you ignored the closing dark and the way every rustle in the leaves felt loaded. She got to work on the rainfly, stretching the material taut, anchoring it to the loops. Ollie helped, mostly by making jokes about camping horror movies and then acting surprised when Maya didn't laugh. Jack hammered in the last stake and stepped back, surveying the tent like it was a finished project. Not bad, he said, dusting his hands. All we need now is a ghost story and we're set. Sophia unscrewed a thermos, pouring out instant coffee into battered tin mugs. She passed them around, her hands shaking only a little. Caffeine or courage? She asked. Both, said Maya, draining hers in one go. The light was fading fast. Lila could feel it in her bones, the drop in temperature, the way her skin prickled under her jacket. She zipped it to her chin, hugging her arms close. Jack found a dead limb and started breaking it down for firewood. Ollie and Maya argued about whether it was smarter to use birch bark or pine needles for kindling, and Jack just grunted, both, as he snapped the branch in half. Lila stared at the edge of the clearing, where the trees pressed in. She waited for the first star, the first bat, something normal to mark the transition from day to night. Nothing came. Jack knelt to arrange the wood in a pyramid, then stopped, head cocked. "You guys hear that?" he asked, voice flat. Everyone froze. For a second, there was nothing but the wind. Then, from somewhere past the creek, a sound like a whistle. No, more like a breath, drawn out and tuned sharp, the way glass sings when you run a finger over the rim. It lasted 3, maybe 4 seconds, then gone. Maya broke the silence. Probably just the wind. Sophia's hand found Lila's arm. "Wind doesn't sound like that." Ollie looked at the sky. "Probably an owl, or, a death rattle from the local cryptid." No one laughed. Jack cleared his throat. "We're fine. Might be other hikers. Sound carries weird out here." He returned to the fire with a little too much force, the sticks clacking together. Lila watched the others as they resumed their tasks, but the ease was gone. Every movement now had an edge, an extra awareness. She felt it too, the old terror tickling at her ribs, ancient as the woods themselves. She busied her hands, tightening the tent lines, then checking the sleeping bags, then rechecking. It was busy work, but it kept her anchored, kept her from looking up, or out, or into the dark where the whistle had come from. The fire caught, and the small circle of light pushed back the night. They gathered around it, pretending not to notice how close they sat, or how they all kept glancing at the tree line. No more jokes, not for a while, just the sound of fire and breathing, and the not-quite silence of the forest listening in. The fire, when it came back, burned meaner. The flames were blue at their base and threw up wild sheets of orange that made the clearing look both smaller and more exposed. The tent, once a familiar landmark, now loomed in negative space, a dark bulge at the edge of the circle. The woods pressed in from every angle. Only the wind in the upper canopy and the crackle of sapwood filled the gaps between the group's voices. Jack sat with his back to the tent, legs stretched out and hands palmed down in the dirt, as if bracing for an aftershock. He let the group's banter fizzle out, waiting for the right seam in the conversation. When he spoke, his voice was pitched for the fire, not the people. "My dad used to tell us stories," he said, and the words came out flat, no preamble. "When he was on ranger patrol, stuff they didn't put in the reports." Maya rolled her eyes, but it was performative. She was the first to go quiet. Jack's face was a Rorschach in the firelight, half-shadowed, half-masked by his own breath. He once found footprints. Not like boot prints, bare, human-looking. Only they started in the middle of a sandbar and just stopped. No drag marks, no animal trails, no sign of how they got there or where they went. Dad followed them for 2 miles before they just faded into nothing. Ollie's hands were wrapped around his mug, white to the knuckles. Was it like a castaway or something? Jack shook his head, slow. Too far inland. No camps, no missing persons, just those prints. He leaned in, the fire hollowing his cheeks. And get this, the next week, a family up in the cabins said they heard someone at the edge of their property, crying for help. Only when the rangers showed, they found prints again, same as before. But this time, there was blood. Lila felt something cold track up her calf. She tried to convince herself it was just the wind. Maya's voice cracked the spell, but softer than usual. Maybe an animal? Injured coyote or something. Sophia, who had been calmly watching the others, shook her head. Coyotes don't walk upright. Not for that long. Jack's eyes flicked to her, then back to the flames. Dad said it wasn't just the prints. Said sometimes he'd hear voices on the radio that weren't supposed to be there. Hikers who'd gone missing. At first he thought it was feedback, maybe a prank. But then people started disappearing for real. He looked at each of them in turn as if weighing whether to keep going. There was a case, maybe 20 years ago. 3 hikers, couple miles from here. All experienced, all with proper gear. They set up camp, had dinner, even made a fire. Jack paused. Search parties found their site a week later. Tent still up, food still warm on the stove. No sign of struggle, nothing missing. except the people. Ollie's knee bounced a steady Morse code against the dirt. Jack's voice dipped to a whisper, so the group had to lean in or miss it. Dad said the only thing off was the footprints around the fire. Dozens of them, all different sizes, none matching the missing hikers, and some of them weren't even the right shape. He called them almost human. Silence took a hard grip on the circle. The wind gusted and bent the flames sideways, making their shadows stretch and warp across the grass. Lila became acutely aware of every sound: Maya's shallow breaths, the quiet clink of Sophia's mug as she set it down, the nervous rasp of Ethan's zipper as he fidgeted with his jacket. Jack let the silence sit, then shrugged. Dad stopped telling those stories after a while, said he'd rather not give the woods any more ideas. Sophia tried to laugh, but the sound didn't catch. "You believe that stuff?" she asked. Jack shrugged again, but there was a catch in his voice. "Doesn't matter. Stuff happened, that's all I know. You spend enough time out here, you start thinking less about what's real and more about what keeps you safe." Maya wrapped her arms around herself, pulling the jacket tight. "So what keeps us safe?" Jack looked around, then up at the stars, which seemed farther away than usual. "Don't wander off. Don't answer if you hear your name. Don't break the circle." Ollie tried to make a joke, but only managed a weak smile. "This is the worst camping trip ever." "Can we get the ranger's phone number just in case?" Sophia patted his shoulder. "You'll be fine, Ollie. Just don't sleepwalk." The group laughed, but nobody quite met anyone's eye. Even Lila, who prided herself on skepticism, felt the rules of the night rewriting themselves with every new story. She caught Ethan staring into the fire, jaw clenched, as if memorizing the shape of every ember. The woods remained silent, holding its breath. Lila looked at the circle. Jack's set jaw, Maya's hunched shoulders, Sophia's hands steady and still, Ollie's twitching knees, Ethan's fixed stare. She realized that every one of them was listening for footsteps, or a voice, or the soft, impossible padding of something human and not. She took a slow breath and tried to push the fear back down. It didn't budge. Night settled like a tarp, heavy and absolute. The temperature dropped, and the circle pulled tighter around the fire. No one spoke unless they had to. Even Ollie's jokes had dried up, replaced by a nervous tap-tap of fingers on his mug. The fire burned low, but no one wanted to risk fetching more wood from the perimeter. The black outside their circle felt sentient, a membrane more than a boundary. Sophia was the first to hear it, a soft syllable, indistinct, but familiar enough that her head snapped up. The voice called her name again, Sophie. "Sophie, Carino, come here." So like her mother's, she felt a jolt in her chest. But it was impossible. Her mother was 300 miles away, probably dozing in front of the TV. The sound was wrong too, a little warped, a little off frequency, as if it came from behind a layer of glass. Sophia blinked hard, focusing on the fire. She said nothing, only pressed her hands deeper between her knees and let her body angle toward the center of the group. Maya noticed, of course. She always did. "You okay?" she whispered, voice pitched for Sophia alone. "Fine, just tired," Sophia replied. It was almost true. Minutes passed. Jack stoked the fire, movements mechanical, but every so often his eyes shot sideways toward the tree line, pupils wide and unblinking. Lila watched him, trying to decipher his tension, then realized it mirrored her own. Then Jack went still. His hand froze on the stick, and his whole body went rigid, chin lifted as if to catch a scent. He heard it, a man's voice, calling his name in a gruff, familiar register. Not a shout, just a beckon, just enough volume to crest the wind. Jack's heart kicked so hard he was sure the others could see it in his shirt. For a moment he wanted to stand up, to walk into the woods and find the source. Instead he sat motionless, breathing through his nose, the fire's warmth suddenly thin as tissue. Lila caught the shift, but said nothing. She was busy watching Ethan, who was chewing his lip to bleeding. At first she thought it was leftover jitters from the stories, but then she saw the way his eyes darted left, then right, like he was trying to shake water from his ears. He kept glancing at the darkness over his shoulder. Lila looked there too, saw nothing but the endless teeth of the forest. Ethan heard the voice again, this time unmistakable, his own, calling from the black. "Hey, you awake?" It was the same tone he used to address himself in the mirror when he couldn't sleep. The voice was tinny, almost echoic, but every detail was correct. down to the little hitch at the end. He squeezed his eyes shut, counted backward from 10, and when he opened them, the fire had guttered an inch lower. The urge to speak, to answer, sat like a weight in his throat, but he swallowed it down. Conversation fell apart. The group passed the flask around, not looking at each other. When they did speak, it was in one-word exchanges. More? Yeah? You good? Fine. Even Ollie, who usually filled dead air with bravado, had gone silent. He fiddled with the GoPro, then set it aside, wrapping his arms around himself and staring into the flames like he was trying to hypnotize himself out of reality. The only real sound was the fire and the wind, which had picked up again, making the tense guy lines groan and whistle. Lila hugged her knees, felt her teeth begin to chatter, not from cold, but from a restless energy that had no outlet. She tried to keep her thoughts tidy, but they kept tumbling. She heard the stories, the footprints, the warm food left behind, the rules for staying safe. She heard her grandmother, too, in her mind. Never answer a voice that isn't yours. The words looped until they lost meaning, just a rhythm of breath and fear. The voices outside the circle kept coming. Always familiar. Always just loud enough to be heard, but never so loud you had to acknowledge them. Jack's father called again, this time closer. Sophia's mother whispered urgent Spanish, muffled and pleading. Ethan's echo skittered through the trees, sometimes overlapping with itself in a grotesque parody of conversation. Lila waited for her own voice to call, but all she heard was her name, soft and elongated. Lila! The vowels stretched, almost sung, like a lullaby and a warning at once. The sound came from somewhere to her right, low to the ground, as if someone was crouched just beyond the firelight. She jerked her head up, searching the dark. The others noticed all at once and looked to her with matching alarm. For a moment, no one breathed. "You good?" Jack finally asked, voice shaky. Lila stared past him, eyes fixed on the woods, then slowly turned back to the circle. She thought about the rules. Don't answer. Don't let it in. She shook her head, not to say no, but to clear it. Yeah, she said, just tired. But her voice sounded wrong to her own ears, a little cracked, a little too rehearsed. The group fell back into silence, now fragile and thin, held together only by the shrinking ring of light. Nobody suggested another story. Nobody reached for the GoPro. They sat with their bodies angled hard to the fire, feet drawn close, shoulders up, eyes never straying far from the flames. Outside the circle, the voices kept calling. Inside, none of them slept. Inside the tent, the air was already humid and lived in, a blend of sweat, wet socks, and the memory of instant coffee. The battery lantern hung from the gear loft, a little sun glaring down on 4 pale faces. Outside, the night had thickened, pushed up against the nylon until the walls glowed a jaundiced yellow. Ollie called dibs on the far corner and made a show of wriggling into his sleeping bag. "If anything comes for us," he said, "it eats me first. You guys are way more stringy." He zipped up to his chin, eyes flicking nervously from the tent door to the mesh window. He had his GoPro clutched to his chest, red light blinking like a pulse. Maya didn't answer. She sat cross-legged in the middle, notebook and pen balanced on her knees, but her focus was on the seams of the tent. Every 5 minutes she'd get up, press her palm against the zipper track, or run her finger along the Velcro patches. She muttered as she worked, not loud but constant, numbers, calculations, the rough cadence of someone doing long division in her head. Jack had the vestibule spot, nearest the entrance. He propped himself against his rolled jacket, hands behind his head, but his posture was a bluff. He watched Maya's rounds with the half-lidded patience of a retriever, but every so often his knuckles flexed, white and deliberate. Lila picked the last space, directly across from Jack. She made a small fortress with her pack, unrolled her sleeping mat, and pretended to read from her phone. The battery icon glared red. She set the phone aside, angled her body away from the group, and tried to slow her breathing to something normal. A minute passed. 5. Conversation faded into the soft tick of rain on the fly, the occasional zipper noise as Maya completed another orbit. The first sound came so quietly that Lila almost missed it. A faint, rhythmic scratching on the rainfly, too high up for an animal. She stilled. The others noticed, too. Ollie's eyes went wide above the sleeping bag hood. Jack grunted, probably a branch, but nobody moved to check. The scratch came again, Not a single line, but a cluster, something with fingers or claws trailing the fabric from above. The noise mapped a slow, deliberate arc along the seam, then stopped. "Did you guys?" Ollie started, voice thin. "Wind," Jack said, but less sure this time. Maya craned her neck, pointed at the spot where the noise had passed. "Wind speed is steady, 6 miles an hour, west-northwest. Not gusty enough to drag branches this way." She shut the notebook, checked the zipper again, then repeated, softer, "Definitely not the wind." Lila swallowed. "Could be a squirrel or a raccoon." Ollie jumped at the chance. "Raccoons are nocturnal. Known fact. Probably looking for leftovers. Maybe it's, what do you call a group of raccoons?" Maya didn't blink. "A gaze." Jack snorted. "Is that true?" Maya shrugged, but she had already moved on to the next zipper. Ollie tried again. "A gaze of raccoons. That's like the creepiest possible name for an animal gang." This time, nobody laughed. The scratching stopped. Quiet pressed in, thick and absolute. Even the wind seemed to have taken the hint. Maya stood abruptly. She moved to the tent door, knelt, and checked the stakes with deliberate force. "These are still solid," she announced. "Tent's not shifting." She sat back down, legs folded, hands clasped tightly in her lap. If it was an animal, it's gone now. But the way she looked at the wall said otherwise. Lila turned her body inward, legs curled up, arms wound around her knees. She didn't want to admit how much she needed the tent between her and the outside. She stared at the lantern, the way it made shadows lurch across Maya's face, deepening the lines of worry. Jack's gaze was on the ceiling, following the curve of the fly. "Remember that story about the tent that got sliced open?" he said, almost conversational. "That hiker, couple years ago, they found the tent in the morning, just a straight cut down the middle. Never figured out what did it." Ollie made a strangled sound, half chuckle. "Thanks, man. I was just about to drift off too." Lila looked at Maya. "Is that even possible? The material's supposed to be, what, ripstop?" Maya nodded. "Unless you're using a blade, or something with very sharp teeth." Jack shrugged, but his eyes kept tracking the same line on the ceiling. The next noise was louder. Not a scratch, but a thump. Low, deliberate, right behind Lila's shoulder. She jumped, arms bracing. Ollie yelped, huddling deeper into his sleeping bag. Jack shifted upright, all pretense of relaxation gone. He scooted toward the vestibule, hand reaching for the emergency headlamp. "That was close," he said, low. "Whatever it is, it's right up against the tent." Maya pulled her knees in, muttering. "Probability of bear encounter, 0.03%. Bobcat, less than 1. Human prank, higher, but still." She cut off, listening. Another thump. This time near the base of the tent, by Jack's feet. Then another, opposite side, a slow, steady perimeter check. Ollie's voice was almost inaudible. "We're surrounded." Lila's mouth was dry. She wanted to say it was nothing, but the words stuck. Maya fished a Swiss Army knife from her pocket, snapped the blade open, and set it on the sleeping bag beside her. She resumed her whisper counting, thumb-tapping the blade like a metronome. Jack clicked on the headlamp, sweeping the beam across the tent walls. The light warped the thin fabric. Every outside bulge or crease turned monstrous by angle and shadow. The group watched, breath held. Nothing showed through. No silhouettes, no motion. Just the tent's own trembling. Jack turned to Lila. "You're the skeptic. What's your call?" She steadied her voice. "If it's an animal, it'll get bored and move on. If it's not," she cut herself off. "If it's not, then what?" Ollie filled the gap. "Then we're about to be a Netflix documentary. 4 Friends, the final upload." Nobody corrected him. Time stuttered forward in 10 jumps. Thump, pause, scrape, then silence, longer this time, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. At some point, Maya stood up again, body rigid. "I'm going to double-check the stakes." Jack shook his head. "You're not going outside." She hesitated, then settled for crawling around the tent's interior, pressing each guy line, each seam. She narrated as she worked. North side, secure. East, secure. Vestibule, locked. Her hands moved fast, fingers flicking over knots and loops with the speed of code. Ollie watched her, shivering. "Can you just sit down, please? It's worse when you move." Maya ignored him, finishing her inspection, then dropped cross-legged by the door. "It's fine," she said, more to herself than to them. "Everything's still fine." Jack kept his post by the entrance. He'd zipped himself half out of his sleeping bag. Muscles tense, chin jutted forward. He stared at the tent door as if daring it to move. Lila counted the seconds between sounds, pulse hammering at her neck. She forced herself to breathe slow, steady, like she was teaching herself how to stay alive. The next sound was different. Not a knock or a scratch, but a soft dragging, like someone's hand running the length of the tent wall, slow and deliberate, tracing the curve from base to peak. The noise made the nylon dip inward, just enough to see the fabric ripple. Jack went rigid. "That's not a raccoon," he said. Ollie whimpered. "I told you, it's a gaze. They're plotting." Maya's voice cracked for the first time all night. "It's not a gaze, there's only one out there." She stared at the nylon, mouth pulled thin. The dragging stopped at the door. Then, nothing. Just the sizzle of the headlamp battery and the distant, wet hush of the forest. No one moved. No one spoke. Lila stared at the point where the hand, if it was a hand, had paused, waiting for something to press through. She wondered what would happen if it did. Would she scream? Or would she just freeze like the rest of them, waiting to be unzipped? They stayed that way for an hour, maybe more. Time warped. Lila's phone battery died, screen flickering out. The lantern dimmed, the yellow light shrinking to a mean little halo. Maya finally broke the silence. If it was a person, they'd have left by now. If it was an animal, too. Jack grunted, but didn't let his guard down. "Unless it's waiting." Ollie had gone silent, but his breathing was fast and shallow. Lila reached out, touched his sleeve. He flinched, then looked at her, eyes glassy in the dark. She squeezed his arm. "We're okay," she lied. The night pressed on, tight and suffocating. Every sound was a threat, every silence worse than the last. The group huddled closer, bodies tense and turned toward the lantern's dying core. Maya's hands shook as she opened her notebook, the pen tapping against the paper in staccato bursts. "Probability of active threat 0.05%, she murmured, but rising. Jack listened. He believed her, even if he didn't show it. Lila looked at the tent wall, waiting for the next sound. Outside, something waited too. The next round of noises started as a low percussion, slow thuds spaced a minute apart, as if something outside was pacing off the dimensions of their shelter. Each step reverberated through the guy lines, turning the tent into a drumhead. The lantern's light had shrunk to a sickle. The air inside was so close it could have been a vacuum. Lila tried to reassert order. "It's wind," she said, not even bothering to make eye contact with anyone. "The branches are loose from the rain. Or maybe—" She trailed off, voice flattening. Ollie pulled the sleeping bag tighter around his jaw, leaving only his eyes and nose exposed. "How much wind does it take to make footsteps?" he asked, and the question hung in the stagnant air like a dare. Maya didn't answer. She was already up, flashlight in hand, its white beam harsh against the yellow of the lantern. She swept the perimeter of the tent, illuminating the seamwork and the slick of condensation at the top, then the floor, then the corners. Dust motes shot through the air, bright in the cone of light, but Maya was focused on the zippers, the mesh fence, the places where a breach would matter. "Nothing's moved," she announced, but the words were clipped and paper-thin. The noises outside grew bolder. Not random now, but a pattern. One heavy step, then a brush of static, like coarse fabric or dry leaves. Then again, in a slow orbit around the tent, always stopping for 3 heartbeats outside the door before moving on. Jack kept his position at the vestibule, but now his hands had curled into fists. He flexed them, one after the other, trying to keep blood in the fingers. "If it's a prank, it's not funny anymore," he said, voice a full octave lower. Maya crossed in front of him, moving to the back wall. The flashlight flickered, catching a run of condensation that looked for a second like a face, before the droplets beaded and slid down. Maya reached for the nearest seam, tugged at the Velcro. The noise outside paused, as if listening. Lila tracked the sound's arc with her eyes, breath coming faster now. She told herself to be calm, to trust the tent, but every nerve in her back felt raw. "If it's an animal, it'll give up. It knows there's nothing for it here," she said, the words as brittle as her jaw. Ollie tried to make a joke, but his teeth were chattering. "Maybe it's a bear that knows how to count. 1, 2, 3, then move to the next side." No one laughed. The footfalls circled again, slower this time, dragging out the torture. At the far wall, a soft creak sounded, one of the stakes shifting, or something heavy pressing the ground just beside it. Maya crouched, shone the flashlight through the mesh at the base of the tent. The beam made a bright disk on the grass, But there was nothing visible. She exhaled and sat back on her heels. "There's nothing there," she said, but her hands trembled. Jack shifted, placing both palms flat on the tent floor. "If it comes through, you run," he said, not looking at the others. "You hear me?" Ollie groaned. "Through the wall? What if it just rips through?" Jack's eyes were on the zipper. "Then we fight, or scream, or both." The noises stopped. A complete silence dropped over the tent, pressing in like a second skin. The group held breath, waiting for whatever came next. It was Maya who broke the tension. She stood, pivoted, and did one last sweep with the flashlight, tracing every seam, every joint. The beam caught Lila's face and made her flinch, eyes wide and unblinking. "Sorry," Maya whispered, flicking off the light. She crawled back to her spot, knees drawn up, back pressed to the tent wall. "Everything's secure," she said, but the conviction was gone. She clutched her notebook to her chest, as if it could stop anything. Lila stared at the tent ceiling. Mapping escape routes she knew were useless. She thought of all the times she'd lectured students about panic responses, about keeping a cool head in emergencies. She tried to remember any of it now, but the only thing her brain offered up was a phrase she'd read once, about how nylon was stronger under tension. Outside, a new noise started. Not footsteps, but a slow, deliberate rustle. It circled, then stopped directly at the door. The fabric bowed inward, gentle at first, then sharper. A single bulge, pressing like a finger poking through plastic wrap. All four froze. The bulge held for 2-3 seconds, long enough for the light of the lantern to catch it, to throw a convex shadow on the tent floor. Then it retracted, slow and careful, leaving nothing but a shallow dent. Jack didn't breathe. Maya stared, mouth slightly open, the words for whatever was happening jammed up behind her teeth. Ollie made a sound like a muffled scream, buried in the down of his sleeping bag. Lila's heart was an anvil. She gripped the fabric of her own sleeping bag, nails biting in, waiting for another push. None came. Just the darkness, the dying lantern, and the certainty that something was still out there, just on the other side of the nylon wall. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. The clock on Lila's dead phone read 12:19 the last time she checked, but time in the tent had melted into a viscous gel, every second stretching until it almost snapped. Nobody spoke. The only sounds were the pulse of 4 mismatched heartbeats and the faint, moist tick of condensation gathering on the inner wall. Then, a new noise. Faint, barely there, more vibration than sound. At first, Lila thought it was her own blood in her ears, but then she saw Maya tense, one hand rising like a satellite dish to catch the frequency. It was a voice. No, several voices, each so soft it seemed to be spoken directly into the tent fabric itself, never rising above a whisper. But Lila heard hers. "Leela? Leela? You awake?" The voice was hers, or her mother's, or maybe some blend of the two. Intonation perfect, emotion just slightly off. Ollie gripped the base of the lantern, both hands clamped so tight the plastic creaked. The GoPro had long since been abandoned at his side. Now he used the cold, sticky handle of his mug as a rosary, knuckles blanched bone white. "Guys," he whispered, "I think it's saying my name." Maya shivered visibly, the tremor starting in her wrists and radiating out. She checked her watch twice in rapid succession, then put it down, only to pick it up again seconds later. "It's a sleep disorder," she murmured, as if giving it a label would make it safer. Auditory hallucinations happens when you're under stress. Jack had gone stone still, back pressed against the door. His breath was shallow, shoulders squared, eyes unblinking as they tracked the shape of the vestibule. "Not a hallucination," he said. "It's outside. It's real." The whispers escalated, multiplying, their cadence and volume matched perfectly to the voice each of them feared or missed the most. Maya's mother, sharp and urgent in Gujarati. Ollie's old coach, bellowing from 3 fields away. Lila's grandmother, soft and cloying, the syllables sticky with memory. Sometimes the voices overlapped, other times they were in perfect unison, a barbershop quartet of dread. Ollie started to laugh, high, brittle, and so obviously wrong that it made the skin on Lila's arms pucker. "I'm being cyberbullied by ghosts," he said, then clapped his hand over his mouth when he realized the others weren't even pretending to smile. Maya had stopped checking the tent. She hugged her knees to her chest, rocking gently, eyes shut tight. The flashlight lay dead in her lap. Lila sat like a statue, willpower pressing her spine into the mat. She counted breaths. counted the seconds between each new whisper, waiting for a pattern that would explain it all away. But the voices grew closer, less like echoes and more like speakers pressed right up to her ears. It was Jack who broke first. He jerked upright, head cocked, brow furrowed in that animal way that predated language. He turned to the others, face ashen, and said, "Did you hear that?" Ollie nodded, but Maya and Lila only stared. Jack's mouth twitched. "No, I mean, did you hear what it said?" Ollie swallowed. "It said my name, over and over." Jack shook his head, eyes wide. "It was my voice. Not just close, exact. It was me, outside the tent." He paused, breath ragged. "It was telling me to come out." The words hung in the air, staticky and raw. Maya blinked, trying to compute. Could be feedback, could be, but even she couldn't finish the thought. Jack looked at the zipper, then at his own hands, as if checking to see if he was still there. "It's learning," he said, low. "It's copying us." Ollie whimpered. "Like a fucking parrot, only with better material." The next voice came clear as a bell, right by Jack's head, outside the vestibule. "Jack, come out. I need to show you something." All four shrank inwards, the tent suddenly much too small for what it needed to contain. For a long moment, nothing moved. Not the air, not the bodies, not even the lantern light, which had become a frail, failing memory of color. The darkness outside pressed closer, audible now in the sibilant drag of voices just out of sight. Lila tried to speak, but her mouth wouldn't open. Instead, she reached for Maya's hand, found it cold and slick, and squeezed until Maya squeezed back. The voice tried again, more insistent, more accurate. "Jack, please, open up." Jack's face had gone slack, a mask of dread. The group sat paralyzed as the lantern guttered, a strobe of dying light making the tent seem to flicker between realities. The voices circled, always just outside, always just about to slip through. Lila focused on the one thing she could control: not making a sound. If she stayed perfectly still, if she never answered, maybe the thing would lose interest and go away. Maybe. The darkness pressed in, the voices closed ranks, and the tent became a cell, holding them not safe, but suspended, waiting for the first one to break. The morning was a trick, like the woods had staged a dress rehearsal for sunrise and left the real thing locked in a basement somewhere. Gray light soaked the clearing. The tent, a battered nylon cyst in the grass, steamed with the breath of 4 anxious mammals and last night's panic sweat. The zipper came open by inches, as if even the most rational among them half expected an arm to reach in and pull them out. Lila blinked hard against the grit in her eyes, counted to 3, then ducked out. The world was wet, silent, and so cold it burned the nerves in her face. No sign of footprints. No sign of whatever. Jack was out next, shoulders squared, chin up, but the effect was ruined by the way he scanned the tree line in quarter-second bursts. His lips moved, maybe an inner monologue, maybe a prayer. He said nothing, just stalked to the edge of the clearing, boots splashing through the dew-wrecked grass. Ollie came out with the GoPro jammed against his chest like a baby monitor, face puffy, eyes red-rimmed and blinking at triple speed. Maya followed, slower, one hand pressed to her temple as if holding in a splitting headache. She barely looked up, just settled on the nearest log and started unzipping her pack with methodical, robotic gestures. Sophia exited last, took one look at the group, and flipped into crisis mode. "Let's check for dehydration," she announced. No one objected. She made the rounds, fingers to wrist, eyes to eyes, a gentle but unbreakable pressure in each examination. "Lila, squeeze my hand. Look at me." "Good. Jack, I want you to hold your breath for 10 seconds. "No. I'm not kidding." "Ollie." She pivoted, locking in on his jittery gaze. "Have you been vomiting? Any nausea?" Ollie shook his head. "Just the standard existential kind." Sophia almost smiled. "Classic." "Maya?" Maya didn't meet her eyes. "Headache? Mild, not pounding. No fever, no hallucinations unless you count dreams." Sophia squatted in the dew, medical bag already open, pulling out a pack of chewable electrolyte tabs. "Everyone takes one. We've had stress, we've had loss of sleep, and I don't want anyone going full into the wild on my watch." Jack was pacing, orbiting the campsite like a tetherball freed from the pole. "We need to get out of here," he said, too soft for anyone but Lila to hear. She turned, jaw set, and tried to anchor him with a teacher stare. "Let's debrief," she said. 5 minutes, no interruptions, then we make a plan, okay?" She waited for each person to nod. Only then did she let herself sit, elbows on her knees, hands laced so tight the knuckles burned white. Maya had her phone out, scrolling through menus with a savage focus. I didn't sleep. Not at all. Every time I shut my eyes I heard. She paused. It was voices, but not random. They knew my name. They spoke in complete sentences. Sometimes even my mom's accent. Her fingers didn't stop moving. Sophia prompted. Any physical symptoms? Tingling? Numbness? Maya shook her head. Just the headache. Ollie piped up. Mine started funny, but then got, personal. At first it was my old swim coach telling me to move my ass. Then it was my dad. Sometimes it was me. He looked around, expecting disbelief, but no one blinked. Ethan, who'd kept to the tent until now, emerged silent and stiff, notebook already out, pencil marking furiously. He crouched by the fire pit, gaze glued to the ground, tracing something in the wet ash with the tip of his boot. It was definitely not an echo, he muttered. Voices changed every 5 minutes, sometimes overlapped. Sometimes, he broke off, shook his head. Did anyone hear their own voice? Jack stopped moving. Yes, he didn't elaborate. Lila hugged her knees to her chest, squeezing until the muscle ached. I want to know what happened, she said, but I also want to get the hell out. She glanced at Maya. You had a recorder running? Maya nodded. 2, actually. She thumbed through her phone, eyes darting. Battery's almost dead. Give me 10 and I'll dump what I've got to the cloud. If we're being watched, I want evidence. Sophia snapped her fingers, pointing at the perimeter. No one leaves sight of the camp. Jack, you hear me? He grunted. Not quite yes, not quite no, but slowed his steps and stayed visible. Ethan switched to a new page in his notebook. I think it circled us, he said, voice flat but certain. The voices always came from different directions, never closer than 10 meters, never farther than 30. It was systematic. Ollie shuddered, teeth on edge. Isn't that like predator behavior? Wolves do that, right? Wolves don't imitate voices, Lila said. She almost wished they did. Maya had a small power brick and 2 USB cords in her lap, already linking her phone to the battery. I can rig up some motion sensors with my spare. If whatever it was comes back, at least we'll get a timestamp. She gave the group a look that dared anyone to argue. Ollie perked up, more himself now that the sun had cleared the treetops. I vote we booby-trap the site, like tie cans to strings, total Home Alone situation. Maya didn't look at him. You're in charge of Ken Collection. Jack's voice sliced through the static. No. He stopped mid-stride, feet planted in the soft dirt. We're not staying another night. We go now. Pack up, walk, no detours. Anyone who wants to wait here is on their own. Lila stood, feeling the blood rush back into her legs. We agreed. 5 minutes, then a plan. Don't jump the gun, Jack. He shot her a glare, but it was more desperation than anger. We're outnumbered, or outmatched. Whatever it isn't going to let up. Sophia zipped up her kit, hands already red from the chill. Jack, you're in shock. We all are. But wandering off is textbook bad idea. He looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he scrubbed at his face and paced twice more around the clearing, muttering to himself. You don't get it, he said, not to anyone in particular. I saw it, or almost did. It's like standing right at the edge of your vision, waiting for you to look away. Ethan said, show us. Jack paused, almost surprised by the offer. He pointed to the far side of the camp, where the grass grew in ragged tufts. Over there, that's where it was loudest. Ethan knelt, peeled back a patch of flattened grass, and studied the dirt beneath. He brushed the surface, finding a twist of hair, animal, maybe, and a line of prints that veered in and out of the mud. These aren't from us, he said, voice shaky. Sophia, always skeptical, leaned in. You sure? Ethan nodded, sweat suddenly beading his brow. Something was standing here, waiting. He looked at Lila, then at Jack, as if asking for permission to be afraid. Jack said, we leave, now. For a moment, the clearing was silent, except for the drip of condensation from the tent fly. Lila looked at her friends, all of them blinking in the cold morning, all of them visibly scared, but each in their own flavor. Jack angry, Maya hyper-focused, Ethan clinical, Sophia practical, Ollie pale but still hunting for the joke. She drew herself up, trying to feel taller than she was. We'll pack, but we do it together. No one splits off, and if you see anything, you call it out. Agreed? Reluctant nods. No one wanted to argue anymore. Maya's phone chirped, a feeble notification. The last sensor is up, she said. If it comes back, we'll know. They all stood, the sudden unity more necessity than hope. They broke camp in half the usual time, each motion sped by the memory of the night before. Jack, still on high alert, checked the perimeter one more time. We need to leave, now. This time, no one tried to stop him. They didn't speak as they crammed gear into dry sacks and crushed the tent into an unconvincing wad. Maya had set her last phone on a flat rock near the edge of camp, its black glass eye angled at the woods. Ollie took the trash detail, collecting plastic wrappers and half-burnt coffee grounds, hands trembling so badly he missed half the scraps. They formed an accidental ring at the dead fire pit, the ashes scattered by dew, the charred wood now gray and meek. Lila called the group in with a snap of fingers, and the schoolyard authority that had made her both hated and trusted at the high school. "We're not moving until we all agree," she said. "There's no point if we get lost or split up." Jack shouldered his pack, the frame creaking with every micro-movement. "There's a point," he said. "The point is to not die out here." Sophia shook her head, dropping the first aid kit at her feet. "It's riskier to move when you're exhausted. Rule 1, if you get spooked, you shelter in place. Wait for sunrise, then send a signal." She shot Maya a look. "We've got tech. We use it." Jack almost spat. "The tech is why it knows where we are. It's not dumb. Didn't you hear?" Sophia's voice rose, sharp. "I heard, and I'm telling you, panicking is how you break an ankle or get lost in a ravine." Lila interjected, hands up. "We're not panicking, we're making a decision." She scanned the group, found Ethan's eyes locked on his notebook, pencil working overtime. "Ethan, thoughts?" Lila asked. He didn't look up. "I'm mapping the site," he said, trying to figure out if there's a pattern to the tracks. His voice was steadier than she'd expected. "If it's an animal, maybe we can avoid it. If it's not..." He finally met her gaze. "We should know what we're dealing with." Jack gave a barking laugh. "You want to do field work right now? The thing is literally imitating our voices. It's not going to be in a fucking textbook, Ethan." Maya jumped in, not quite defending Ethan, not quite not. "We have no evidence of it being hostile," she said, fingers flying over her phone screen. "There's no physical attack, no damage. It just wants to scare us, or maybe communicate." Ollie, voice barely above a whimper, added, "It could be worse. I mean, it hasn't, ripped our heads off yet." Jack rounded on him. "Don't tempt fate, man. That's exactly when the heads start rolling." Lila forced her tone into reasonable teacher. "We're going to take 5 minutes and list every option. Then we decide. No one goes alone. Jack, you cool with that?" He gritted his teeth but nodded once fast. 5 minutes. Maya took the lead, grabbing a stick and carving columns in the wet dirt. "Stay. Pros, we keep our base, can monitor for patterns, and save energy. Cons, we're sitting ducks if it gets braver." Jack butted in. "Go pros, we leave before it does something. Cons, we get lost or it follows." Sophia ticked her own points off, fingers steady now. "Stay and build a signal fire. There's enough dry fuel to keep smoke going. We make noise, maybe draw in a ranger. We have med supplies, backup power, and at least some shelter." She looked at Jack. "If we hike and something happens, no one's coming for us." Jack's jaw flexed, veins like cables. "We leave a note, pin it to a tree. If a ranger comes, they'll follow us down the old trail." Ollie broke in. "Assumes we make it that far." Ethan still worked his notebook. "There are 2 sets of prints now," he muttered. "One circles clockwise, the other counter. They overlap but don't match stride. That's not animal behavior." Jack's hands clenched the straps of his pack until the knuckles went blue. "What, you think it's more than one?" Ethan's pencil stuttered. "I think it's fast, or it wants us to think there's more." Maya said, "I can set up the sensors on a timer, leave them as we hike. If something passes, we'll get a notification and a GPS ping. Best of both worlds." She looked at Lila, eyes not quite hopeful. Lila chewed her lip, hands digging into her jacket sleeves. "If we stay, we're waiting for it to make the next move. If we go, we don't know what we're walking into." Jack exploded. "What we're walking into is away from here. Why is that so hard?" His voice cracked at the end, the veneer finally peeling off. Ollie looked at the ground, then at Jack. "Because out there it's all woods, and maybe it's not just here." No one said anything for a while. A bird sang, high and false, and was immediately cut off. Lila made a call. "We'll stay another hour. Maya sets the gear, Ethan checks the perimeter, Sophia and I will prep the fire. Jack, help Ollie collect more dry wood." Jack glared, but Lila met it head-on, not backing down. After a second, he stomped off toward the woods, Ollie trailing him by 2 nervous steps. Maya moved with sudden purpose, unpacking cables and tiny black boxes. "I can make a tripwire out of this," she said to Lila. "It won't stop anything, but we'll know the instant it crosses." Leela nodded, helping her unwind the cords, fingers numb and clumsy. "We just need to make it to noon. It'll be safer then." Sophia had started the fire, coaxing the weak embers with dry kindling and tiny sips of breath. "If anything happens, we regroup here, no matter what. Even if you're being chased. Especially if you're being chased." Ethan circled the camp, notebook open, pencil marking fast. He stopped at intervals, crouched, then walked on, a human seismograph for invisible threat. Lila watched Jack and Ollie, still visible through the trees. Jack moved fast, yanking limbs from the undergrowth, arms full of wood. Ollie moved slower, glancing back every few feet, like the woods themselves were a set of eyes. Back at the fire, the embers caught. The smoke was white and pure, the smell almost sweet. Sophia looked at Lila, then at the others. "We're going to make it," she said. It sounded like a prescription. Maya's sensors were armed. She pressed a button on her phone, and 4 tiny lights blinked red, then steady. "We'll know," she said. Ethan returned, breathless. "The tracks are new. Every time I look away, another appears. It's like it wants us to see." Lila, for once, didn't know what to say. Jack dumped the firewood hard near the pit. He stood, chest heaving, eyes wild. "We need to go," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "It knows we're staying." The group drew tight, the fear now visible in every face, every gesture. Even the fire seemed smaller. Lila started to speak, but a sharp, snapping sound from the woods shut her up. This time, no one dared to move. It was Ethan who broke the deadlock. "Guys, over here," he called, voice sharp and flat as metal on glass. They moved as a pack, every neck hair raised, all but running to the far side of the clearing where Ethan knelt in the mud, notebook held open like a police badge. The ground was damp and spongy, perfect for preserving secrets. He pointed with the pencil. A print, then another, each sunk deep and clean into the brown. "These weren't here yesterday," he said. Sophia crouched first, her body shrinking into the same diagnostic coil she used at the ER. "Is that?" She stopped. "What even is that?" Lila braced herself, then knelt beside Ethan. The prints were huge, almost twice the size of Jack's boot, but not as wide. 5 clear toe marks, each ending in a crescent gouge, the soil torn like bread. The heel was wrong, stretched back in a drag that ran nearly a foot long, as if something had a tail or an extra bone. "Wolf?" Lila offered, but the word wilted as soon as she said it. Ethan shook his head. "Too big. And wolves don't have opposable thumbs." He pointed to a side print, just behind the first. It showed a partial palm, almost human, but with the fingers spread at natural angles. There was something else, parallel lines, maybe a scar or scale, running the length of the pad. Ollie hovered behind, breath fogging. "That's not possible," he said. "I mean, is it?" Maya was already on her knees, phone out, shooting every angle with mechanical precision. "It circled us," she said, swiping through the timestamps. "You can see where it doubles back, here and here and here." Her thumb trembled on the glass. It was watching, or maybe waiting. Jack didn't kneel. He stood staring down at the prints, face gone the color of skim milk. "It stopped here," he said, voice hollow. "That's right by my head, isn't it?" No one answered. Sophia looked up, voice barely above the wind. "Whatever it is, it's not leaving." Lila stared at the print, willing it to morph into something logical, something forest-safe. But the more she looked, the more it became a mirror for her own terror. "We need to mark these," she said. But the urge to catalog died the second she met Maya's eyes. Jack turned away, a hand clamped over his mouth. "I told you," he said, low and thick. "I told you." For a moment, no one said a thing. Even the woods had gone mute, not a branch or bird in motion. Then the sound came, not close but not far either. A howl but wrong, a layered glitching harmony of dog, machine, and something old as stone. It rose, dropped, then cut off mid-echo, leaving the clearing in a silence that felt stitched from static. Ollie whispered, "Do we move now?" Sophia said, "We wait for noon, then we run." Maya's phone vibrated, a motion alert from the sensor on the path. A single word lit the screen, motion. They all saw it. No one moved. Lila looked at the print again. It had started to fill with water, the shape softening, erasing what little line separated them from whatever was coming next. "Let's get back to the fire," she said, voice brittle but alive. They huddled close, heat and smoke binding them in a circle that felt, for a second, like the only safe place on earth. But even as the flames climbed, the prince stayed, marking time, counting down, the woods beyond holding its breath for whatever would come at nightfall. By the time they broke camp, it was almost light, but the sky stayed a colorless bruise. Every person in the group moved like their joints were full of sand. They worked without talk or eye contact, hands fumbling over tent poles, food wrappers, and the hard little knots of cordage that refused to cooperate. Sophia's hands shook enough that she cut herself twice, the tiny stabs of blood vanishing into the dew. Jack herded them with a steady, clipped voice, barking out jobs as if they were all children on a bad field trip. Lila, take down the tent. Maya, inventory food. Ollie, pack the waste. Ethan, help me with the map. Even when Maya rolled her eyes at the order, she did what she was told. Lila watched Jack unroll the battered trail map, the same one he'd spread out at their lunch table in high school for senior skip day. The edges were soft from years of folding, but the lines were still visible, though less trustworthy than the hands that held it. Ethan squatted at Jack's elbow, pencil and notebook already open, his lips mouthing silent measurements as Jack traced a finger along their proposed escape. Ranger station's another 2 miles, north-northeast, Jack said, voice clipped. If we make good time, we hit the fire road by 10. After that, it's straight shot to the main lot. He didn't mention the thing with the tracks, the howling, the night that none of them had slept through. Maya checked her phone as if it were a compass rose blessed by science itself. The GPS pulsed green for now, but she kept glancing at the battery level, as if it might spontaneously combust. We stick to the blue trail, she muttered, but if the signal dies, we follow the ridgeline. Topography can't vanish. Ollie said nothing. He'd gone quieter since the prince, since the noise that was not a wolf but wasn't not either. He wore his camera now like a St. Christopher medal, its lens pointed at his own feet. They packed in 5 minutes flat and stood unwilling at the edge of their own makeshift perimeter. The ashes from their fire had turned the ground an ugly gray. The woods beyond were a negative of themselves, every branch more black than brown, every shadow layered over the next. "Ready?" Jack said, more a command than a question. No one answered. They started walking. The trail was worse in daylight, if you could call it that. It wasn't like the old stories, sunbeams knifing down through leaves, singing birds, all that. The branches nodded overhead, funneling the little light into ghost-pale strips. Every sound was muffled, swallowed by the moss and the rot. Their footfalls, meant to be bold, were nervous and arrhythmic. They moved in a line. Jack took point, Lila behind him, then Maya, then Ethan, then Ollie and Sophia. The order changed every time someone lost their nerve, which was often. Lila tried to focus on the rhythm, walk, step, breathe, but the old trick did nothing now. Her nerves felt like cut wires, fizzing under the skin. No one spoke for at least a mile. They just walked, past the bent and broken trail markers, past heaps of storm-fallen wood, past the ancient birch trees slashed by lightning or disease. The only relief came in brief windows where the woods thinned and the group could see sky, a blank, dull canvas that made them feel more watched, not less. Sophia was the first to break the silence, her voice a hush. "Anyone else feel sick?" Jack said. "It's just adrenaline. Bodies aren't designed for this much stress." "Feels like more than that," Maya said, not even bothering to hide her tremor. Ollie made a noise but didn't finish the sentence. He just pointed, finger shaking. Up ahead, the trail bent around a fallen log, and at the curve was an oak tree thicker than a truck tire. The bark was shredded, 5 parallel grooves carved from shoulder height to knee. Each gash oozed a wet, rust-red sap, pooling in a sticky mess at the base. Jack went to it first, like he could outstare the evidence. He pressed a palm to the claw marks, then measured the gap between them with his hand. "Shit," he said soft. "That's not possible." Lila came close, squinting at the wounds. They were too deep. The bark peeled back like a banana skin. She pictured the kind of animal that could do this and came up empty. Sophia hovered, medical kit at the ready, as if the tree might bleed out. "What could make those?" she said. Jack didn't look at her. "Bear, maybe. Big one. Probably old, desperate." His words came too fast. Lila saw his jaw working, the muscle tense as wire. Ethan took a knee by the base, hands steady for the first time all day. He sketched the marks, traced the depth and arc with his pencil, then ran a knuckle along the deepest groove. Bear claws are more curved, he said. This is almost straight. Like fingers. His eyes didn't blink. And the pressure's wrong. See how the outer two are shallow, but the center's all the way through. Maybe it slipped, Jack tried, but the effort was half-hearted. Maya drifted closer, the phone out, camera already recording. Could it be a person? She said, and her voice was all logic, no emotion. Ollie was behind them, muttering, not unless they're wearing Freddy Krueger gloves, or a machete on each finger. No one laughed. Lila touched the sap. It stuck to her skin in slow, syrupy threads. It smelled faintly of vinegar or blood. Jack wiped his hands on his jeans, already stained from last night. Whatever it was, it's gone now. We keep moving. They did, faster now. The trail got worse, choked by new branches and slumped mud. Every noise behind them felt like a threat. Lila heard the drag of feet and knew it was just Ollie, but still flinched every time. They found more marks after that. Once on a cedar, the grooves doubled back on themselves like a handprint. Once on a fallen birch, where the inside wood gleamed white and the cuts leaked something close to red. Every time, Jack made a show of measuring and explaining, but each time the answers got more brittle. By the second mile, no one pretended anymore. They moved fast, then faster, ignoring the bruises, the stumbles, the way the woods seemed to squeeze them into a single trembling unit. Maya kept the phone out, but the GPS was lagging now, the dot jumping around like a frog. It's not possible, she said. There's at least 4 satellites overhead, and this still can't find us? Try a hard reset, Jack snapped. She did, but nothing changed. Ollie dropped back, breathing hard. He tried to crack a joke, but it came out a whisper. At least if we die, we'll make the local news. Ethan said, I don't think it wants news. I think it wants us. No one corrected him. They moved, a single body, deeper into the woods, the trees narrowing, the shadows crowding out the day. Even the trail seemed to have stopped caring, curving away from the map, doubling back on itself like a trick. Lila thought she heard her name once, floating in the branches, but when she turned, the only thing there was a single, dark print in the dirt, too big to belong to anyone in the group. She kept her mouth shut, her eyes forward, and walked. There was nothing else to do. Ahead, the trail turned black, then vanished. They followed it anyway. They trudged in silence for another hour, maybe less, maybe more. Time didn't work right in the woods. The deeper they went, the more the world bled out to grayscale. Trees, dirt, even their own voices. Nobody checked the sun anymore, not that it would have helped. The canopy was so thick now it ate light by the acre. Maya slowed first. She lagged behind Jack and Lila, phone held flat like she was water witching for service. Her face was pale, eyes bruised with sleeplessness, but she kept stabbing at the screen. Every few steps, she stopped to recalibrate, spinning on her heel to force a compass update. Ollie drifted at the back, his boots flubbing the mud, GoPro hanging limp around his neck. He didn't even bother with jokes now, just muttered to himself, voice lost under the growing wind. Lila felt her nerves fray every time the trees bent in closer. Even Ethan, the world's last human spreadsheet, had stopped tracking in his notebook. He'd started talking in a low monotone, narrating facts to keep himself rooted. This is Pinus strobus, white pine, 4 needles per bundle. We are at approximately 200 meters elevation. Average wind speed is... He gave up, voice breaking. Then Maya stopped altogether, head down, feet planted wide. Jack noticed and circled back, his own steps reckless. Problem? Maya didn't look up. The signal's dead, not weak, not laggy, dead. She held the phone out, palm up, showing a screen split by a streak of static where the topo map should have been. Jack reached for it, his hand brushing hers, and in that instant the temperature dropped another notch. Lila saw their breath cloud together, mixing into a single white puff. Try restarting, Jack said, and even he sounded like he didn't believe it. Maya did, thumbing the button hard. The screen flickered, blue then black, then loaded back in with a glitchy approximation of the home screen. The compass needle spun once, twice, then gave up. No signal, the phone said, in a font that looked almost sorry. It should work, Maya said, her voice a tremor. It's satellite, no cell tower needed. Jack tried to sound calm. We can still follow the trail markers, the blue blazes. my dad always said. He stopped himself, then started again. We're almost there. If we keep to the ridge, we'll see the old lookout. Ethan checked the map. The last blaze was almost a mile back, he said, voice faint. They're gone. Maya's mouth twisted. We can triangulate by terrain. We know the river's west. If we go uphill, we hit the fire road. Jack gave her a look. Not anger, just raw fear, barely hidden. Then we go uphill. They bunched together, tighter now, as if proximity might keep the cold out. It didn't. Every 10 steps, Lila felt a needle of air right through her jacket. Even Sophia, who used to run marathons and worse, was dragging her feet. They climbed a low ridge, the dirt gone to black loam and the trees crowding overhead. At the top they paused, breathless, looking for a marker, a sign, a clue. What they found was a backpack. It hung from a low branch, maybe 6 feet off the ground, like someone had tossed it there in a fit of pique and never come back. The color was bright against the woods, a sickly yellow-green with red piping on the zippers. The group stopped as one, staring at it. Ollie's voice cracked the silence. That's my bag. No one answered. He took 3 steps forward, slow as a funeral march, and reached up. His hand trembled, fingers just shy of the strap. It's the same brand, same model. Look. He pointed at a worn patch, the logo a stylized red O. Jack said, could be a coincidence. Ollie shook his head. No, man, it's exactly the same. He looked at Maya, then at Lila, eyes wide with child terror. I never told you guys, but my sister got me this. She embroidered the red under the tag herself. Look. He tipped the bag so they could see. There it was, a single line of red floss, stitched in clumsy, uneven knots. Nobody moved. Ethan said, open it, voice a bare whisper. Ollie's jaw worked, but he obeyed, pulling at the zipper. The teeth caught, then slid, peeling the bag open. Inside, a clear plastic water bottle, half full, a pack of energy bars still sealed, a first aid kit, the same one Ollie carried in his own bag. There was a note in the front pocket, folded and yellowed, but Ollie didn't touch it. It's mine, he said again, voice gone small. But I have mine. It's right here. He tapped the bag slung over his shoulder. Sophia stepped forward, medical training in override. She took Ollie's wrist, fingers pressing to his pulse. Then she did the same to herself, then to Jack and Lila. We're all running tacky, she said, more to herself than anyone else. Heart rates through the roof. Maya said, could someone have followed us? Left this as a joke? Jack didn't answer. Ollie zipped the bag closed, then let it drop to the ground like it might bite. What do we do? Jack said. We keep moving. He was already walking, steps hard and fast, almost a jog. They followed, the group now a knot of nerves. The cold cut deeper, like each foot of elevation peeled away another layer of skin. Maya lagged, face locked on her phone. Every few yards she tried it again, swiping, toggling, muttering. It should work, she kept repeating, softer each time. Ethan wrote in the notebook, hands almost too cold to hold the pencil. We're being watched, he said, and Lila didn't know if it was a statement or a diagnosis. No one disagreed. The trail twisted, dipped into a ravine, then climbed again. The woods were different here, older, more tangled, the air so still it hurt to breathe. Lila saw her own hand shaking and balled it into a fist. At the next bend, she looked back, half expecting to see the yellow pack following, maybe with footprints in the mud behind them. There was nothing, but it didn't make her feel better. They climbed another hill, each step more desperate. At the top, Lila thought she heard a voice, a single, muffled word, floating through the pines. She didn't ask the others if they heard it too. She already knew. They walked, and the cold walked with them. The world beyond the last hill was wrong. For a split second, Lila thought the group had passed out of time altogether, because nothing moved, not even wind. The woods fell into absolute hush, a silence so complete she felt her own pulse ricocheting in her ears. They walked anyway. The path, if it was still a path, narrowed to a shallow depression, flanked by hemlock and the skeletons of dead oak. Each step left a print in the raw, wet dirt. No one wanted to look back. Halfway down the slope, Jack froze. He stopped so sudden that Maya collided into his back. What? She whispered, hands clutching the dead phone. He didn't answer. He just pointed. There, up ahead, at the edge of a clearing, hung a jacket. Not just any jacket, the battered olive canvas of his father's old ranger coat, complete with the chewed cuff and the faded shoulder patch. It dangled from a split in the trunk, swaying gently. Lila saw Jack's breath stop. Dad? He said, the word a hair above 0 decibels. He took 2 steps forward. The jacket twisted, sleeve lifted, and for a split instant the figure in it was more than just cloth. There was a shape, a hint of someone standing straight, back turned. Then it was gone. The tree was empty. Jack stood there, hands flexing at his sides, knuckles white. Lila wanted to call to him, but her mouth had dried shut. Then Maya made a sound, a sharp, surprised laugh that ended as a gasp. She dropped to one knee, fumbled the phone, then looked up and into the woods. "You're not supposed to be here," she said, voice shaking. Everyone turned, expecting danger. But Maya was staring at the space between 2 ferns. Her face went slack, then furious. "You're not supposed to be here," she repeated, and her hands shook so bad she almost dropped the phone again. "What do you see?" asked Ethan. "Nothing," Maya snapped, but her eyes darted back and forth, following a movement that no one else could see. "It was my mentor, my boss. He just stood there, smiling like he knew something I didn't." She sucked air between her teeth and stood, as if climbing out of a hole. Sophia was next. She stopped so hard that Ollie right behind crashed into her. She swiveled, eyes wide, scanning the trees. "Did you guys see that?" she asked, voice tiny. "See what?" Ollie muttered. "Patient," Sophia whispered, "from my ER rotation. The one who coded. He was just sitting there. He looked at me, and he smiled." She shivered hard. "He's dead. Years ago." No one wanted to answer. Ollie's turn came in the next dip in the trail. He stopped, spun around, then shouted, "Kiran?" so loud it echoed back through the trunks. He stared into the woods, eyes bulging. Sophia grabbed his wrist hard. "Ollie, what is it?" He shook his head, hard, then softer. "My sister. I heard her. She was calling for help, said she was lost, but I—" He squeezed his eyes shut. "She's in Arizona. She's fine. It was just a sound. I'm fine." But he didn't sound fine. Lila didn't see her own vision coming. They were rounding the next bend, and she was trying to stay focused, not fall behind. Then behind a split log, there it was. Her grandmother, the one who'd raised her, who'd told her all those stories about the woods and the bad things in them. She sat with her hands folded, exactly as Lila remembered, eyes glowing with that preternatural sharpness. "Come here, Mija," the vision said, voice soft as moss. Lila went forward, unthinking, arms out, but when she reached the log there was nothing. No footprints, no sign. She reached out to touch the wood, but her hand came away cold, splintered. She kept moving, not trusting herself to speak. Ethan's hallucination came last. He stopped in his tracks, pencil falling from limp fingers. "That's not possible," he said, then cocked his head as if listening to a phone on speaker. "What is it?" Maya asked, now afraid for him. Ethan didn't blink. "Client of mine, he's yelling about structural collapse. Says there's no support left, nothing holding anything up." He looked at the ground, then at the sky, then at the group. Sophia made a sound that was half cough, half sob. "I don't like this," she said, and her whole body vibrated with nerves. "I don't like this at all." The group clustered, shoulder to shoulder. They didn't want to admit what was happening, but the evidence was written all over their faces. "We're losing it," Maya said, but her voice was just a thread. Ethan said, "Or something's making us lose it." Ollie was rocking on his feet. "Can we just get to the fucking station already?" Jack took a long, slow breath, then looked at each of them in turn. His confidence was gone, stripped away with every new horror. "Something's playing with us," he said, "making us see things. That's what it wants." "What wants?" Lila asked. Jack just shook his head. The trail crested another ridge, and then they saw it. The ranger station. It was smaller than Jack remembered, a single-story box with a tin roof and a wraparound porch. The windows were blacked out, but the door stood open. "Safe house?" Jack muttered, but nobody bought it. They approached together, the distance closing too fast. Lila felt the hair on her arms go up, every cell warning her to turn back, to run. But she didn't. None of them did. They reached the porch, boots thumping on the warped planks, and stood together in the cold. The station was silent, the only noise their breath and the pounding of their hearts. Jack reached for the door frame, hesitated, then went in first. The others followed, one by one, into the dark. Behind them the woods waited, silent and patient, hungry for the next move. Night hit the ranger station with a finality that felt engineered, like the woods wanted the 6 of them boxed up and quiet. The air inside the little structure grew stale and meat-thick, sour with the sweat and adrenaline leaking off each body. They clustered in the largest room, an afterthought of a space meant for 3 bored rangers, not a pack of haunted adults. The wind hitched around the eaves. The front window flexed in its frame, then let in a crackling draft that made the lantern flicker and elongate every shadow to monstrous proportions. The lantern was a crank type, barely holding a charge. It threw a sickly orange core that didn't reach the corners, didn't even pretend to make the room safe. The walls, pocked and graffiti scabbed, closed in as the temperature dropped. Maya didn't sit. She paced, a tight loop from the canted desk to the battered plywood bookshelf and back, always in motion. Eyes never still. In another life, she'd have had a whiteboard and 5 colors of marker, turning disaster into a flowchart. But here she only had her phone. Dead now, she'd checked 20 times. And a pen she'd borrowed from the ranger's desk. She clicked it on and off, again and again, the sharp plastic snap tallying the seconds since sunset. Jack had stationed himself by the makeshift barricade at the door. He'd wedged the old cot, a crate of waterlogged manuals, and the desk itself against it, then lashed the whole setup with paracord. He pretended to do this for show, like a man showing the world how to be prepared, but Lila could see the sweat painting his temples and the little twitch in his jaw every time the wind rattled the walls. Sophia sat on a crate, legs pulled up, arms wrapped around her knees, quietly monitoring everyone else. She ran a nurse's triage by observation, ticking off every shallow breath and bloodless knuckle. Her eyes, deep-set and overbright, kept finding Lila's. Each time, Lila looked away. Ethan had parked himself in the farthest corner, half in shadow. He'd commandeered a pad of water-stained graph paper and a golf pencil from the desk, and now he filled page after page with tightly bunched glyphs. Sometimes these looked like diagrams, sometimes just paranoid hash marks. When the pencil nubbled down to nothing, he licked his finger and kept etching in the dust on the floor. Every so often, he muttered strings of numbers or theorems to himself, shaking his head when a calculation failed to check out. Ollie was on the floor, cross-legged, fiddling with the dead GoPro. He still wore the camera harness like a piece of body armor, but he'd stopped looking through the lens. Instead, he occasionally flicked the device on, waiting for a charge that never came, then turned it off with a defeated sigh. Lila hovered in the center of the room, as if holding the orbit together by will alone. She wasn't in charge, hadn't been since the first bad night, but no one else wanted the job, and no one wanted her to stop trying. A board snapped in the wind. Maya stopped mid-stride, pivoted, and shot a look at Jack. "You said this place was reinforced. Was that a lie, or just optimistic?" Jack's mouth flattened. "It'll hold." She advanced on him, each word sharper than the last. "You don't know that. You don't know anything. Jack, you let us here. You said the station would be safe." Her voice rose, and the lantern's glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Jack braced himself, trying to stand tall, but the effect was ruined by the way he gripped the paracord with both fists. "It's stone and plywood. We've got one way in, 2 windows, both wired shut. Whatever's out there, it can't get in unless we open the door for it." Maya scoffed, high and ugly. "You're talking like it's a raccoon. Did you see the prints? Did you hear what it did to the fire last night?" She stalked closer, jabbing a finger at his chest. "We're in here because you think wood glue and camping knots are enough." Jack's hands curled, but he didn't push back. "I'm just doing what makes sense." "What makes sense," Maya parroted, "is staying the hell away from you next time." She stepped back, breathing hard, arms folded so tight they vanished into her jacket. A silence stretched. Even the wind outside seemed to be listening. Ethan scribbled furiously in the corner, graphite snapping off in tiny shards. "It's not the barricade," he said, voice flat, eyes never leaving the page. "The whole building is off axis. It's torsioned, like the wood was twisted while it cured." He traced a diagram in the dust, then drew arrows radiating out from the station. "If it wanted in, it could. It's just testing structural weaknesses." Ollie let out a whimpery noise, half laugh, half sob. "Man, that's comforting. Maybe it'll just wait for us to starve." Ethan looked up at that, face bleached out by the lantern. "It won't wait that long. The journal said so." Jack snorted, but there was no real fight in it. "You're buying into campfire stories now, too?" Ethan's gaze went wild and wide. "It's the same pattern, Jack. Same marks, same voices. You saw the doorframe." Sophia cut in, calm and clinical. "We need to keep it together. If we turn on each other, it doesn't matter what's outside. Jack didn't answer, just gripped the cord until his knuckles blanched. Maya resumed her pacing, slower now, as if each step hurt. She watched the darkness through the window, eyes never blinking, pen still clutched like a weapon. Ethan started another page, this time a spiral of numbers, each tighter than the last. The sound of the pencil scratching was a metronome in the silence. A dull, wet thud hit the back wall. Everyone flinched. Maya, that's the third time in an hour. Jack, still not coming in. Ollie covered his ears. Can you guys just stop talking about it? Sophia moved to sit beside Ollie, set a hand on his arm. Focus on me, okay? Breathe. He nodded, squeezing his eyes shut. Sorry. This is like the worst episode of Survivor. The lantern sputtered, then caught. Lila watched the shadows play across Maya's face. Hard lines, furious and scared, and the slack, trembling jaw of Jack, who'd finally realized the captain didn't get a lifeboat. In the corner, Ethan had started muttering, soft and steady. The lines converge. The lines converge. The lines converge. Lila stepped into the middle, voice pitched just above the wind. We're not going anywhere until morning. If we make it to then, we keep moving. But right now we have to stay calm. She let her eyes track over the group, daring them to defy her. No one did. But the station walls vibrated with the energy they couldn't let out. The wind, or the thing outside, or the simple math of fear pressing on 4 weak walls, kept the pressure building. Ollie whispered, "What if it's already in here?" No one answered that, either. The silence sat, thick and permanent, broken only by the soft click of Maya's pen and the ever-present scratch of Ethan's pencil, spiraling tighter and tighter until the page disappeared under graphite. It took 3 cycles of Maya's pacing before Lila cut her off. She stepped into the walking path, squared up, and blocked Maya's route with a shoulder brace like she might hold up the station herself. "That's enough," Lila said. Not a shout, but not open for debate. Fighting each other won't make it go away. Maya tried to sidestep, but Lila moved with her, a wall and a parka. For a moment, Maya's eyes flashed with something like gratitude. Then she blinked, shook her head, and backed away. Jack had collapsed onto the edge of the cot, shoulders slumped, hands limp in his lap. The energy had gone out of him, replaced by a blank stare at the door. If he'd had a whistle, Lila thought, he might have just blown it and walked off the field. She scanned the room for support, but the others were islands. Ethan humming and scratching in the corner, Sophia and Ollie paired at the far end, and Maya now circling the perimeter of the lantern's reach, a satellite with no gravity to obey. Lila exhaled, tried to draw on the teacher's calm she'd perfected in 15 years of handling emergencies both real and imagined. "We need to be smarter than the thing outside," she said, loud enough for all to hear. "We know what it does. We know its tricks. If we keep it out, if we don't listen." Ollie's voice spiked from the floor, the sound brittle as glass. "It's not about listening. It's about believing." He hugged his knees to his chest, rocking, eyes focused somewhere that wasn't here. If you even think about it, if you give it a little bit of yourself, bam, it gets inside. Sophia knelt beside him, one hand resting on his wrist, the other hovering over his shoulder like a live wire. "Ollie, look at me." She waited until he did. "You're going into shock, okay? I need you to slow down. Breathe with me. In, 2, 3. Out, 2, 3. Ollie mirrored her, chest stuttering as he tried to match her rhythm. His face was raw, slick with tears. "I just keep thinking about all the stories, you know? Every culture, every damn continent. There's a monster that can wear your face and voice. The Wendigo, the Asswine, the Gumiho, the fucking Skinwalker, right? Only now it's like a Google algorithm. Just keeps getting smarter." Sophia checked his pulse with 2 fingers, her touch precise and feather-light. She counted under her breath, then moved to check his pupils. "You're okay," she said, not quite believing it. "You're going to stay with me, right?" He nodded, shaky. "It's just stories we tell to scare ourselves." She squeezed his hand, hard enough to get through. "Stories keep us alive, Ollie. But so does breathing, so does sticking together." He chuffed a laugh, then fell quiet, focusing on the count of his own breaths. Lila watched the pair, feeling the tension in her own shoulders, an ache that had started at the trailhead and now throbbed all the way to her fingers. She wanted to call time out, order everyone to the mat, but that script didn't play here. Ethan stopped writing. He tore a page from the graph pad and held it up for Lila to see. It was a spiral, tight and neat, the lines so close they almost merged into black. "If we stay in the middle," he said, "it can't reach us. Everything here is built on curves. The thing only knows how to go straight. If we move in circles, we win." Jack looked up at that, a flicker of old skepticism returning. "That's not how it works, man." Ethan's lips curled, bitter. "Show me a better plan." Maya barked a laugh. "We're not rats in a maze, Ethan. It doesn't care about shapes," but she didn't sound convinced. Sophia stayed with Ollie, guiding his breath, never letting go of his hand. Every minute she shot glances at the rest, eyes measuring the spread of panic like a virus. "No one answers the voices," she said, making it a rule. "Even if you hear your own name, even if you hear family, you don't answer, you don't go near the door. We stick to the center, just like Ethan said." Jack rolled his head back against the wall. "We'll die of boredom before it gets us." Ollie grinned. "Weak, but real. I'd rather be bored than dinner." Lila let her body sag against the wall, finally giving in to the exhaustion that had stalked her since last night. She was supposed to keep these people together. But what did a teacher's voice matter when the only curriculum left was survival? The wind screamed outside, tearing at the eaves. Inside, the lantern's glow held steady, and for a minute, no one moved. They breathed together. Just 6 people, huddled on the wrong side of a story, hoping to make it till morning. The first scratch came so sudden and sharp it sounded like a bone snapping against the wall. The 6 of them froze, every breath caught mid-inhale. The noise scraped along the outside siding, slow at first, then faster, then slow again, as if something was tasting the grain of the wood with a hooked finger. Jack stood up before he knew he'd moved. He thumbed the flashlight alive, swung the beam at the nearest window. The light barely cut the grime, a sickly wedge that showed nothing but black outside. "Everyone quiet," he mouthed, though no one was making a sound. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. It traced a path from the back wall to the window, then along the edge of the canted ceiling, following the seams Ethan had diagrammed earlier. Sometimes the sound paused, then doubled back, as if whatever was outside was checking its own work. Maya inched closer to the center, her spine pressed to the desk now barricading the door. "It's mapping us," she whispered. "It knows where we are." Ethan cowered low, arms curled over his head, but his eyes never left the wall. His lips moved in frantic silence, counting, measuring, adjusting for each new variable the sound presented. A thud hit the window, hard enough to rattle the glass in its old metal frame. Sophia let out a gasp, immediately stifled by a bite of her knuckle. Ollie buried his face in his knees, breath coming so fast it whistled. Then, all at once, the scratching stopped. Nothing but the pulse of blood in their ears, the thin, electric whine of the lantern, and the wind that had gone suddenly still. They all looked to Jack. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, as if confirming the silence was real. Maya backed away from the door, pressing herself flat to the desk. Lila inched sideways, putting herself between Maya and the window. Then a voice called out from the porch. "Hey, Maya? Can you help me with something out here?" It was Jack's voice. Not similar. Perfect. The cadence, the confidence, the lazy half-joke at the end. Every syllable was exact, down to the little click in the throat Jack had when he was impatient. The real Jack's face drained of color. He shook his head, lips moving in denial. Ollie flinched so hard his chin struck his chest. "Oh my God," he whispered. The voice tried again, a little closer. "Maya, just need you for a second. There's something wrong with the fuse box." Maya's hands went to her mouth. She shook her head, slow and terrified. Sophia clutched Ollie, drew him closer with both arms as if she could physically shield him from the words. The voice paused, then shifted, as if tuning itself on a dial. Next, Lila's own voice called out, soft, teacherly, exactly right. "Ethan, I found something about the building's structure. Can you come see?" Ethan went rigid. He clamped his hands over his ears, but the words got in anyway. He rocked back and forth, squeezing his skull, trying to force the sound out. Then the entity changed again, pulling out Ollie's voice, complete with the nervous giggle at the end. "Sophia, you're needed in here. I think someone's hurt." The real Sophia stiffened, eyes wide and wet. She wrapped herself tighter around Ollie, drawing him into a shield of flesh and flannel. The voices cycled, moving faster now. "Jack's again. then Maya's, then Lila's, Ethan's, Ollie's, even Sophia's, each one accurate to the bone, each one louder, angrier, more desperate. Sometimes the voices overlapped, babbling in a tide of self against self. Jack, let me in. Ethan, it's not safe out there. Lila, we need you. Ollie, please. Maya, Maya, the sound built an impossible chorus, a choir of doppelgangers all hungry for entry. Jack slumped to his knees, the flashlight dropping from his hand. The beam carved a thin arc across the room, catching every face in turn. Maya's twisted in horror. Lila's frozen. Ethan's leaking silent tears. Ollie's gone white. Sophia's locked in a grimace of absolute, helpless dread. Then a knock at the door. Not the knuckle rap of a human, but a single, crushing impact that sent cracks spidering through the paint and drywall. The voices outside all went quiet, as if holding their collective breath. Inside, the group huddled, backs pressed together, bodies fused into a single, trembling mass. Lila started to count them off, like taking attendance in a classroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, she whispered. No one laughed. Outside, the voices started up again. Only now they weren't just calling for help. They were warning, crying, screaming. Don't open the door. Don't let it in. It's not safe. You're not alone in there. They cycled, twisted, overlapped until the meaning came undone, and the air inside the station was nothing but a vibrating soup of their own words, weaponized and thrown back at them. Sophia pressed her mouth to Ollie's ear, repeating a mantra. It's just noise. It can't get in. It can't get in. But Ollie trembled so hard he almost bit through his tongue. Jack looked at the others, and in that second, all of them saw what he was really thinking. That he'd rather take his chances with the thing outside than die here, surrounded by his own voice, played back at him forever. Maya clung to Lila's arm, fingernails biting through the jacket. Lila gripped Maya's hand in return, refusing to let go, even as her own fingers went numb. Ethan stared at his spiral, the only thing in the room that made any sense, and mouthed the word, center, over and over. The knocking returned, not as loud as before, but steady, patient, a test of their will, or maybe just a courtesy, a reminder that it was still out there, still learning. And then for just a second there was a voice none of them recognized. Higher, older, not a mimic, but the thing itself. It didn't beg, didn't scream. It just whispered, soft enough to be mistaken for a draft. You don't have to be afraid. I know you. I know you all. Then silence. The group stayed huddled, backs to each other, eyes closed, waiting for the next sound, the next shift in the dark. The lantern guttered, shrank to a pinprick. The night pressed in. Their own voices kept echoing, looping through the building, long after none of them wanted to hear them, ever again. The inside of the ranger station was a tomb for bad air. By the second hour after sunset, every wall had wept its own sweat, and the group's breathing turned thick and foggy. The lantern sputtered from its perch on a plastic milk crate, casting a limping circle of light that refused to reach the corners. No one talked. There was nothing left to say that didn't taste like panic. Lila, numb to her own knees from sitting cross-legged so long, watched Maya's silhouette chase its own tail along the back wall. Jack hunched by the barricade, elbows on knees, jaw set in a clamp. Ollie had gone fetal, curled in the dust with his head on the dead GoPro like a pillow. Sophia's eyes were sunk so deep in their sockets they looked like bruises. Even Ethan, who had worn a groove into the floor with his graph paper and compulsive calculations, had gone slack, staring at the ceiling with lips barely moving. Only the wind dared break the silence, though even that had quieted to a nervous whistle under the eaves. The crash came like a car accident. Not thunder, not branch fall, but a full-body assault, something massive and fast, hitting the north wall hard enough to buckle the studs. The entire station groaned, a living animal flinching from a blow. Dust geysered from the floorboards. Jack scrambled up, hands clutching the back of a chair for a weapon. Ollie yelped and rolled under the table. Lila flinched so hard her teeth snapped shut on her tongue. The copper flood tasted like battery acid. Again? Maya hissed, backing into the milk crate. Her ankle clipped the lantern, which tottered but didn't fall. The group drew together, back to back, eyes fixed on every wall at once. A deep, predatory silence pressed in from outside. The second crash was worse, a scrape like claws dragging concrete, then a rattle of window panes. The station's front glass, already frosted with months of grime, filmed over in a sheet of rime-white ice. Frost chased itself in fractal veins, spidering across all 3 windows in under 5 seconds, as if a blizzard had slammed the world to a halt. Ollie peeked from under the table, face a pale ball of static. Is that even possible? It's September. It's like 40 degrees. Jack ignored him. Everyone away from the windows. Now. But nobody moved. Lila was certain that if she looked away, even for a blink, the shape outside would simply walk through the wall and take her apart molecule by molecule. The temperature crashed. Each breath was a new needle in the chest. Within a minute, every surface, lamp, glass, even the plastic of the GoPro, sweated a fine sheen of ice. Lila pressed her hands to her jacket, but it may as well have been tissue. A new sound. Liquid, low, almost inaudible. It slithered at the edge of hearing, somewhere between a sigh and the static of an untuned radio. The shadows in the corners began to move, bulging and stretching like latex. Maya said, "No, no, no, no," over and over, but the words went nowhere. The shadow at the east wall peeled free, trickling out from behind a rusted filing cabinet. It didn't crawl, it didn't flow, it advanced in pulses, as if drawing itself along by invisible tethers. Under the desk, Ollie made a choking sound and tried to scoot backward, but his spine met concrete and stuck. The dark pooled in the center of the room, gathering mass until it was almost human height. It shuddered, compacted, then grew, as if recalibrating to match its audience. The shape was never still. Limbs extruded, then retracted, shoulders bulged and thinned. It copied Jack's posture, even the set of his jaw, then slouched into Maya's signature hunched analysis, fingers fidgeting and nervous. For a moment it borrowed Ollie's sketch artist hands, air painting a gesture before the fingers wriggled and retracted. It cycled through them all. Sophia's perfect medical composure, Ethan's head tilt of skepticism, before collapsing into a grotesque, composite mimic. Too tall, joints popping in and out of alignment, a ribcage that bulged and then caved as if testing each shape for fit. Lila's heart was a stuck machine. She should have been paralyzed, but something in the thing's indecision, its awkward puppetry, cracked open an old anger. She stood up. Her legs wobbled, but she planted her boots, straightened her jacket, and said enough. The word shocked even her, bouncing around the cold like a dare. The shadow paused, its face split into a suggestion of a grin, wet and too wide. It studied her with empty, puckered eye hollows, then shifted again, matching Lila's upright teacher at the blackboard stance, right down to the slight hunch she got when mad. She advanced a step. "You want something? You have our attention." The air warped. The shadow's skin rippled, then split at the jaw, birthing a mouth with too many teeth. Its head lolled, then rotated on its own axis, as if weighing the group from every angle. When it spoke, the sound was a bundle of mismatched voices. Jack's, Maya's, even Lila's own, chopped and spliced together with something older, low, and hungry underneath. "You've always been good at attention," it said. The "you" was plural, a shot through every heart in the room. Jack edged forward, teeth gritted. "What are you?" The thing smiled wider. "A question," it replied. "A mirror, a lesson." It bent, joints creaking. "Mostly a collector." The cold deepened. Lila's fingertips burned with it, but she refused to flinch. Behind her, Sophia whispered, "Don't talk to it, don't engage, that's how it gets in." Lila ignored her. "You're here for a reason. What do you want?" The shadow's limbs elongated, then shrank, every movement wrong by a half-beat, like a movie missing frames. It took a deliberate, painful step closer, and the air in the room compressed. Lila's eardrums popped. "To learn," it said, "to see what breaks, to be inside." The last 2 words stretched, warped into a dozen versions of the phrase. Some whispered, some screamed, some gurgled as if through water. It radiated focus, all attention on her. She fought a tremor in her knees. "You want inside. Why us?" The shadow reared, scraping the ceiling. "Because you are not like the others. You are difficult. You do not surrender. I enjoy the ones that fight." Ollie whimpered, "That's messed up, man." But his voice didn't even register in the cold. The thing's attention never left Lila. It slithered, coiling around her like a python of pure dark, not touching but always a hair's breadth away. Lila's breath fumed white. "You've been here a long time," she said. "You're used to people folding, giving up." The thing nodded, spasmodic, "But not you." It cocked its head, studying her as if she was a new language. "You keep the center." A silence then. "Why?" Lila wanted to answer. She wanted to say, because that's my job, or because someone has to, or because I'm the only one left who remembers how. Instead, she said, because you don't get to win. The shadow laughed. It was not a sound, but a seizure, a vibration in the air that made the lantern flicker and the windows groan. When it spoke again, it was softer, almost a whisper. We will see. It drew itself up, doubled in height, and spread its arms wide, inviting the group's gaze. I have learned your shapes, it said, but not your secrets. That comes next. And with that, the shadow folded in on itself, collapsing to a single, pulsing node at the room's center. The temperature spiked, every surface snapping from ice to steam, and for a moment, the lantern's light ballooned, banishing every dark corner. When the afterimage faded, the shadow was gone. But the air still vibrated with the promise. I will be back. Lila collapsed to her knees, lungs on fire. Nobody spoke. Nobody had the words. Only the station's walls, still shuddering from the cold, seemed to know what came next. The frost on the windows didn't melt. Instead, it thickened, eating the last of the lantern's light and turning the glass to funeral marble. No one moved for a full minute after the shadow vanished. No one so much as dared to uncross a leg or unclench a jaw. When the room started to warm, it was a false spring. The kind of heat you got in a locked car, sticky with fear and off-gassing plastic. Lila hunched over, head between her knees, arms braced against the sway of adrenaline in her blood. Behind her, Jack paced with the gait of a man carrying a live grenade in his stomach. Maya stood at the corner of the desk, hands flattening the wood so hard her knuckles blanched. Sophia hovered by the window, eyes scanning the iced-over pane, breath fogging the air an inch from her lips. Ollie and Ethan had both retreated to the floor, backs to the filing cabinet, with knees drawn up as if survival could be measured in surface area. Nobody spoke about what they'd seen, or the way it had looked at Lila, or the way it used her body like a glove for its own voice. It would have sounded like blame. The silence held until the cold returned, this time with a sickly sweet undercurrent that made Lila's teeth ache. She'd read enough true crime to know the smell. Fresh rot, peeled citrus, mold. The air in the ranger station curdled, every lungful wet with decay. The shadow came back, but this time it didn't hide. It grew from the knot at the room's center, swelling upward like a time-lapse of a mushroom blooming. At first it was vague, more suggestion than form, but as the darkness thickened, it began to pick and choose features from the group. Jack's broad, anxious stance, Maya's wiry arms always tensed for an argument, Sophia's steady, deliberate hands, Ollie's ever-fidgeting fingers, Ethan's restless, predatory stare. Lila fought the urge to look away. If she looked away, she thought she would never look back. The Skinwalker stepped, if you could call it that, toward Lila. Its hips and knees didn't bend right, the joints operating with an independent logic that had nothing to do with mammal anatomy. It moved in flurries, freezing for half a heartbeat, then gliding several inches at once, a blur of conflicting intentions. It circled her. Slow, a teacher inspecting a problem student. Lila forced herself upright. Her throat was raw. You said you wanted secrets. You know ours. Isn't that enough? The Skinwalker's face bunched, as if the question had tickled it in the wrong place. No, it said, in a voice that started as hers and ended as Jack's. You misunderstand. The game is not about knowing. It is about hurting. Jack snapped. Fuck you. But it was a kitten against a hurricane. The Skinwalker ignored him. Its head elongated, then shrank. It reached for Lila, and in the gesture, she saw the hand briefly flicker from Maya's to Ethan's, then to something neither of them owned. Long, thin, nearly transparent, fingers that ended in black points. You, Sophia, it said, not looking away from Layla. Do you remember the man with the collapsed lung? Sophia's head jerked up. She blinked once, then twice. What? The Skinwalker turned, tilting its head at an impossible angle, mouth stretching too wide. He was young, died 3 beds over from the supply closet. You thought you could intubate him. You thought you could save him. The words came in the voice of Sophia's attending, stern and cold, but then layered over by the patient's own croak. You were wrong. You failed. You remember his name. Sophia's hands shook. Stop it. Javier Ortega, the thing said, who died wondering if you'd done everything you could. Sophia gasped, and the air whistled in her throat. I did everything. I did. You tell yourself that, the Skinwalker replied, but you don't believe it. You never have. It took a step toward her. You're afraid that this, it gestured at the group, at itself, at the world, is all the proof you'll ever get. Jack roared, enough. He moved to put himself between the shadow and Sophia, but the Skinwalker simply changed shape, slipping around him like smoke. It focused on Ethan next. You, it said, you hide behind numbers, behind diagrams, behind rules. Its arms lengthened, narrowing to a pair of draftsman's compasses, then twisted back to human. But you know, don't you? You know what your father did. You know what you let happen. Ethan shook his head, eyes pinched shut. Don't. The Skinwalker pressed in, voice low and gentle, softer than Lila had ever heard Ethan speak to himself. You left your little brother alone in the shed. He screamed for you. You waited, because you wanted to see what happened. That's who you are. That's why you're here. Ethan curled tighter, hands clawing his own hair. Lila wanted to reach for him, to offer some comfort, but the Skinwalker had already moved on. It stood over Jack, looming. For a moment it mimicked Jack's entire posture, the squared shoulders, the half-cocked jaw, the clenched fists. Then it softened, made itself smaller, a mirror image of defeat. Jackson Willis, it said, voice syrupy. You told yourself you'd never be like him, never leave people behind. But look at you, look. Its arms widened, gesturing at the others. You can't save them. You never could. Jack's lips trembled. Shut up. You want to run so badly, the Skinwalker cooed, but you're afraid if you do, you'll never stop running. Lila felt the words in her spine, a shiver of old shame. Jack's terror was always about the leaving. The Skinwalker spun on Ollie. Its face melted, then snapped into Ollie's own, down to the exact pattern of birthmarks and anxiety sweat. You think you're clever. You think you can laugh away the dark, but you're not funny. You're just a shield. Your sister was the smart one. Your mother loved her more. Ollie bit down on his own fist, the whimper muffled but audible. The smell of rot intensified. The shadow was everywhere now, pooling around their shoes, fingering the edges of every object in the room. Every time the Skinwalker spoke, the temperature dropped another degree. Finally, it came to rest in front of Lila. This time, it didn't bother mimicking. Its shape solidified, sharpening into a form that was almost human but stretched along the wrong axis. It was at least a head taller than Lila, arms too long, with fingers that never quite stopped moving. The skin was a dark matte black, but not like any color Lila had ever seen. It seemed to drink the lantern's glow. You think you're different, it said, and the voice was all hers. You think you can hold the center, but you can't. You're just another scared little girl wishing her mother would come home. Lila didn't blink. Is that supposed to hurt me? The Skinwalker's smile grew, curling around the sides of its face. No, said. Not yet. It moved to the desk, running a hand over the cheap plywood, the ruined government keyboard, the stack of old incident reports. It picked up a pencil, sniffed it, then stuck it behind its ear in a perfect imitation of Maya's old study habit. It rifled through the incident logs, flipping each page with surgical precision. It paused over a photo, some long-dead ranger, face red with sun and pride, and traced the jawline with a single black talon. It turned back to the group. I have watched this forest for centuries, it said. I have worn more faces than you will ever know. I have eaten the names of families until there is nothing left but dust. The voice grew softer, colder. But you are interesting. Maya broke first. Why us? What do you want? The Skinwalker's head twisted, eyes narrowing to slits. You love each other. Even when you hate, you protect, you fight. Most packs fall apart when I begin to feed. But you... It giggled, the sound like a child forced to recite a poem. You keep holding on, even when you shouldn't. The smell in the room was now unbearable. Sophia gagged, hand clamped over her mouth, eyes watering. Lila looked at her friends, every one of them trembling, every one of them pale as bone. She'd taught kids how to stand up to bullies. She told herself that monsters were only ever people. But this thing was not a person. It was an answer to a question no one should ever ask. She said, "You're afraid of us." The Skinwalker's face lost all features, then reassembled them at random. No, it said, but the word was not convincing. I just want to see how far you'll go to survive. It began to stalk the room, pausing at the windows, the doors, the heating vent. Each step left a shadow print that lingered a moment before fading. It stopped at the lantern, reached down, and picked it up. In the thing's hand, the light seemed smaller, weaker. The Skinwalker turned the lantern over, inspecting it like a child with a new toy. Then it set it down and moved to the first aid kit, which it opened and closed 3 times before pushing it away with a bored flick. At last, it settled back in front of the group. "There is an experiment here," it said. "I will learn, you will teach." Its mouth split to show too many teeth. "Tell me a secret, Lila Montgomery. Make it good." Lila stared at it. "You already know everything about us." The Skinwalker shrugged, a motion that borrowed Jack's defeated slouch and Maya's brittle wit. "Maybe, but I want to hear you say it." Lila shook her head. "No." The Skinwalker sighed, a sound like 1,000 flies rubbing wings. "Then I will have to take it." It advanced on her. She tried to stand her ground, but every cell in her body screamed retreat. The shadow loomed, filling her vision, the smell of death clinging to it like a veil. It reached for her face, and as the hand drew near, Lila saw her own reflection in the shifting black, hers, but younger, eyes wild and afraid. The Skinwalker cupped her jaw, tilting her chin up. It said, "You are all so hungry to live. You taste better that way." Then it let go, turned away, and returned to the center of the room, folding its arms across its chest as if content to watch and wait. Lila stood frozen, every nerve buzzing. She wanted to cry, or scream, or collapse, but instead she took a shaky step back and sat next to Maya. Ollie said, "What now?" Jack spoke without confidence. "It wants us to talk, or confess, or something." The Skinwalker watched, unblinking. No one dared to look away. The night pressed on, thick with secrets, and the thing in the center of the room waited for the next one to surface. The thing in the center of the room didn't blink. Maybe it didn't need to. Lila had the sense it could watch them from every angle at once, like it had 1,000 eyes just under the surface, and all of them open. Nobody moved. Maya's breath came in shallow, clockwork puffs. Jack gripped a length of chair leg so tight the cheap wood groaned. Sophia's hand hovered over her med kit as if a Band-Aid or a pill bottle could do anything against the living definition of nightmare. Ethan's eyes locked on the Skinwalker, but his face had gone blank, the way people did right before fainting or screaming. Ollie tried to become a puddle, arms and legs pressed into the floor, forehead beating with cold sweat. The Skinwalker's gaze, if that's what it was, roved from face to face, savoring the flavor of their panic. Then it decided to escalate. A low vibration pulsed through the linoleum. It started as a hum, then a quiver, then a full-on earthquake shudder. Cans of beans rattled in the cabinet. The lantern toppled, rolled in a crazy loop, and snuffed out, leaving only the blue-white light leaking from the frozen windows and the Skinwalker's own shifting silhouette. Jack tried to steady himself. "What do you want?" he called, voice breaking mid-word. The Skinwalker tilted its head as if listening to some distant song. Its neck elongated, vertebrae crackling in a line of black pearls. "The question is always what?" it said, voice a perfect overlay of Lila's and Jack's and Maya's, plus an undertone that could have come from a beast or a god. Never how. Never why. Jack set his jaw, but Lila saw it, the defeat leaking in around his anger. He'd finally found a threat he couldn't out-bluff. Sophia cleared her throat. "This is a neurological event," she said, trying to force doctor into her words. "We're all susceptible to suggestion, especially under stress. The temperature drop, the auditory hallucinations. This is classic collective psychosis. It's not real." The Skinwalker's eyes popped wider. It pinched its own face, and suddenly it was Sophia's voice, Sophia's posture, Sophia's barely there tremor of the left hand. "A delusion," it cooed. "A classic case. Tell me, Dr. Garcia, does it hurt less if you label it?" Sophia's mouth opened and closed, her med student composure dissolving, as her own voice was spit back at her. She tried to steady her hands, but the shake had traveled up to her elbows. The Skinwalker laughed, and the room vibrated with it. Dust shivered off the ceiling, then settled in a light rain over the group. Ethan tried to take control. He spoke loud, too loud, as if volume could force sense onto the moment. Okay. You said you've been here centuries. You want to learn. Fine. Then answer a question for me." He stared it down, pupils huge and black. "What are you really?" The Skinwalker paused. The air thickened. The smell of rot spiked to a near acid. For a beat, the thing did nothing. Then it walked, no pulse, toward Ethan, standing almost nose to nose. It smiled, wider than a face should, and said, "What are you really?" Ethan flinched, but held his ground. "I'm..." He stopped. I'm just a person, like the rest of us. The Skinwalker nodded, slow and deliberate. No, you are an exception. You are the one who watches, the one who catalogs, the one who tears things apart, then wonders why you cannot put them back. Ethan's hands curled into claws, but the thing wasn't done. You want to know the secret? You want to know why I'm here? The room dropped 10 degrees in a heartbeat. The shadow grew, ballooned, swallowing the light. Because I enjoy this. Because you make it easy. Ethan staggered, knees wobbling. The Skinwalker reached out, touching 2 fingers to his temple. He went rigid, every muscle seizing. His teeth clacked together, and his eyes rolled white. Lila lunged. Stop it! The Skinwalker didn't turn. You can't stop me. It lifted its hand. Ethan collapsed, limp, breath rasping. Lila scrambled to his side. She shook him, but he only blinked, once slow, and then stared up at the ceiling, lips moving but nothing coming out. She rounded on the shadow, fists balled. Leave us alone. The Skinwalker regarded her with that cocked-head curiosity. You don't understand. This is not personal. This is tradition. Its limbs doubled, then tripled in length. Joints split and reformed. Bones bent the wrong way. Ollie started to weep, a high, childish sound. Please, he whispered. Please, please, please. The Skinwalker turned its gaze to him, and the air changed again, grew heavier, packed with static and the smell of burning fur. It watched Ollie for a long, uncomfortable minute. Then it said, You have always been the weak link, the one the pack leaves behind. Why are you still here? Ollie shivered. I don't know. I just want to go home. The Skinwalker nodded. Then why did you come back? Ollie had no answer. Jack picked up the chair leg and hurled it at the thing's head. The wood passed right through, hit the window, and shattered in a spray of splinters. The Skinwalker smiled. Anger is good, it said. But it's not enough. Then it froze, every limb locked, head canted to the left as if struck by a thought. It spoke, and the voice was all of them at once. Here is how this ends. The room vibrated, the air nearly solid with cold and fear. The Skinwalker's voice dropped, a rumble that shook the paint from the walls. One of you will leave with me, willingly, or I will take you all. At midnight you choose. It drew itself up to full height, nearly scraping the ceiling, arms dangling to the floor, hands a blossom of claws and needles and grasping childlike fingers. It is simple, a trade, Sophia gasped. No, you can't. But the Skinwalker ignored her, looming over the group. You have until the 12th chime. Decide who it will be, or I will decide for you. It shrank then, folding in on itself, the shadow imploding with a sound like a sucked breath. In seconds, the room was empty except for 6 shaking humans and the rotting echo of its presence. The light in the room flickered back to life. The frost on the windows began to melt, running in thin streams down the glass. But no one moved. Lila knelt by Ethan, who was blinking, dazed but breathing. Hey, she said. Ethan, look at me. Are you okay? He tried to focus. It was everywhere, inside, like being dissected. She squeezed his hand. You're here? Stay with me. Jack ran both hands through his hair. Did that really happen? No one answered. Sophia crouched beside Ollie, who had gone silent and glassy-eyed. It's okay, she said. It's over for now. Ollie didn't respond. He just rocked, hugging himself. Maya sat on the floor, knees up, head buried in her arms. It gave us a choice, she said, voice muffled. That's something, right? Lila shook her head. It's not a choice. It's a death sentence. Jack stood, looking at the group, then at the door, then at the sky outside. We're not giving it anyone, he said. We're getting out. Ethan's voice was barely there. It won't let us. Jack's jaw tightened. We don't just lie down. We figure it out. Maya laughed. A bitter, sharp thing. You gonna logic your way out of this, Jack? He ignored her, started to pace the room as if movement could crowd out the memory of what had just happened. Sophia looked at Lila, eyes full of pleading. What do we do? Lila didn't know. She should have. She was supposed to. She looked at her hands, then at each of her friends, and saw only the exhaustion, the bone-deep terror, the way every one of them had been filleted and left open by the thing's words. We buy time, she said finally. We hold it off. We find a way. No one contradicted her. No one could. Outside, the wind picked up. The station creaked, but held. Inside, the group huddled close, as if proximity might ward off what was coming. They had until midnight, and the shadows at the window started counting down. Morning happened with the violence of a pulled fire alarm. No sunrise, just a rectangular blast of white from the east window, filtered through a windshield of new frost. The ranger station's walls sweated moisture that iced instantly, so every surface was mapped with veins of white, delicate but hard. The heat had gone out of the air and out of the people too. But there was no more waiting. The group moved all at once. Every person shot from their own canister of panic and resolve. Lila found her voice before anyone else. She stood in the exact center of the main room, left hand on hip, right jabbing through the open air with the force of an air traffic controller. "Jack, hardware, rope, any tools. Start in the back shed," she barked. "Ethan, windows and doors, reinforce every inch. Maya, radio, see if there's a signal. Ollie, inventory food, batteries, anything you can throw or burn." She spun, zeroed in on Sophia. Medical, full inventory, and prep for triage. For once, no one questioned her. Even Maya, who'd never in her life accepted an order without a minimum 2-minute argument, nodded and beelined for the comms corner. Ollie mumbled, "On it," and disappeared into the tiny kitchen alcove, feet tripping over every stray object in his path. Lila let herself feel nothing for half a second, then scanned the station for assets, risks, lines of sight. She gave herself 3 minutes to find everything useful, then started her own sweep. Jack was already at the back door, prying the jammed lock with a length of old pipe. The cold outside slammed him in the face. His breath puffed like small detonation clouds as he rummaged the frosted-over lean-to. In under a minute, he emerged with an armload: plastic-wrapped tent stakes, a bag of petrified charcoal, ratty yellow rope, a hacksaw missing half its teeth, and a box of fat nails rusted together in a single clot. He dumped everything on the floor, squatted, and began sorting. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the others. The work pulled his face into an old, comforting scowl. He measured every length of rope against the reach of his own arm, then set to work making slip knots and loops, fingers flying even as the skin split at his knuckles. When he couldn't unstick a tangle, he bit it apart, spat the fibers, and kept going. The table became his workbench. He unscrewed the legs, splitting one into sharp quarters with the hacksaw. Every inch of motion was measured, careful, exact. He knew what mattered now, what didn't. His mind ran on autopilot, a home improvement show for the terminally doomed. Ethan floated in behind, carrying a fistful of tacks and a chair arm he'd pried loose from the dead furniture in the office. "That's the weakest window," he said, pointing. "The frame's warped. If you brace it with the—" But Jack was already there, wedging a length of plank into place, hammering it with the heel of his palm. "Good," said Ethan, and for a moment the two worked together, taping, tacking, and shoving boards at every opening until the only way in or out was the front door. Jack's hands went pink from the cold, then red, then white at the tips. He didn't stop. When the window was braced to Ethan's satisfaction, he muttered, "Next," and disappeared into the hallway, hunting for more loose ends. Jack went back to the rope. He fashioned a tripwire for the main entry. 2 chair legs at foot height, lashed with a strand of yellow, knotted until the tension rang. Next, he rigged a deadfall above the entry. The log was just the upended table, weighted with the station's metal tool chest and suspended by a triple wrap of cord. He whittled the trigger mechanism out of 2 pencils and the plastic ruler from the desk. It took 3 tries and a full 15 minutes, but when he finally set it, it held steady, not even twitching at the draft. As he tested the setup, his left hand slipped, raking the knuckles on a splintered edge. Blood beaded up instantly, bright against the pale wood. He wiped it off on his jeans, then without a word, kept working. Next was the perimeter. He took every piece of broken glass from the trash can and lined it outside the windowsills, embedding them in globs of superglue scavenged from the utility drawer. When that ran out, he melted a tube of stick deodorant over a lighter and set the glass with the sticky residue. Every movement was practiced, tight. In another world, he'd have been showing a class how to make a snare. Here, it was just the job. He pounded more nails into the ends of snap mop handles and stood them tip-up in a row just under the office window. He built a spike mat by weaving tent stakes and pencil nubs through a section of stripped linoleum, then braced it behind the main barricade. When he paused for breath, he caught his reflection in the shattered window. Hair plastered to his scalp, beard gone ragged, mouth set in a line so thin it looked sewn shut. Wood dust coated his arms up to the elbows, and the knuckle he'd cut had left streaks of red in every palm print. He finished the last tripwire, then stood back and looked at his work. It was ugly but functional. The traps were real. He dared himself to hope, just a little, that it would buy time. He found Lila at the center of the room, clipboard in hand. She was writing, marking off tasks as they finished. Her hair was tied back in a rag, face smeared with something gray. Ash, maybe, or the graphite from Ethan's spiral. She looked up at Jack, and for a second, her eyes flashed the old warmth. "Ready?" she said. Jack shrugged. "Best I can do with kindergarten tools. You think it'll hold?" Lila scanned the makeshift arsenal, then nodded once. "It's not about holding, it's about buying minutes." Jack's shoulders slumped, but the words hit the spot. He flexed his hands, watching the joints pop, then wiped the blood from the new cut on his thumb. "Could do with gloves," he muttered. Lila handed him the blue nitrile pair she'd taken from Sophia's med kit. "Don't cut off your hands," she said, not quite joking. He slipped them on. They fit badly, but it was better than raw skin. "Thanks." From the kitchen, Ollie called. "We're low on food, but if anyone wants instant coffee, I have at least 4,000 packets." There was no laughter, but the offer stood. Jack took his coffee black, straight from the packet, and let the bitterness wake up the last corners of his brain. He checked the tripwires once more, tested the deadfall, then paced the circuit of his own making, just to feel the movement. Sophia appeared at his side, hands loaded with gauze, tape, and a homemade tourniquet she'd fashioned from a shoelace. "Let me see your hand," she said. Jack put it out, palm up, and let her wrap it. The pressure stung, but it was a clean pain, one he could understand. "Looks worse than it is," Sophia said, voice low. "But you'll want to keep that dry." Jack snorted. "I'll try not to bleed on your floor." She almost smiled, then nodded and turned away. He watched her cross the room, the way her steps were even and controlled. The only doctor he'd ever met who didn't try to fix what couldn't be fixed. He let himself lean against the wall just for a second and stared at the barricaded front door. Behind it, the woods pressed in. The sunlight through the frost was whiter now, more intense, but it didn't seem to make the world any less cold. Jack flexed his fingers. The hand hurt, but it was good enough. He started another round, checking the traps one by one, never trusting anything he'd built to stay in place without supervision. He'd done what he could. He'd built a fortress from trash and panic, and now it was just a waiting game. Somewhere inside, a clock ticked. It wasn't midnight yet, but it was getting close. He wiped his brow, checked the grip on the hacksaw, and kept working. Maya's kingdom was the radio corner, a shoebox-sized alcove littered with coiled wires, cracked resin dials, and a surplus of dust. She'd cleared space on the desk with surgical violence, shoving aside everything non-essential. An ancient can of bug spray, a crumbling phone book, a plastic fish. The old radio sat dead center, hunched and ugly as a brain tumor. She clicked it on, twisted every dial twice, then frowned at the tremor in her own hands. The machine was older than she was. It reeked of overheated bakelite and ozone, and every time she jostled the chassis, the static pitch shifted like a sick baby's whine. She'd scavenged every battery in the building, mashed them in parallel, then rerouted the antenna lead through the nearest window frame. Cold air bled in around the wires and froze her knuckles, but she worked on, pinning each connection with the tip of her penknife. "If I can just reach the main ranger frequency," she muttered, not to anyone in particular. "Even a bounce off the repeater tower, just one ping." She shorted the leads, and the static briefly organized itself into a voice. Half a word, syllables ground to snow, but enough to make her spine jolt. She leaned in, pressing her ear to the grill. "Come on, come on." The hiss doubled, then tripled. A distant voice warbled in, then vanished. A helium balloon popped underwater. She thumped the side of the radio, hard. The noise shifted, and for a second she thought she heard someone. Her own name? Or maybe Ranger 5? But then it was gone, replaced by a hiss so sharp it made her teeth itch. She scribbled a quick note in the margin of her spiral. Best time, 0930 local. Slight bounce, likely skipped from West Ridge. Then, without missing a beat, she stabbed the screwdriver at the tuning screw and started over. She was aware of Ethan in the background, hammering wood into place with the insistence of a foreclosure crew. He grunted every time he hit the nail wrong, which was often, and she heard the stress in the pattern. 2 or 3 quick strikes, then a pause, then the same again. She wondered if he even knew he was doing it. She tried another frequency. The radio protested, dial knobs squealing under the torque of her wrist. The burst of white noise that followed was almost comforting. At least the world still had a background hum, but nothing else. She sat back, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and considered smashing the radio to bits. It would feel good, even if it killed their last shot at outside contact. Instead, she drew a deep breath, then scanned the desk for any clue she'd missed. A coil of frayed antenna wire, maybe enough to double the range if she strung it up the side of the station. She snatched it, teeth working the insulation down to bare copper, then looped it around the desk lamp for a makeshift ground. One more try. She retuned, slow and patient this time, willing the signal into being. The radio speaker buzzed, then popped. For one heartbeat, Maya heard a clear voice, distant but unmistakable. "Mayday, mayday, this is." Then it collapsed into static. She bared her teeth, a snarl of pure frustration, and nearly bit through the pen cap between her lips. In the momentary silence, she heard Ethan's breathing behind her, ragged, almost hyperventilating. She turned in her chair, saw him wedging a chunk of plywood against the north window, hands shaking so hard the board nearly slipped. "You okay?" she said, not unkind. He didn't answer at first, just rammed the board home with a savage jerk. "The frame's shot," he said, voice thin. "Nothing I do is going to keep it from popping when the pressure's right." He looked at her, eyes pale and bottomed out. "The whole place is a joke. It's supposed to flex with the snow load, but someone rebuilt half the joists with green wood, and now the roofline's shifting." Maya almost laughed, but the look in his face stopped her. "You're saying the building is, what, moving?" Ethan nodded, ran a hand through his hair, then stared at his fingers as if surprised they were still attached. "It's the wrong kind of movement, like the ground's breathing underneath us. I think the whole ridge is unstable." He shot another glance at the window. "If the thing wants in, it'll just wait until the structure fails." Maya licked her lips, then checked the window glass for cracks. "I'm doing what I can here. You want to take over the radio?" Ethan shook his head, but his eyes lingered on the desk, the wires, the mess. "You're better with tech," he said, almost a whisper. "I just wish I could design my way out of this." He left her with that, went back to prying up the next length of trim. Maya watched him, then turned back to the radio, new resolve settling in her chest. If the building was going to give, at least someone might know how and when. She coiled the antenna wire, cracked her knuckles, and started again. This time she tuned slow, tracking every change in the soundscape. The air in the room changed with the frequencies, sometimes thick and humming, sometimes thin as a filament. The radio snapped alive. Maya almost fell out of her chair. A voice, again, but this time, clear. "Ranger Station 4, do you copy? Over." The words stuttered, then repeated, but Maya was certain. She leaned in, heart pounding, and mashed the transmit button. "This is," she started, then remembered protocol. "This is Ranger Station 4. We copy, repeat, we copy. Request immediate assistance. We are under threat. Repeat, immediate assistance needed." The voice came back, slurred but real. "What is the nature of your emergency?" Maya's hands trembled, but she forced her words out. "We are being pursued by an unknown entity. Extreme threat. 5 civilians. We are barricaded inside the station. Repeat, extreme threat. Immediate assistance." A pause. The static thickened. Then, "Help is not coming," said the voice. But the tone was wrong. It was Maya's own voice, thrown back at her, warped and stretched. "You are already inside," it said, "all of you." The radio shorted out, a pop of ozone and burning wire, and the speaker went dead. Maya stared at the radio, then at her own reflection in the black glass of the dial. For a second she thought she saw her mouth moving, even though she was silent. She killed the power switch, then called out, "No signal, it's dead." Ethan looked up, hands covered in new blisters, and nodded. "Me too," he said, meaning the building, the window, the whole effort. For a long minute, neither of them moved. Then, in near unison, they turned toward the main room, where the others huddled around the makeshift barricade. The air felt heavier, denser. Every breath was a reminder that they were running out of options. But at least they'd tried. They joined the others, Ethan wiping sweat from his brow, Maya curling her hands into fists to stop the shaking. They had done everything they could. Now it was just a matter of holding on. Sophia staked out a patch of floor and converted it into a medical war zone. She'd claimed the only intact card table and lined it with the tools of her trade: gauze, scissors, 3 surviving rolls of medical tape, a half bottle of hydrogen peroxide, cotton pads cut into 3s with steady, practiced hands. She organized each piece by necessity: pressure first, blood stop, then the luxury of antibiotics. The alcohol wipes she rationed as if they were gold leaf. Her hands shook anyway. Not much, a millimeter here, a tremor there, but enough that she had to pause between steps, squeezing her fists hard enough to blanch her knuckles. She told herself it was just cold, maybe hunger, maybe the aftershocks of last night's adrenaline dump. She didn't believe it, but the lie let her keep going. She prepped 4 makeshift tourniquets, 1 for each extremity, because she'd read the same journal as Lila and knew that when things got ugly, they got ugly fast. She sterilized the scissors in a coffee mug half filled with boiling water and tried not to think about what she'd have to cut. She kept one eye on the group, watching for signs of shock or injury before they even knew they were hurt. In the center of the room, Lila and Ollie hunched over the battered journal. They sat cross-legged on the floor, journal balanced between their knees, both heads bent together like a pair of conspirators under siege. Ollie turned the pages slow, sometimes reading aloud in a voice more librarian than artist. Lila tracked each line with her finger, lips moving in silent echo, the school teacher never really out of her. "Look at this," Ollie said, stabbing a finger at a smudged sketch halfway through the book. It showed a crude figure, stick-limbed and predatory, with a lattice of faces around it, all different, none fully formed. It says they can't maintain a form if they're forced to imitate too many things at once. Like if you overload the circuit, they glitch out. Lila's brow furrowed. She traced the caption under the picture, mouthing the words, "If you make it doubt itself, it can't hold a shape." She scanned ahead. "But then it says," her voice dipped, "if it loses a form, it gets hungry, hungrier, less picky about what it takes." Ollie shivered, not entirely from the cold. "Maybe that's the play, though. Throw everything at it, force a meltdown." Lila met his eyes. "Or it just eats whatever's left." Ollie nodded, flipping to the next entry. "Here, last page. This guy tried salt at the windows. Didn't help, but he said it avoided light. Not just any light, but shit, what is that?" He squinted at the faded ink. "Light made from burning, organic material. Like a fire, but there's something special about it." Lila read over his shoulder. "It's an old story. The fire has to be from something belonging to the pack." She looked around the station, eyes landing on the pile of scavenged clothes and personal effects in the corner. "That's why it always wants a piece of you. The closer it gets, the more it collects." Ollie let out a nervous laugh. "So it's a hoarder. Great. Means we might have a shot if we can build a proper fire," Lila said. "Not just wood. We have to burn something from each of us." They fell silent, each calculating what they could stand to lose. Ollie plucked at his own sleeve, then at the GoPro harness still tight against his chest. He looked up at Lila, eyes wide and suddenly childlike. "I don't want to do this alone." She nodded. "You won't." Sophia's voice cut in from the table. "You'll need a clean ignition. If you use the stove lighter, I can make it burn hotter with the peroxide." Her hands were already gathering the right vials, the right ratio of cotton to chemical. Ollie shot her a grateful look. "Thanks, Doc." "Don't thank me yet," Sophia said. "We still have to light it." They worked in tandem after that, Ollie collecting the right materials, Lila organizing the order of what to burn, Sophia prepping the burn site to keep from choking everyone out on fumes. Jack joined in, silent but present, contributing the sleeve torn from his old Ranger jacket and the knife from his kit. Maya handed over her backup flash drive, then sat on the floor and watched, arms wrapped tight around herself. Ethan brought a sliver of blue ribbon, the only piece of home he'd kept in his pack. He looked at Lila, then away, then back again, as if searching for the right words. "If this works," he said, "I'll owe you all a beer. Or something stronger." Layla almost smiled. "Let's make it through the day first." With everything set, they built a fire in the old metal wastebasket. Each piece of the group, fabric, plastic, keepsakes, layered in turn. Sophia splashed the top with peroxide and Jack sparked the lighter. The flame was instant, ugly, white-hot and chemical, throwing sharp-edged shadows on every wall. Ollie kept his eyes on the fire, but Lila watched the others. Every person stole glances at the door, the window, and each other. The tension was animal, primal. Who would break? Who would offer themselves up if it meant sparing the rest? Sophia finished tying the last tourniquet, then tucked it into her jacket, ready to grab at a moment's notice. She looked at the burn, then at Lila. Whatever's out there, it's going to want in more than ever now. Lila nodded. We'll be ready. The fire burned quick, but the smell of charred synthetic lingered in the air. For a few minutes the station was just a room again. 6 people, sitting in the strange calm of shared desperation. That's when the scrape came. Not loud, not dramatic, just a whisper of metal on siding, starting at the far side of the building and working its way around. Everyone heard it, every neck stiffening in unison. Maya was first to move. She killed the lantern and dropped to a crouch, staring through the gap between the boards at the nearest window. Ethan flattened himself to the floor, counting the seconds between each scrape. Jack gripped the hacksaw, hands white-knuckled and ready. Lila and Ollie stayed by the fire, eyes locked on the entry. Sophia hovered, one hand on her kit, the other pressed flat to her chest, as if to keep her heart from escaping. The scrape moved around the walls, slow and deliberate, then stopped under the main window. A moment later, a single, perfect knock echoed through the station. Lila held her breath. The silence stretched. Then a voice, clear and chill. "It's time," it said. They braced, each person ready for what came next. Lila stared at the others, waiting for someone, anyone to volunteer. But no one did. Not yet. The scrape resumed, circling the building, patient as a predator with nowhere else to be. And inside the group waited. Not for rescue, not for hope. They waited for the moment they'd have to choose. The room was never truly dark. The lantern's battered bulb fought on, flickering with every shift in the wind, limping around the old ranger station's main room. Shadows stacked themselves in every corner, each one deep enough to hide a body. The friends kept to the center of the space, their backs to each other's backs, breathing in the cold and the stink of their own fear. Lila stood at the window, her post self-assigned. The glass was thick with old grease and the new frost, but her eyes had burned through worse. She had not slept in 30 hours, maybe more. She'd stopped counting after the thing in the woods started talking in voices she knew. Her jaw clenched with a low, constant pressure, as if every tendon in her head had to keep the rest of her from unraveling. She scanned the tree line for the 100th time. The woods outside were a negative, black trunks sliced open by the lantern's orange spill. Sometimes the wind bent the birches, and she'd see movement, or what her brain called movement, and every time she fought the urge to run or scream, or both. Jack had said they should watch for the eyes. Not animal eyes, but something else, too high off the ground, too steady. She had not seen them, not really, but she pretended she had. It made the dread feel less stupid. The others lurked behind her. Maya in the corner, hunched over the dead radio, cracking her knuckles with each cycle of hope and disappointment. Sophia and Ollie pressed together on the warped sofa, neither talking but both trying not to cry. Ethan at the desk, drawing frantic spirals on any scrap of paper left. Jack's silhouette patrolled the entry, always in motion, always one check away from safe. A drift of cold found the edge of the window. It made Lila's teeth ache. She bit down, then looked up, then froze. There were faces in the glass. She did not scream. Instead, she exhaled, short and sharp, then blinked once. They were still there, 6 faces mashed against the outside window, flattened by the cold and the press of something urgent behind them. She knew these faces, each one, the shape of the cheekbones, the line of the nose, the way the hairline always drifted a little left. She'd seen them every morning at 8, first period, Monday to Friday. "Don't," she said, voice bare and raw. But the faces did not vanish. They multiplied, a second row forming above the first, pressed and stretched and hungry for her attention. At the center was Kenzie Tran, bright and stubborn even in this nightmare, her mouth stretched wide in a silent scream. To her right was Diego H., his glasses fogged, his hand pounding on the glass. On the left, Aina, the one Lila had promised to help, the one with the perfect test scores and the mother who'd called her every week. Aina's lips moved over and over. "Miss Montgomery, please. Miss Montgomery, please." A fist banged on the outside pane. It made a dull, wet sound, like a raw steak dropped on tile. Lila's fingers found the windowsill and locked. Her knuckles went white, all blood draining out. She wanted to call for the others, to prove that this was not just her, that the horror had decided to share, but the words wouldn't leave her mouth. Kenzie's face peeled away from the glass, replaced by something else. A hand, impossibly thin, tipped in black, clawed nails that were almost human. The hand curled around Kenzie's chin, then dragged her backwards into the dark. Her eyes never left Lila's. The window filled with streaks of red, then nothing. Lila's breath hitched. "They're not real," she whispered. Behind her, the lantern sputtered, and the room flexed. The group's silence thickened, nobody daring to break the surface. The faces were back. Now it was her seventh period kids, the slackers, the ones who'd barely made it past spring. Gabar held a geometry book over his head, waving it like a white flag. Sarah M. cupped her hands around her mouth, mouthing words Lila couldn't hear. All of them mashed together, bodies pressed and jumbled, trying to break through. Another hand reached out, this one longer, the fingers jointed in too many places. It dug into the top of Gabe's head and squeezed. He howled, mouth opening wider and wider, then vanished into the night like the air had sucked him away. Sarah screamed, then she was gone too. The blood smeared the glass in a pattern that looked for a moment like a map of the school's hallways. "They're not real," Lila said again, louder. "Who isn't?" Jack, from the darkness behind her. She heard the fatigue, the fight, the way he wanted to believe her. "My students, outside." She forced her hands off the sill, then flexed her fingers, feeling for circulation. "It's the thing. It's playing tricks." She turned away from the window, back to the group. She didn't want to admit how hard it was to let go of the glass, how much her eyes wanted to stay with the phase of faces, as if she could help by watching. The hallucination didn't stop. Even with her back turned, she saw the faces burned into her retina, each student staring through her skull. Their names ran in a ticker tape along the edge of her vision. Kenzie, Anna, Gabe, Sarah, more and more. All the ones she'd promised would be safe, would get a letter of recommendation, would survive the year if nothing else. Lila pressed the heels of her hands into her eye sockets, hard. "They're not real," she chanted. "They're not real. They're not—" Something heavy hit the wall. The building shuddered. She staggered, nearly fell, but caught herself on the window frame. The lantern flickered so low it almost quit, then came back, painting the room in deep, sick orange. Lila forced her breathing into even measures. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. It helped a little. From the window, a single, clear tap, glass on glass. Lila ignored it. She turned away from the hallucination, marched into the middle of the room, and looked for something real. Jack's bruised hands, Maya's silhouette, the steady drone of Ethan's muttering. But the faces did not leave her. They waited, right at the edge of the glass, until she dared look again. She did not dare. Instead, she muttered, "They're not real," and wished it sounded more true. Jack circled the main entry like a dog patrolling a fence line. The makeshift barricade was still in place, cot, tool chest, desk, but every 5 minutes he checked it again, testing each lash of paracord and wedge of wood as if something might have come loose in the last circuit. He'd never been good at waiting. Even as a kid, the only way to beat the monsters under the bed was to keep moving, to check and recheck until nothing could surprise you. Tonight, the cold made everything worse. It was a different kind of cold, deep, subarctic, the kind that left a taste of metal on your teeth. His breath came out in thick jets, so dense he half expected to see it freeze midair and drop to the floor. He braced a palm against the desk, leaned his weight into it until the wood groaned. Satisfied, he moved to the window. Frost slicked the glass in wild, fractal patterns. He scraped a peephole with his knuckle and peered outside. Nothing but woods, nothing but dark. A voice cracked from the trees. "Jackie boy, you out there?" He jerked back from the window so fast he slammed his head on the jamb. Stars spun in his vision. He squeezed his eyes shut, counted to 5, then looked again. Empty. He stood motionless for a long moment, waiting for the echo to fade. It didn't. The voice came again, louder, closer, pushing through the glass like it could just walk in. "Jackie boy, need your help." Got turned around, little lost. He gripped the window frame. "No. Nope. Not real," he muttered, but the voice kept coming. It had the same sharp rasp his old man used when he wanted you to listen, the same half-joking growl he used when baiting Jack into a task. As a kid, Jack had spent summers running lines through the woods with his father, mapping trails, marking boundaries, clearing deadfall. Every lesson came as a story, a dare or a trick. The voice now was perfect, too perfect. It even had the old cough at the end of every sentence. Jack took 2 steps back, hands up, breathing hard. The cold didn't help. It felt like every nerve ending had drawn in tight, ready to snap. A shadow flicked past the window. He didn't see it, but his body did. A memory, a signal, something deeper than eyesight. He forced himself to the door, checked the lock again, checked the hinges, checked the tripwire. All solid, all good, all useless. The voice called again, softer, pleading. "Jackie boy, I need you. I'm hurt out here." A memory detonated in his skull. The night his father came home with a gouged hand, red from the knuckle to the wrist. He'd been calm about it, even made a joke while Lila's mom bandaged him up. Jack remembered the blood, the way it clung to every wrinkle, how the cold had turned the whole hand white except for the wound. He remembered thinking, "I'll never be that tough." He wasn't that tough now. His hands shook as he traced the outline of the door, as if expecting to find it unlocked, open, betraying the group. He pressed his ear to the wood, listening. For a moment, only silence. Then, "Jackie, open up, please, hurts bad." Jack's hand moved to the latch before he realized it. He caught himself, flexed his fingers, then balled them into fists. Behind him, Maya's footsteps, soft and uncertain. "You okay?" she said. Her voice sounded tired but real. He didn't answer. He couldn't. If he looked at her, he was afraid of what might be there. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and her hand was wrong. It was bigger, harder. The fingernails bitten short, always a little dirty at the edges. The hand that used to rest on Jack's shoulder, guiding him up a trail, or dragging him out of trouble, or just squeezing once to say good job. He spun, heart cannoning in his chest. For a split second, Maya's face split and stitched into his father's. Heavy brow, crooked nose, a scar above the eyebrow. The eyes his own but older, meaner. Jack stumbled back, hit the wall, and gasped. The sweat leapt off his skin in a sudden cold wash. Maya blinked, startled. "Jesus, Jack, what?" He stared at her. The face was hers again. The hand was hers. She looked as tired and lost as he felt. "You okay?" she repeated, this time gentler. He wiped his hands down his face, trying to scrub away the image. "Just tired," he lied. Maya didn't buy it. She narrowed her eyes, the analyst at work. "You heard it, didn't you?" Jack said nothing. She squeezed his shoulder, this time very much herself. "It's the thing. It's fucking with us." Her voice shook, but she powered through. "You don't have to answer it. You don't have to be that guy." Jack wanted to laugh, or cry, or just pound his fist through the wall until the tremor in his hands stopped. The voice outside was closer now. "Jackie boy, I'm cold out here. Door's stuck. Need you to open it." Jack could see the shadow through the crack under the frame, a thickening of the dark that could have been anything, but he knew in his bones that it was his father. Or something wearing his father like a cheap jacket. He braced a hand against the door, the other still gripping Maya's arm, anchoring himself to this reality. The wood vibrated under his palm with every word. "Jackie, please." Jack leaned in, pressed his forehead to the splintered wood. He whispered, "You're dead," as quietly as he could. "You're dead. You died 3 years ago." The voice didn't change. "Not dead, just lost. Need your help, son, like old times." Maya watched him, eyes wide, not daring to interrupt. Jack's chest locked, breath hitching in little half-sobs. He remembered the funeral, the empty feeling, the way he'd sworn never to need his father again. He remembered telling Lila that it was better this way, less disappointment, less weight. Now the weight was back, pressing on every rib. The door handle rattled. Not much, just a test, but enough to make Jack's knees nearly buckle. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling cold down his temple, even though the air in the station was just above freezing. He looked at Maya, then at the others, Sophia tending to Ollie, Ethan muttering at his stack of paper, Lila standing rigid at the window. All of them depended on this door staying shut, on him staying shut. The voice outside tried one last time, soft and perfect and final. "Jackie, come on, need you now." Jack closed his eyes. He let the cold and the fear and the sweat fight it out inside him. He didn't move. He didn't answer. The voice faded, but the echo stayed behind. rattling around his chest like a loose nail. Jack sank down to the floor, back to the wall, hands still trembling, and tried to remember how to breathe. Maya sat next to him, silent, the two of them a pair of ghosts waiting for the next round. Outside, the woods waited, and so did the voice, patient as the dark. Maya claimed the only spot in the ranger station that wasn't already colonized by a pile of gear or a person losing their mind. She dropped to the floor in the far corner, back tight against the wall, knees hiked up to make a desk for the battered laptop balanced in front of her. The glow from the screen bleached her face to ghost, and the only warmth she felt was the low-grade heat off the computer's dying battery. She'd jury-rigged a makeshift antenna out of copper wire, old tent poles, and the station's busted desk lamp. It looked like a dead spider lashed to the window frame, but it was her only shot. She didn't dare ask the group for help. Lila was locked in some private hell, Jack was barely vertical, Ethan hadn't moved from the desk, and Sophia was triaging Ollie for wounds real and imagined. The laptop booted slower every time. She thumbed the power, waited for the ancient OS to drag itself up. The usual password screen flickered, then stuttered, then came back. Wrong font, weird kerning, like someone had hand-copied the entire UI from memory. She entered her password. The machine hesitated, then let her in. The system tray time was off by hours. She ignored it and went straight to the signal analyzer, fingers flying, eyes darting between the software and the window. For a minute, she found a groove. Click, scan, adjust the gain, click again. The white noise of failure was almost comforting. At least she knew it. At least she could quantify it. Then the first glitch. The pointer lagged. It left a tail like a comet across the screen. When she moved the mouse, the tail didn't fade. It stuck, painting the desktop in a zigzag of failed motions. She tried to clear it, but every click spawned more windows, error messages in a language she didn't know, lines of code that shouldn't be visible, strings of numbers crawling like ants across the desktop background. She blinked. The numbers kept moving, even with her eyes closed. Maya dug her nails into her thigh. "No, no, no," she whispered, breath fogging the screen. She forced herself to focus on the real, the tangible, the heat of the laptop, the bite of her own nails, the sound of Jack's heavy breathing across the room. But the numbers grew. They spilled from the edges of the screen, marching down the side of the case, threading along the laminate floor, then up the wall. Each digit was precise, rendered in the blocky LCD font of a calculator, but they crawled like beetles, infesting the seams of reality. Maya reached for the power, but her hand froze halfway. If she killed the laptop, what was left? She needed the logic, needed the illusion of control. The screen flickered, then went full black. For a second, she saw her reflection. A face pulled tight with fear, every pore leaking sweat despite the cold. The blackness shifted, resolving into faces. They weren't quite human, but they wanted to be. Each face built from numbers, matrices, the hard angles of vector graphics. They blinked at her in rapid sequence. Sometimes her own face, sometimes her father's, sometimes her old mentor's, the one who'd said she was too brittle to lead, too smart to follow. Each face glitched, fractured, then dissolved into the next, until it was just a blur of disappointed eyes and silent, open mouths. The screen flashed. An error message filled the display. "Your signal is unreliable. Your input is insufficient. Please try again." Then, below it, "You will never fix this." Maya recoiled, but the screen advanced. The cursor danced along the error, deleting and retyping the last line, each version meaner than the last. "You will never fix this. You will never fix anything. You are the failure point." She slammed the lid shut, but the numbers didn't stop. They crawled the inside of her eyelids, imprinted on the world behind the world. She hugged her knees, pressing them so hard to her chest it hurt. The station walls flexed in and out, bulging with the crawl of data, every knot in the woods spiraling into a Mobius strip of numbers. "Stop," she whispered. "Please." The numbers responded, arranging themselves into a face, her face, mouth stretched wide, eyes infinite zeros. She opened the laptop, needing to see if it was real, if the hallucination was outpacing the hardware. The display flickered on, but now it showed nothing but a single, slowly scrolling line of text. "There is no signal." And below it, a new line, in red, "You are alone." She tried to type. Her hands shook so bad the first command was a typo, the second just gibberish. She tried to think through it, to rationalize, to find the pattern in the noise. But the code just multiplied, each line more hostile than the last, each subroutine a mockery of her own mind. Even the window glass caught the reflection. Digits and vectors and error prompts, blinking in time with her pulse. Her breathing thinned. Her mouth tasted metal. The world narrowed to the screen. The numbers, the proof of her own irrelevance. She scraped her nails across her forearm, just to feel the difference between flesh and plastic. It wasn't enough. The faces watched her, crowding in. The numbers crawled, faster and faster, until the laptop combusted into a screen of pure weaponized light. She wanted to scream, but the scream got lost in the crawl. "This isn't logical," she whispered. "This can't be happening." But it was. It was all happening, and the data didn't care if she understood it. Maya dropped the laptop, curled up in the corner, and let the numbers flood her vision. The error kept scrolling, line after line, until it filled the whole world. Ethan clung to the desk like it was the only stable land left on a tilting planet. The pencil in his grip left a groove in his palm, but he needed the edge, the threat of a splinter, to remind him he was real, and not a fever dream echoing through the ranger station. He'd commandeered the desk the moment they arrived. It was the only surface flat enough for drawing, for measuring, for controlling. Every page of graph paper was already consumed, front and back, with sketches. The floor plan, side elevations, stress diagrams of every load-bearing wall. He'd mapped out escape routes, the distance between windows, the precise number of seconds it would take to reach the woods if they had to run. Now he worked on reinforcement plans, even though he knew the materials weren't up to code. The walls were old, the ceiling spongy, the floor pitched at least an inch toward the west. He wrote numbers, erased them, wrote more, filling the margins with frantic recalculations. He checked each figure twice, 3 times, as if certainty alone could prop up the building. A sound like ice popping in a glass made him look up. There, in the ceiling's far corner, a hairline crack ran from the edge of the light fixture to the wall. He stared, blinked, blinked again. The crack deepened, splintering like a roadmap of failure. He tried to measure it by eye, but the line kept shifting. First a 1/4 inch, then half, then a full inch as the ceiling plaster bulged around it. He checked his own drawing, cross-referenced the joist spacing. The crack wasn't possible, not unless the roof load had quadrupled overnight, or the walls were collapsing. He looked around for backup, for anyone else to confirm what he saw. Jack was slumped by the door, Maya in a fetal knot, Lila at the window with her jaw set to break. Nobody noticed the ceiling. Nobody cared. He took a photo with his phone, just to see if it would show up, but the screen came back black. Not blank, just black. He tried to focus on the math. If the crack grew at 1 inch per minute, the ceiling would give way in under an hour. He mapped it on paper, the arc of failure, the point of first collapse. Each time he checked the math, the numbers came back worse. A shudder ran through the station. He felt it in his feet, a tremor less than a Richter one but enough to bounce the pencil on the desk. He stood, slow, and put both hands on the wall. He pressed. The surface bowed under his touch, like warm dough. Impossible, but he felt it. He called to the others. "Wall's giving. We need to brace it." No one moved. Jack flicked an eye open, then closed it again. Maya muttered in her sleep, the syllables lost to the wind. Lila said nothing. Ethan pressed harder. The wall moved, a full centimeter, maybe 2, before stopping. He looked to the far end of the room, where another hairline crack split the paint in a zigzag from floor to ceiling. He went back to the desk, fumbled for tape, nails, anything. He tried to lash a desk drawer across the crack, but the wood splintered as soon as he put weight on it. He drew more sketches, but the lines blurred, the pencil tips smudging the paper as his hands shook. Sweat slicked his fingers, turned the pencil greasy and impossible to control. The crack in the ceiling widened. He could see daylight now, a pale rim of sky through the gap. He staggered to the window, braced a hand against the sill, and checked the walls again. The logs outside the station were twisted, warped, as if the whole structure had been spun on a lathe. He tried to recalculate, but the math wouldn't hold. Every answer he got was wrong, impossible. He heard a voice, low and close, just over his shoulder. "Never could get the numbers to work out, could you?" He spun. No one there. The voice came again, softer. "Can't fix this. Never could." He slammed a fist on the desk. The whole surface bounced, papers scattering. He forced himself to focus, to list facts in order, the way his father taught him. Ceiling height, 8.2 feet. Stud spacing, 24 inches on center. Floor load, less than 100 pounds per square foot. Failure point, not yet. He repeated these facts over and over, hoping the structure would hear him and pull itself together. But the cracks kept growing. The beams above his head bent inward. The walls pulsed like a sick animal's lungs. The floor sloped so much now that his chair rolled away from the desk, bumping against the wall. He tried to warn the others again. Walls are going. Ceiling next. We need to get under the desk, or... Ollie just laughed, a hollow, ugly sound. It's not real, man. You're just seeing things. But Ethan knew. He saw the collapse before it happened. He pressed both palms flat to the wall, feeling the way the grain flexed, how close it was to buckling. He dug his feet into the floor, tried to anchor himself with his own body weight, like he could hold the building up through will alone. He whispered, "Hold," and the word tasted like iron. A fresh shudder. The ceiling dipped another 2 inches, dust raining down. He closed his eyes, saw every flaw, every shortcut, every place where his calculations had failed to account for the pressure. He muttered numbers, codes, equations, trying to summon the answer. But the only answer was collapse. He braced and braced and braced until the walls stopped moving. For now, he kept his hands flat to the wood, breathing fast and shallow, as if he could keep the station upright with nothing but his own heartbeat. Ethan didn't know if it was working. He didn't know if it mattered. He just held on, and waited for the next crack to split the world apart. Sophia sat cross-legged on the floor, medical kit open, its contents splayed with triage precision. Every item had a place. Every step in her routine was the same as it had been in med school, in the ER, in every other crisis where the world shrank to hands and wounds and getting the next person through. Right now, Ollie was the next person. He held his arm out, the skin beneath torn from a bad trip over the sofa frame. Not deep, but ugly enough to need gauze and tape. Sophia wiped it with alcohol, the smell sharp, almost sweet, a clean break from the must and rot of the station. "You ever get used to that?" Ollie asked, trying to make a joke out of the sting. "No," Sophia said, voice flat but kind. "But you get used to ignoring it." She pressed a pad to his skin. For a second her hands shook, but only a second. Then the old habit kicked in, and the shakes retreated. She wrapped the arm neat and tight. The antiseptic smell thickened, mixing with something else, something floral and faintly rotten. She recognized it immediately. The corridor in her old ER, the ghost of Lily's from the hospital gift shop. It rose, a memory she'd spent years chasing away with coffee and chemical scrubs. She blinked, and when her eyes opened, the station's shadows had shifted. A figure stood at the edge of the light, just outside the circle made by the lantern. He was young, maybe early 20s, black hair, sweat glued to his forehead, a split down the middle of his chest that leaked blood in slow, syrupy ropes. He looked at her the way all the dying did, hungry, furious, desperate for an explanation. "Why didn't you try harder?" he asked, the words thick with fluid. Sophia's hands froze. The gauze in her palm unspooled, a long, slow unravel. She stared at the apparition, heart slamming in her chest. Another figure joined him. A child this time, maybe 10, arms wrapped tight to her body with a field dressing Sophia recognized, her own, from 3 years ago. The girl's eyes were blank, black as the night outside. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Sophia looked away, back to Ollie, but his arm now ran with a blood that wouldn't stop, the bright red staining the gauze, her fingers, the floor beneath them. Her heart rate spiked, her breath came fast, too fast. "Stop," she said to no one. The shadows crowded closer, all of them familiar, every face a patient she'd failed or let go. The walls warped, and the station's air was suddenly wet with the sound of flatlining monitors. First one, then a full chorus, the beep, beep, beep collapsing into a single endless tone. Ollie's mouth moved, but she couldn't hear him over the noise. She pressed down harder on his arm, trying to will the bleeding to stop, but the blood just kept coming. She closed her eyes, forced herself to count to 10. She recited the facts. Ollie was alive. His pulse was strong. The wound was superficial. It would clot. The blood wasn't real. Couldn't be. She opened her eyes. The blood was gone. Her hands were clean, but the shadows stayed. She wrapped the bandage tight, used more tape than necessary. She focused on the micro-tasks: tear, press, fold, check circulation. Each step was a rope, pulling her back from the edge. The hallucination didn't care. It kept up the pressure. The faces and voices multiplying in the periphery, each one a personal indictment. She heard her grandmother's voice, the real one, slicing through the din. "You're not a miracle worker. You do your best. That's all." She finished the wrap, patted Ollie's shoulder. "All done," she said, forcing a smile. "Keep it above your heart for a while." Ollie nodded, his own face pale but grateful. "You're the best, Sophia." She almost laughed at that, but instead she closed the kit with hands that didn't shake at all. The shadows withdrew, their disappointment lingering in the smell of lilies and bleach. Sophia turned to the others. Lila at the window, Jack on the floor, Ethan at the wall, Maya in her data cave. She measured each of them, looking for signs of blood, shock, life. They all still had a pulse. That was enough, for now. She lined up the medical kit, snapped it shut, and waited for the next crisis. Ollie burrowed by the fire, knees up, sketchbook braced against his thigh. Drawing was the only thing that worked, the only way to drag his mind out of the spiral, keep it ahead of the teeth nipping at the edges. Every new page was a project, a challenge, a desperate distraction. He filled them with monsters, old cartoons, scenes from the trail, anything but the faces in this room. Tonight's monster was a hybrid. Body of a wolf, face of a man. He layered the fur with quick, cross-hatched strokes, then shaded the mouth until the teeth seemed to glow. He signed the drawing at the bottom, just to prove he was still here. Still real. He turned the page. On this one, he drew the ranger station, windows dark, trees closing in, a single curl of smoke from the stovepipe. He added himself, the little stick figure waving from the porch. He drew the others too. Lila at the window, Jack by the door, Maya in her corner, Ethan with his pencil. He made Sophia's hair longer than real life, just because it looked better that way. He stared at the picture, then glanced up at the room. The placement was perfect. For a second he felt proud, almost safe. Then the sketch moved. It was subtle, barely more than a tremor in the paper, like the lines had just settled into place. He blinked. The stick Lila shifted, one hand raised, the other pressed to her mouth. Stick Jack turned his head, eyes looking toward the forest. The little Ollie on the porch hunched his shoulders, set the sketchbook down, and pointed at the woods. Ollie dropped the pen. He flexed his hands, rubbed his eyes, tried to laugh it off. Stress, low blood sugar, maybe a migraine coming on. He picked up the sketchbook and flipped the page back to the wolfman. The creature's pupils dilated. The tongue unrolled, forked at the tip. Ollie's name was scrawled along the tongue in his own handwriting. A detail he was sure he hadn't drawn. A sound from the window made him flinch. 3 sharp raps, just above Lila's head. He looked up. Lila was pressed to the glass, face pale, jaw locked. Ollie looked back at the sketchbook. Now all the drawn figures had turned to face him. Every cartoon eye pointed straight out of the page. The little stick Ollie on the porch waved his arms, desperate. He snapped the book shut. The fire popped, sparks leaping in the dark. From the corner, Maya's laptop flashed. Every time it pulsed, the shadows along the walls crawled an inch closer to the circle of lantern light. Each pulse synced with a faint, high-pitched whine, a noise just at the edge of hearing. Ollie hugged the sketchbook to his chest. The paper inside moved, a ripple traveling from front to back, the pages undulating like a nervous animal. He flipped it open again, slower this time, holding the top page between finger and thumb. A new drawing had appeared. He didn't remember making it. The lines were sharp, angry, the crosshatch so dense it was almost solid black. In the center was the station door, drawn huge, and on the other side, just visible through the peephole, an eye, wild and bright and unmistakably his own. A voice slid under the door. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, something in his jaw, the itch of words wanting out. "Ollie," it whispered. He looked to the others, but nobody seemed to notice. Sophia rummaged in her med kit, hands trembling. Ethan muttered at the wall. Jack stared at the floor, eyes glassy. Maya was curled tight, only her fingers moving, clutching the computer to her chest. He heard it again. "Ollie." This time the voice matched his own, but with something wrong beneath it, a mimicry, as if someone had cut up his laugh and glued it back together with razor blades. Ollie tried to close his ears, but the voice multiplied. overlapping with the others. Each friend called to him, one after another, their voices blending into a single, endless whisper. Ollie, come here, man. You have to see this." He squeezed his eyes shut, but the hallucination only got worse. The sketches on the inside of his eyelids moved. Monsters, faces, all the things he'd drawn and wished he could forget. They crawled over each other, merging into a single, massive, writhing shape. He heard the latch click, not loud, but definite. Ollie's hand moved on its own, reaching for the door. His mind screamed to stop, but his body didn't listen. He stood, sketchbook dangling from numb fingers, and shuffled across the room. Nobody stopped him. They were all trapped in their own loops, lost in personal hells. He put a hand on the knob. The metal was freezing, but he didn't feel it. From outside, the voice came again. It was perfect now. His, but full of joy, excitement, longing. "Ollie, it's so good out here. Come see." He started to turn the handle, a blur of motion from behind. Sophia, breaking free of her trance, she crashed into him, knocking both to the floor. The back of his head hit the tile, vision sparking white. "Ollie, no!" she shouted, louder than he'd ever heard her. The door shuddered under the impact. A howl rose from the dark outside, so sharp it made the lantern gutter and the air taste of ozone. Ollie blinked, looked up at Sophia, her face an inch from his, eyes wide and wet and fiercely, beautifully alive. The sketchbook lay open on the ground. Every page writhed, the drawings fighting to get out, the monsters and memories clawing at the paper. Ollie pulled his arm free, clutching his head. The voices faded. The real ones, not the hallucinated ones, came back. Jack cursing softly, Lila gasping, Maya crying without making a sound. Sophia held his shoulder, grounding him. "You're okay. It's just noise," she said. "It can't get in. You're here." He nodded but couldn't speak. The door rattled once, twice, then stopped. Outside, the howl of the thing, his own voice twisted, echoed off into the woods. Ollie sat up, his breath coming in staccato bursts. Sophia held on to him, anchoring them both in the present. He looked at the sketchbook. The pages stilled. The monsters were just drawings again. He closed the book, then looked at the door, then at the group. They were all still here. For now, he didn't let go of Sophia. Not for a long time. The board over the back window failed at 5:39 a.m. It didn't just snap. It detonated, the old pine plank splitting down its length and ricocheting across the station, shrapnel painting the air with splinters. For a second, no one moved. Lila's mind grabbed the sound and locked it down with teacherly calm, marking the time and place as if she'd have to write a report later. Then the rest of the window caved, glass raining over the narrow desk. Cold poured in, so sharp it burned. Maya shouted, "It's in!" before the thought finished forming. Jack leapt to his feet, arms full of sharpened mop handle, blood crusted at the knuckles from last night's work. Sophia ducked, hands over her head, but already reaching for her depleted med kit. Ollie froze with a half-swallowed mouthful of instant coffee, face gone sick and translucent. Ethan, for one beautiful moment, just stared at the breach and tried to recalculate the odds. Then the Skinwalker came through. It didn't hesitate. It moved the way floodwater moved, in a single, surging mass. Lila saw the first shape, a silhouette of Jack but stretched and flickering, mouth open too wide and too many teeth. The arms were wrong, jointed off-axis, hands opening and closing with double-jointed certainty. Jack met it with the mop handle. The impact was wet, a noise between a slap and a squish, and the Skinwalker yielded, then rebounded, wrapping one arm around the weapon and yanking Jack forward so hard his feet left the ground. The tripwire snapped with a sad little whine. The coffee can trap Jack rigged never fired. Lila didn't let herself think. "Fall back," she screamed. "Maya, window 2, Ethan, cover left. Jack, drop it, drop it." The Skinwalker switched faces mid-pull, now Lila's own, but drained, eyes blacked out, smile lazy as a drunk's. It hissed at her, voice exact, teacher's pet, always so sure you're in control. Jack braced the mop, twisting away. The Skinwalker held, then let go, sending Jack tumbling into the card table. A full gallon of peroxide went flying, baptizing the floor and half the monster. Where it hit, the Skinwalker's skin puckered, then boiled, sloughing away in chunks that reeked of burnt hair and ammonia. Sophia crawled across the floor, dragging the med kit and her own battered body. She passed within a foot of the creature, and for a moment it ignored her, too busy drinking in the chaos. Lila watched the focus shift. Actually saw. The The Skinwalker's head flicked toward each moving target, as if reading their heat, their hearts, their very breath. Ollie ducked behind the sofa, drawing in tight as a pill bug. The Skinwalker's arm elongated, fingers worming under the furniture. The hand sprouted a second hand, and both sets of fingers seized Ollie's calf and pulled. Ollie screamed, high and involuntary. Lila snatched a chair leg, felt the weight, and charged. Her feet never left the ground. It was all forward, all momentum, all anger. The impact landed at the shoulder, driving a jagged end into the Skinwalker's torso. There was give, then resistance, then a noise like a milkshake in a blender. The thing's attention shot to her. Its face changed, the mouth turned inside out, the eyes multiplied. It said in 6 voices at once, "Would you like to see your mother?" Lila choked, didn't stop swinging. Behind her, Maya screamed, "It's shifting faster, 10, 11 seconds per face." Maya's own face was painted with sweat, glasses fogged, but she still had her laptop open, using the display as a shield against the thing's shifting. Ethan was at the window, trying to wedge a broken shelf across the gap. "It's inside. Nothing's keeping it out," he shouted, then took the whole shelf and hurled it like a spear. It missed the Skinwalker by a foot, but clipped the top of its head. A thick rope of black slop spilled from the wound. The Skinwalker flicked a piece at Ethan, and it landed with a hiss, eating through his sleeve and raising an instant, bright burn. "Acid!" Ethan yelped, hand to his arm. Sophia had a bottle of saline in hand and sprayed him on the run, then hurled the rest at the Skinwalker. It recoiled, more confused than hurt, and in that heartbeat, Lila grabbed Ollie by the waistband and dragged him out from under the sofa. Ollie's ankle was bleeding, but not broken. He tried to talk, managed only a wet whimper. Layla said, "Sophia, tourniquet now," and let Ollie go, spinning to put herself between the Skinwalker and the group. The thing advanced, slower now, body melting in places and reforming. It looked down at the chair leg in its chest, and with a slow, almost loving motion, pulled it out. The splintered wood came with a knot of something gelatinous and black, which the Skinwalker examined before tossing at Lila's feet. It smiled, then doubled in size, then shrank in half. It was playing with scale. Learning. Jack wiped blood from his face, then ran at the thing with the hacksaw. The Skinwalker waited, patient, until Jack was within striking distance, then shifted again, this time into Jack's own form, but older, beard gray, eyes caved in. They faced each other for a split second. 2 Jacks, one real and one deranged by evolution. The real Jack didn't hesitate. He swept the hacksaw up, aiming for the throat. The Skinwalker let it cut, then clamped its own hand over the blade, snapping it in half. The severed end punched into Jack's palm. He roared, more in rage than pain. "You like to fix things," the Skinwalker said, using Jack's own voice. "You can't fix yourself." Jack spat at it, then punched it in the face. The impact caved in the nose, but only for a second. The flesh flowed back into place like wet plaster. Ethan shouted, "Back to the east corner? Lila, guide!" Leela grabbed Maya, who'd huddled against the wall with her laptop and a coil of copper wire, and hauled her upright. "Get your shit together," she snapped. "We need eyes on that thing." Maya blinked, then nodded, knuckles white on the keyboard. "It hates the light. The more direct, the more unstable it gets. We have to keep it in the open." Lila looked around the station. Shattered glass, blood, half the lanterns dead, the old battery lamp flickering on the desk. "Ethan, give me the lamp," she shouted. He ripped it from the wall and tossed it to her. Lila caught it, fumbled with the switch, got it to full beam. She pointed it at the Skinwalker. The light painted the monster's face white, then ultraviolet, then something beyond color. The Skinwalker twitched, spasm after spasm, and tried to shield its eyes with too many hands. Jack saw the opportunity, grabbed the nearest weapon, broken table leg maybe, or just a length of pipe, and jabbed it at the thing's side. It went in, sank almost to the hilt. The Skinwalker staggered, reared, and lashed out, backhanding Jack into the shelf. He slid down, trailing blood. Sophia screamed, "He's bleeding out!" Lila yelled, "Get him clear! Maya, keep the lamp on it! Ethan, cover the gap!" The Skinwalker circled, forcing the group toward the ruined office. The kitchen was a disaster, cans and glass everywhere, but the old walk-in closet looked defensible. Lila herded the group toward it, using the lamp to keep the Skinwalker at bay. Each time the light hit, the creature's face blurred, as if a TV with all channels playing at once. Sometimes it was her father, sometimes a dead friend, sometimes just a blur of hate and hunger. It spoke as it followed. Which of you will be first? Which mask do you prefer? The hero, the coward, the lover, the liar. Ethan slammed the closet door, then braced it with his full body weight. Sophia dragged Jack inside, hands pressed tight to his wound. Lila kept the lamp pointed through the slats, daring the Skinwalker to come closer. Maya, pressed against the far wall, whispered, "It doesn't know what to do. We're all together. It wants us alone." Ollie, who hadn't said a word since the attack started, whispered, "We're not alone in here. It's in the walls." Lila didn't have time for panic. She yanked open the battery panel on the lamp, checked the charge. "Ethan, how long do we get?" "Minutes. Less if it's draining on purpose." Sophia tore a strip from her own shirt, bound Jack's arm, and fished out the last of the gauze. "We need to stop the bleeding or he's not moving." The closet walls shook as the Skinwalker pounded the door. The hinges flexed, wood crumbled, but it didn't break through. Instead, it started whispering. Lila heard her own voice first, reciting an old lesson plan. Then Jack's, telling her it was okay to be afraid. Then Maya, then Ethan, then every voice she'd ever trusted, all layered atop each other. "We can end this, you know," it said, soft and sweet. "Just one of you opens the door. Just one of you gives up." Maya looked at Lila, eyes wet but steady. "What do we do?" Lila took stock. Jack down, bleeding. Ethan exhausted, hands turning blue. Maya near catatonic. Sophia stretched past the breaking point. Only Ollie was uninjured, but he was curled on the floor, shivering. She said, "We hold until daylight. We keep the lamp on it, and when the sun comes up, we run." The Skinwalker listened. It snickered. "What makes you think the sun will help?" it said. "I have lived here longer than the light." Ollie started to whimper, quiet at first, then building until it was a chant. "Don't open the door, don't open the door, don't open the door." Sophia pressed her hand over his mouth, hugged him in close. The next impact on the closet door was harder. The wood splintered, and a clawed hand slipped through. Lila batted it with the lamp, the beam charring the fingers to black. The Skinwalker howled, yanked the limb back, and for a second it left them alone. Jack's eyes fluttered open. "Did we make it?" he asked, voice barely there. Lila touched his shoulder. "We're still here." Jack coughed, then managed a weak grin. "Told you we'd hold." From outside, the Skinwalker whispered, "Not for long." The lamp's glow shrank, battery draining to a dull, bluish haze. Lila looked around at her friends, then at the ruined station, then at the hairline crack of pink light forming at the window in the main room. "Dawn was coming," she said. "We hold." And waited for the next attack. The closet door gave way on the third hit. Not a bash, but a surgical stab. The Skinwalker's fingers, 5 of them, then 7, then back to 5, slid between the slats and pried, popping the screws in sequence with calm mechanical pressure. Then the whole door caved, and the creature was there, framed by sunrise and a blizzard of plaster dust. Lila saw the split-second recoil in the monster's posture, the way it flinched from the thin pink band of morning behind her. But it entered anyway, leaking darkness. It divided, not physically but in intent. The focus was scattershot, always everywhere. Jack caught the brunt of it first. The Skinwalker made itself his mirror, exact except for the blank holes where the eyes should be and the way the smile never ever ended. Jack reached for the closest weapon, a splintered mop handle, recycled from the barricade. The twin matched him, hand for hand, right down to the twist in the wrist. They circled, then the creature lunged, yanking the weapon from Jack's hand and, with a casual snap, broke it over one perfect replica knee. "You break so easy," it said. Jack's own voice pitch shifted down to corpse register. "All that muscle, all that promise, still just a scared little kid who needs his daddy." Jack barked a laugh, wild and sharp. "Fuck off, my dad's dead." "So are you," the doppelganger replied, and drove the handle into Jack's shoulder, pinning him to the drywall. Elsewhere, Sophia had Ollie on the floor, his pants rolled to the knee, gauze pressed tight to the meat of his shin. Blood ran down her wrist, not his. The jagged end of the mop handle had scraped her in the chaos. And now she leaked all over the bandage, red soaking white, a mess of biology she couldn't triage. She kept her hands moving, even as the patient next to her, a boy she'd once lost in the ER, face bashed in from a bike accident, sat up, turned his head on a neck that rotated all the way around and started to crawl toward her. "You didn't try hard enough," the boy crooned. "You left me for the next one." You always leave. Sophia's hand shook, but she made the wrap anyway, tied off the bandage and hissed to Ollie, "Can you stand?" Ollie nodded, but only in the literal sense. The rest of his body was still frozen with fear. The Skinwalker's child form grinned at Sophia, teeth erupting from bloodied gums. It lunged, but Sophia caught it midair, pinned it to the tile with her own weight, and screamed into its face, "You're not real. You're not." The thing dissolved in her hands, popping like a balloon of rotten milk. She choked on the stink, then wiped her hands and stood. Maya was motionless by the window, eyes glued to the monster's shifting center. Her glasses were cracked, her nose bled, a thin, unacknowledged trickle. She wasn't just watching, she was measuring, counting the cadence of the Skinwalker's mutations, plotting the sequence. "It's fractal," she said, more to herself than anyone. "Every time it splits, it's weaker. 7 seconds between major shifts. If we force it to copy faster, it can't keep up." Ethan heard, grabbed the logic, and ran with it. "Draw it out. Make it follow. It has to imitate to kill." Lila grabbed the lamp, now running on last fumes, and flashed it at the Skinwalker's core. The light made the monster strobe through shapes, Jack, then Maya, then a half-formed mass of blackened bone. For a second, it flashed Lila's own face, then her mother's. Then the lamp died, and the thing stabilized. "Keep moving," Lila shouted. "Don't let it get a fix." The team scattered. Ethan shoved the battered table into the center of the room, using it as a moving shield. He mapped a route in his head, door to desk to the north wall, then shouted, "Go left! Go left!" as the Skinwalker tried to flank them. Jack, one arm dangling useless, ripped the broken handle from his shoulder and used it as a spike. The pain cleared his head, gave him a focus beyond fear. He stabbed the table's end into the monster's chest, pinning it for a half-beat before the creature oozed around the weapon. "I see you, Jack," it said. "You could have been so much more." Jack spat, "So could you," and head-butted the monster in the face. It staggered. Jack almost smiled. On the other side of the room, Maya called out, "It can't hold two forms in the same place. Sophia, bait it toward the fire." The old wastebasket flame was guttering but alive, filled with half-burned drawings, wood scraps, and a few chunks of plastic. The stench was unreal. Sophia and Ollie limped together, Ollie clinging to Sophia's jacket. The Skinwalker tracked them, trying to split its mass between Jack and Maya, then wavered, uncertain. It flickered through a dozen faces, then howled. A warble that was all the friends' voices at once, with a backing track of every regret they'd ever spoken aloud. Maya advanced on the monster, not with weapon but with words. "You're just code. You're just a bad algorithm." She held her phone up, recording the thing, and the Skinwalker hesitated, staring into the lens as if it recognized itself for the first time. "You don't belong here," Maya hissed. "You're just an echo." The Skinwalker's face split in two. One side was Maya's, perfect down to the scar under her lip. The other was something old and inhuman, a tangle of wires and bone. "Who are you to say what belongs?" it spat. "Someone who remembers what it's like to be human," Maya answered. The monster recoiled, flicked a tendril at her, but missed. The room shuddered, walls flexing, ceiling buckling under the strain. Ethan barked, "Next breach in 30 seconds tops." He could feel the tension in the beams, the way the structure threatened to implode. "We hold here, or we're done." Lila positioned herself between the Skinwalker and the others, holding her broken chair leg like a broadsword. The Skinwalker mimicked her, twin Lilas now advancing, both faces locked in that schoolmarm rage. For a beat, they stared each other down. "You always did think you could save them all," the Skinwalker said, Lila's own voice, older and cracked. "But you failed. Again. And again." "Still better than giving up," Lila spat. She lunged, swung for the head. The impact jarred her elbow, but the monster's face split wide, then healed in an instant. Jack ran in from the side, swinging the mop handle like a bat. "Team up!" he roared. Lila and Jack double-teamed their twin, beating it back step by step. Sophia and Ollie dragged the fire basket toward the beast, embers sloshing like molten lava. Maya, always the analyst, saw the chance. "Force it into the light. It's weakest when it's copying." Ethan shoved the table forward, ramming the Skinwalker toward the window. The monster's surface crawled with new faces. Kenzie, Aina, Jack's father, the boy from Sophia's ER, Maya's own mother. The monster screeched, "You think you know pain? You think you're the first?" The voices layered, now thousands deep. Jack tackled the monster from behind, pinning it against the glass. Lila, trembling with fatigue and fury, jammed her weapon into the Skinwalker's gut and twisted. "We're not the first," she said, voice low and sure, "but we might be the last." The Skinwalker howled, its edges going fuzzy, leaking black steam. For a second it split into two, then three, then 100 micro-Lilas and Jacks and Mayas, all writhing together. Ollie, who'd been silent this whole time, finally shouted, "Now!" Sophia and Maya tipped the basket, spilling the fire onto the thing's feet. The flames crawled up, burning the monster from the toes to the neck. It jerked, spasmed, then started to scream in a language none of them understood. The noise was worse than pain, worse than regret. It was the raw sound of every unfixable mistake. Ethan shouted, "Get to the east wall, it's going for the door." They sprinted. Jack, one arm dangling, caught Lila before she fell. Maya grabbed Ollie, who clung to her as if he'd never let go. The Skinwalker bucked, then barreled for the exit, its body now a collapsing fractal of all its stolen faces. It slammed into the door, tearing it from the frame. Outside, the sunrise was full now, gold flooding the clearing. The monster lurched into it, and for a split second, it stabilized. One perfect body, one face. Then the light hit, and it went flat. Shadow burned away, evaporating into mist. The group stared after it, panting, bleeding, stunned. The woods were silent. Even the birds dared not comment. Inside the ranger station, every surface was destroyed. Blood and black grease, burns on the floor, every stick of furniture broken, walls carved with the evidence of survival. Lila took inventory. Jack alive, Maya shaken but whole, Ethan breathing, Ollie clutching his drawing pad like a security blanket, Sophia bent double but unbroken. She said, "We're alive." No one contradicted her. Outside, the day crept forward. Inside, the group counted the seconds until the next challenge. The Skinwalker wasn't gone, but for now they'd bought a morning. Maybe that was enough. It didn't take long for the monster to find its way back in. At first it circled, pacing the battered clearing, its shadow stretching in every direction. The group could see it through the ruined glass, flickering between forms. Sometimes an animal, sometimes a man, sometimes just a cloud of gnats and blackness. The moment the sun slipped behind a bank of cloud, it charged the station's weakest point. The old plywood by the kitchen window. The part no one had bothered to double up. The crash was less dramatic this time. Not brute force, just precision. A fillet knife of a push, opening a slit wide enough for the thing to ooze through. By the time Lila had rearmed herself with another chunk of splintered chair, the Skinwalker was already in, moving low and fast, hugging the perimeter like a bad smell. Jack was ready at the corner. His left arm was wrapped in 4 layers of shirt, every movement leaking blood. He gripped the mop spike in his good hand, sweat mixing with the gore on his knuckles. He locked eyes with the thing. This time it wore Maya's face, but the eyes were pools of mercury. "Thought you'd be smarter," Jack taunted, voice like gravel. "Coming in where I can see you." The Skinwalker smiled, teeth too flat, and split its head open like a zipper. Inside was another face, Ethan's. It said, "Smart doesn't win, it just dies last." Jack swung. The creature dodged, melted through a hole in the wall, and reformed in the main room. Maya was waiting. She had the old lantern, recharged for a few more seconds of desperate light. She triggered the beam right into the Skinwalker's face, forcing it to stutter, oscillate through 5 more identities in 2 heartbeats. "There!" she yelled. In the instability, "Hit it then." Lila moved. Despite the pain, her vision was double, and every step pulsed with new blood. She closed the distance, driving the chair leg into the Skinwalker's side right as it flickered between Ethan and Jack. The thing shrieked, the pitch a bastard child of the 2 voices, and for a moment it split into 2, each version half-formed, neither complete. Ethan seized the chance, barreled in with a makeshift club, and swung for the knees. The club connected with a wet crack, and the Skinwalker dropped, its legs folding into themselves like a wrung towel. "Keep pressure," Lila called. Ethan pressed his boot to the thing's back, locking it to the ground. "It's warping the floor," he grunted. "Watch your footing." But the warning came too late for Sophia. She just finished patching Jack's arm and was moving to Maya when the tile under her buckled and she fell, knee twisting underneath. She gasped, teeth gritted, but managed to land in a crouch. The Skinwalker, pinned but not beaten, started to change tactics. It no longer just imitated, it began to blend. Faces, voices, even movement. It reached back with Jack's arm, tried to claw at Ethan, and when that failed, it just howled, a sound that pulsed through the building, shaking dust from the rafters. Ollie, who'd been invisible in the scramble, crawled behind the battered kitchen counter, hands working quick and methodical. He'd scavenged every colored pencil, every stick of art eraser, every crayon in his kit, plus 3 batteries, 2 vials of liquid from the med kit, and the ruined GoPro. He heard the howling, but he didn't look up. Not yet. He broke a crayon in half, jammed the batteries into the GoPro harness, and used a twist of aluminum from the broken lantern for a reflector. The idea was stupid, but he'd seen it online. Light is just light, and if you filter it right, you can make a spectrum strong enough to fuck with anything that can see. He poured the vials, one was ethanol, the other hydrogen peroxide, into a steel mug, stuffed a wad of paper towel in for a wick, and used the tip of a broken pencil as a match. The second the Skinwalker's howl hit its highest point, Ollie sparked the flare. Nothing at first. Then, as the chemicals caught, the whole kitchen flashed with a white-blue light, brighter than a camera flash, sharp as a scalpel. The glare bounced off the mug's rim, refracting across the station, and for a second, the Skinwalker's skin went transparent, a web of veins and nerves and black, churning matter. Ollie stood up, holding the GoPro harness like a sacred relic. "Hey, ugly!" he shouted. "You're not the only one who can make an impression." The Skinwalker stopped dead, its face stuttering through every person it had ever copied. It turned toward Ollie, a look of pure animal hate on Maya's face. "You're not special," it said. "You're nothing." Ollie's hands didn't even shake. "Neither are you," he said. Then he hurled the mug full force, right at the monster's face. The flare hit dead on. Liquid fire erupted over the Skinwalker's head, flooding the room with pure light. The creature screamed. It clawed at its own face, flesh melting and reforming, heads budding off and reabsorbing into the main body. For a moment, it lost all shape, a storm of faces, hands, teeth. It tried to crawl away, but Lila and Jack were on it, pinning it in place. "Push it to the window," Maya shouted, half blind from the flash, but tracking the monster's outline by shadow alone. Ethan moved first, using his bulk to shove the beast toward the east wall. Jack followed, blood seeping down his arm, but not slowing. Lila steadied the base, driving the chair leg home with every step. The Skinwalker fought, but the light burned it, searing away each mask. In desperation, it tried to shift into Lila's mother again, the old face soft and pleading. "Don't hurt me, baby," it said. Lila didn't hesitate. "You're not my mother," she whispered, and jammed the chair leg through the illusion. The Skinwalker collapsed, a mass of black steam, then shot straight for the open window. Ethan grabbed Maya's hand and pulled her clear of the charge. The monster hit the window right as the clouds parted. Sunlight exploded through the east glass, catching the Skinwalker full in the body. There was no grand finale, no epic death rattle. The thing just evaporated, a scream trailing off into the woods, leaving only the smell of ozone and scorched hair. Ollie watched, stunned, then dropped to his knees and started laughing. High, wild, tears in the eyes laughter, the kind that tastes like medicine. Jack braced against the ruined wall, breathing heavy. "You see that? We did it." Sophia, who'd been patching wounds and hearts since nightfall, slumped to the ground and let herself cry. For once, she didn't stop the tears. Maya blinked, vision adjusting, and locked eyes with Ethan. "That was new," she said, voice low. Ethan grinned, a line of blood on his cheek. "Next time, we charge more." Lila let herself sit. The pain in her head was a storm, but the adrenaline was enough to keep her upright. She looked at her friends, battered, bloody, but every single one alive. "Team meeting," she rasped, and they laughed, all of them, because there was nothing left to do but laugh. Sun poured into the room, the dust making it look almost pretty. Outside, the woods were quiet. Inside, the friends sat, breathing, the pieces of their old lives scattered among the debris. Ollie wiped his face, then set about cleaning up the burn marks with the sleeve of his shirt. He had a sketch in mind, a memory of the monster's face, but this time, it would be theirs. The team, together, holding the line. For the first time in his life, the page didn't scare him. Lila watched him draw. "Not bad," she said. Ollie shrugged. "Got to remember it, or it'll remember us." Sophia nodded, dabbing at Jack's arm. "That's the rule. You keep the story, or the story keeps you." They all nodded. It was true. The Skinwalker was gone, but its memory was in the wood, the glass, the scars. The group huddled together, waiting for rescue or for the next chapter. Either way, they'd earned the day. And outside, the sun finally rose all the way. Sunrise hit the woods like an accident. 1 second, the world was an X-ray. Cold, blue, nothing but bones and shadows. Then a blade of light drove through the canopy, cleaving the frost and stabbing directly into the clearing outside the ruined station. It caught the Skinwalker in mid-shift, mid-moment, mid-howl. The sound was raw, part shriek, part animal, part wet metal scream. It was a sound made for cracking bone, not for air. Maya was the first to move. She grabbed Jack by his good arm, dragging him half upright from the heap of broken furniture. Ethan stumbled after, face half lit, one eye swollen shut from the last round. Sophia and Ollie lurched to the entry, both of them holding on to the doorframe like it was the last raft on a sinking ship. Lila hung back, still at the center of the ruined main room, lamp in one hand, a burnt club in the other. She could see the monster outside, see it for the first time as more than a smear or a nightmare. In the morning light, it was taller, skinnier, almost translucent, every joint and tendon lit from within. Its face swam with features, none of them right. Sometimes Jack's mouth, sometimes Lila's own eyebrows, sometimes eyes borrowed from old yearbook photos she couldn't forget. It recoiled from the sunlight, arms splaying wide, body distending into a horror of stretched muscle and impossible bone. The scream doubled, then trebled, ricocheting through the trees so hard the crows launched themselves from their perches and became a black cloud above. Lila moved to the group, shoulders stiff, head buzzing from too much adrenaline and not enough blood. She braced herself in the doorframe. The friends pressed together, weapons raised. Ethan with a bent chair leg, Maya holding her dead laptop like a shield, Jack with a blood-slicked pipe, Ollie and Sophia clutching each other, every inch a tangle of wounds and exhaustion. The Skinwalker spun, half animal now, the lower jaw unhinged, arms lengthening until they scraped the ground. Its feet bifurcated into hands, then feet again. It lurched forward, then reared back as another blast of sunlight slashed across the clearing, catching it directly in the eyes. The creature's head ballooned, split open, then stitched itself together again. Ollie whispered, "Oh shit, it's going nuclear." But no one heard him over the next scream. This one was human and not, like a crowd yelling through a single mouth. The Skinwalker bolted for the woods, hunched and stuttering, dragging one leg behind. It left a trail of something that steamed in the cold. Not quite blood, not quite anything. It stopped once at the edge of the clearing, turned, and locked eyes with the group. With Lila, specifically. It studied her for a full, unbroken second, then forced its own body upright, pushing itself into a mockery of her stance. Arms crossed, head high. The thing's own jaw slithered into something like a smile. And then, using every voice in the group at once, it said, "This forest is mine. I will wait for you. I will wear your faces again." The words vibrated in Lila's teeth. She felt every syllable as a tap against her molars, a code meant for her and her alone. Then the Skinwalker dropped to all fours, dug its claws into the frosted mulch, and launched itself into the trees. Its body didn't break the surface of the snow so much as burrow beneath, a tunnel of black shadow that rolled away from the clearing and out of sight. For a long minute, nobody moved. Lila's arms refused to lower. Jack bled onto the porch, not noticing. Maya shivered, phone clutched in white-knuckle grip. Ethan tried to laugh, but it came out as a wheeze and a cough. Ollie and Sophia held each other so tight their knuckles went pale, then blue. The stink lingered, rot, bleach, ozone, and something so old it didn't even have a name. Jack spoke first, voice shredded. "Did it say what I think it said?" Lila nodded, eyes never leaving the tree line. "Great," Maya said. "So it's got a sense of humor now." Ethan mumbled, "It's not gone. Just, you heard it." Sophia tried to clean Ollie's arm, but the gauze was gone, so she used the hem of her own shirt. Ollie's hands shook so bad the blood looked like Morse code, dotting the wood with tiny red splatters. Lila let the club fall from her hand. She wiped the blood from her face with the back of her wrist, then surveyed the group, one at a time, making sure each was still breathing, still upright, still a person, and not a mask. She said, "We're not done." No one argued. The forest breathed out. The crows circled high above, then vanished west. The clearing steamed in the new sun. A gentle, mocking wind rattled the doorframe. The monster was gone, but every shadow in the trees seemed to tilt toward them, waiting. The group stood there, 6 silhouettes against a ruined station, the Skinwalker's words leaking into their ears, their bones, their futures. They didn't lower their weapons. Not for a very long time. Inside, the ranger station looked like an aftershock had gone off. Every stick of furniture was broken, every surface smeared in blood, soot, or both. The walls were painted with battle. Dents, scratches, trails of black that still moved if you stared too long. Jack did the first perimeter. He moved from room to room, one-armed and woozy, but methodical as a surgeon. He found the pantry mostly intact. He found water, half a first aid kit, 2 cans of dog food. He found Maya's glasses, somehow unbroken, lying on the debris of the card table. He called out to her, "Heads up," and lobbed them gently across the room. She caught them without looking, but the frame had drawn a line of blood across her cheek. Sophia worked triage, fast and mean. She didn't waste words, didn't bother with bedside manner. She ripped open the last alcohol wipes and went straight for Jack's shoulder. "Let it bleed, then pressure," she muttered, more to herself than to him. He didn't flinch as she taped the wound, just grunted and flexed the arm until the bandage bled through. Ollie's arm was next. The cut was deep, but clean. He'd lost a lot of blood, though, enough that his lips were chalk and his hands colder than the air. Sophia wrapped it, then made him eat 2 sugar packets and half a granola bar. He ate, staring out the window, eyes fixed on the spot where the monster had last been seen. Maya floated through the room, half there, half elsewhere. She tried to patch the laptop, then gave up and focused on her phone. She was sweating despite the cold. Her hands never stopped moving. Every 5 minutes, she tried the GPS, then muttered, "Still jammed," under her breath and started the cycle over. Ethan's right hand was mangled, fingers swollen and ugly, each knuckle a new geography of pain. Sophia glanced at it, said, "Not broken, just mashed. Ice if we have it." Ethan shrugged. "Ice is free, right?" And stuck his hand out the window. When he pulled it back in, the fingers were blue. "Better," he declared, and even Jack laughed at that. Lila kept to the perimeter, eyes always on the woods. She held a bandage to her own shoulder, but never loosened her grip on the makeshift spear. Her breath came in tight, even bursts. Every time the wind shook the tree line, her whole body tensed. Jack packed the survival bag. He ditched the GoPro, but kept the batteries. He emptied the kitchen drawer into the bottom of the pack. Forks, can opener, 3 rolls of tape, a lighter that only worked if you cursed at it first. "If we get out of here," he said, "I'm never going camping again." Nobody disagreed. When everyone was wrapped, taped, and dosed, they gathered in the doorway. The forest outside was wrong. It looked like morning, but the shadows didn't add up. Every trunk leaned inward. Every branch seemed to reach, just a little, into their personal space. The snow had stopped, but a soft flurry of bark and old pine needles drifted down, slow and straight, as if gravity had lost confidence in itself. Jack led the way. He walked wide, making sure nothing circled. Maya followed, head down, phone held up like a compass. Lila and Ethan took the middle. Lila's hand never far from the spear, Ethan watching the angles of every possible escape route. Sophia and Ollie took up the rear. Sophia's hands locked on Ollie's arm, steadying him every time his knees went wobbly. They made it 30 feet before Jack stopped cold. "Guys," he said. He pointed at the station's outer wall, just above the busted-out kitchen window. The wood was carved with symbols, dozens of them. Some were long, shallow grooves, others deep and ragged. They looked like stick figures, but wrong. Arms and legs splayed at impossible angles, eyes gouged in with savage, deliberate strokes. Some were just lines, but arranged in patterns that made the eyes hurt if you stared. "These weren't here last night," Jack said. Lila stepped forward, tracing the marks with her good hand. She didn't recognize any of them, not even from the deep bench of weird she'd absorbed from years of teaching bored kids to draw monsters on their notebooks. She photographed them, just in case. Ethan joined her, camera app open, snapping close-ups of every weird glyph. "It's a map," he said after a minute. "Or a message." Maya squinted, then shrugged. "I'd ask the expert, but she's not available," she said, gesturing at Lila. "Unless you've picked up dead language skills?" Lila ignored them, eyes on the woods. "We don't have time," she said. "It knows we're leaving." Sophia, done with the trauma for the moment, said, "Let's not make it easy for it." They set out, formation tight, Jack and Lila on the flanks, Maya and Ethan in the center, Sophia and Ollie at the back. Every few steps, one of them would turn, scanning the underbrush for movement, for a shadow, for the echo of their own footprints. The farther they got from the station, the worse the forest behaved. Paths doubled back on themselves. Fallen logs shifted position. Sometimes the group found themselves staring at their own fresh boot prints, even though they'd never been that way before. Jack cursed under his breath. Either I'm losing it, or the woods are smaller than they look. Ethan tried to overlay the mental map from last night onto the landscape, but nothing fit. "It's shifting," he said. "Not the ground, but the orientation, like a funhouse." Maya tried her phone again. No bars, no map. The compass spun in slow, lazy circles. Lila looked up at the sun, which had cleared the trees but felt no warmer than before. "We follow the light," she said. "East is out. It can't shift that." Jack grunted, then nodded. "Works for me." They walked. The woods closed in, but the light kept them moving. Every now and then a bird called, but the sound was off, a pitch too high, or a note missing. Once they heard something scurrying, but when they turned, there was nothing but a long, fresh scratch in the snow. Sophia kept count of the steps, just for something to do. "We're at a quarter mile," she said after a while. "Maybe less," Ollie muttered. "Feels like 10. The next time they stopped, it was Maya who noticed the new symbols, this time on a birch tree, deep cuts running from base to branch. "Copycat," she said. "It's marking the path." Ethan frowned. "Why? To track us or to warn?" Nobody wanted to answer. They kept moving. At the crest of a ridge, Lila stopped. She gestured for the others to hunker, then pointed to the clearing ahead. On the far side, maybe 50 yards, the snow was torn up, scored with huge claw marks. In the center was a dead deer, half eaten. The carcass steamed in the cold. A circle of symbols surrounded it, pressed into the dirt with something sharp. Jack drew everyone back, silent, and detoured through the brush. For the next half-mile, every few hundred feet, another animal, a rabbit, a fox, the twisted shape of a crow. All dead, all mutilated, all surrounded by fresh carvings. Sophia whispered, "It's a warning." Ollie whispered, "Or a breadcrumb trail." The sun kept rising, but the woods grew darker, as if the day couldn't decide which world it belonged to. Jack checked the map, then gave up and just kept his eyes on the sun. "We'll hit the road in 2 miles, he said, "if we make it." Lila nodded, jaw tight. They pressed on. By noon, the group was strung out, every movement running on spite and caffeine fumes. The wounds throbbed, the bandages itched, and the stench of the monster still haunted the air. When they stopped to rest, Maya slumped against a tree and said, "We're not out yet, are we?" Ethan shook his head, staring at the symbols cut into the nearest trunk. "No," he said, "but we're getting close." Lila looked at the group, then at the trail behind them. For the first time, there was nothing. No footprints, no marks, no sign they'd ever been there. She smiled, a cold, clean thing. "It doesn't get to win," she said. Jack stood, rolled his shoulders, and picked up the bag. "Then let's give it something to remember us by." They moved as a unit. Every step was a dare. And in the shadows, the Skinwalker watched. But it didn't follow. Not yet. It started as déjà vu. The trail underfoot felt wrong. Sometimes too soft, sometimes too sharp. Each time Jack checked the sun, it had moved. Or worse, not moved at all. He made them backtrack once, convinced he'd seen a marker tree before, but when they looped around, there were 2 of the same tree, twins in a spot where only one belonged. For a while, they thought it was just fatigue. Then, the hallucinations started. Jack was the first. He heard his old man's voice, calling through the brush, not in the way it had haunted him last night, but clearer, closer, the syllables crisp and full of life. "Come on, Jackie boy. Trail's easier this way." He tried to ignore it, but the voice burrowed in, every shout drawing a fresh bead of sweat down his spine. He muttered, "Nope, nope, nope," with each step, but the echo kept pace. Maya's phone died 2 miles in. Not the battery, she'd charged it with a pocket brick just before they left. It just glitched. The screen washing out in a field of static, then flickering back with weird, corrupted images. Sometimes the photos folder would open itself. Jack's face, but the eyes replaced by zeros. Lila's silhouette on the porch, jaw unhinged and black with teeth. Once she caught a glimpse of herself, but the version on the screen was hollowed out, arms bandaged from shoulder to wrist, eyes gone milky. The last thing it showed before blacking out for good was a shot of the group, huddled together, 6 shadows but only 5 faces. She dropped the phone, let it crunch under her boot. Ollie had it worst in the beginning. The trees started to wear his drawings, little faces in the bark, animals with human mouths, monsters peering from behind the knots. At first, it felt like a compliment, as if the woods were validating his art. Then they started moving. Not much, just a blink here, a twitch there, but enough to catch his eye every time he tried to look away. Once he saw a full-sized version of the Wolfman from his sketchbook, standing beside a birch and staring straight at him. It didn't move, but it didn't need to. Ollie's own legs locked, and only Sophia's grip on his arm kept him upright. "Don't look at them," she warned. "Just walk." Sophia's own torment came on slow. She started to smell things, usually antiseptic, sometimes copper, sometimes the sweet, sick rot of infection. Then the pain started, a phantom memory of every injury she'd ever failed to fix. Her hands trembled with it, but she pressed forward, keeping a finger on Ollie's pulse every minute or two, a lifeline for both of them. Ethan's world went full architecture. He saw the trees not as trunks and limbs, but as supports, trusses, and crossbeams. He mapped out a grid in his mind, convinced that if he could just solve the math, the path out would reveal itself. But every calculation ended in disaster. The geometry kept failing, the structure of the woods turning into an M.C. Escher spiral that made his eyes and heart ache. Once, he looked up and saw the sky duplicated, a false ceiling over the real one, and nearly threw up from the impossible vertigo. Lila's vision was the most literal. She saw her students in the woods, Kenzie, Aina, even the slackers from 7th period. Sometimes they stood in neat rows, hands at their sides, eyes locked on her. Sometimes they pressed in, faces half-eaten or smeared with tears. They didn't speak, but she heard them anyway. Every missed call and lost email, every Miss Montgomery, please, echoing in her head. She kept walking. Every step was a dare. The trail narrowed, then split, then narrowed again. Jack led, but sometimes he felt like he was being pushed from behind, not leading at all. He turned to look, but everyone was where they should be, eyes fixed on the next step. The next safe foothold. Then, just as the sun was supposed to be highest, it went out. Not black, but gray, a thick fog rolling in from nowhere. The temperature dropped and every breath hurt. Ollie tripped. He almost went down, but Sophia caught him, hand wrapped tight around his wrist. He looked at her, panicked. "Did you see that?" She nodded. "Doesn't matter. We're still here. You're here." He blinked, then looked at the rest of the group. Lila caught his eye, nodded once, then kept moving. Jack felt the pull of his father's voice, louder now, urgent. "This way, son. You're almost out. Just a little farther." He bit the inside of his cheek until it bled, but the voice didn't stop. Maya, disarmed without her phone, started counting steps. It was the only algorithm that made sense. Every time she reached 100, she checked her surroundings, expecting to be back at the station or lost. Instead, the woods were always new, always changing. Once, she saw a full-sized figure, her old mentor from grad school, arms crossed, blocking the path. It shook its head, then dissolved into a cloud of crows. Sophia started to lose her sense of smell. The antiseptic was replaced by something old and earthy, like wet dirt and leaf mold. The memory of blood still lingered, but now it was everywhere, leaking into the air and the snow. She tightened her grip on Ollie, then reached forward, locking hands with Ethan. "It's still trying to separate us," she said. Ethan nodded, but the math was a mess. "If we break the chain, we're done," he said, almost to himself. "Then we don't," Lila said from the front. She slowed, reached back, and linked her hand with Maya, who flinched but didn't let go. Jack glanced back, then forward, then back again. The voice was insistent. "Last chance, Jackie boy. You know you want to." He took a deep breath, then shouted, "I'm not you," into the trees. The echo came back, "You are." The chain held. They walked, hands locked. The next time the woods doubled back, Lila led them off the path entirely, forging a straight line through the underbrush, following only the direction of the light. The hallucinations got worse, figures darting between the trees, faces pressed against the trunks, old voices calling out every fear and regret. Sometimes the chain almost broke. Maya staggered, nearly tripping over a root. Jack slipped on an ice patch. Ethan's grip went slack when the geometry of the woods snapped into a dizzying four-dimensional maze, but every time someone pulled them back. Ollie cried once, just a sharp single sound, then nothing. Sophia squeezed his hand, then kept moving. When the fog thinned, they saw the marks again, this time not on the trees, but in the snow. Circles, triangles, lines, a map written in negative space. Lila read them, fast and sure. "It's trying to redirect us," she said. "Every mark points away from east," Jack nodded. "So we go east." The chain never broke. They climbed a ridge, then another, then a third. Every muscle screamed, every joint ached, but they didn't let go. At the top of the last ridge, the sun broke through again. For a second, the world was normal. Trees, snow, distant sound of water. Jack looked at Lila. "You see it?" She nodded. At the bottom of the ridge, the trailhead. The real one. Asphalt, parking sign, that the green metal trash can they'd joked about on the way in. Sophia checked her watch. It was exactly the right time. No missing hours, no time skip. Maya let go of the chain first. She fell to her knees and started to laugh. The sound was weird, but it was hers. Ollie collapsed, clutching his sketchbook to his chest. Jack sat, then lay down flat, breathing huge gulps of air. Ethan stood for a while, then leaned against Lila, who didn't shake him off. They were out. But when Lila looked back, the woods were still watching. The chain had held, but the forest never forgot. Crossing the threshold from forest to trail was like being punched in the head. The air pressure snapped. Lila's ears popped so hard she staggered and had to catch herself on Jack's arm. Maya stumbled, caught between two heartbeats. The world went sideways, then righted itself. The main path was just there, a strip of honest gravel and dirt, full sunlight splashing across it. 20 feet away, a faded green sign listed all the rules and penalties for littering. There was even a plastic bag dispenser for dog shit. It looked so normal, it made Lila want to cry or scream or punch something. They stood at the edge for a long time, just breathing. The sounds of civilization bled in, engines on distant roads, the chime of a car unlocking, voices from farther down the trail. Lila could see two hikers in matching parkas, already looking annoyed at the sight of 6 battered, mud-stained strangers clogging up the trailhead. Jack snorted. "We look like shit," he said. Ollie snorted too, which turned into a short, cracked laugh. "We look alive," he said. "Then, did that really happen?" Maya fished the dead phone from her pocket, thumbed it out of habit. It didn't turn on, but she pulled the SD card, popped it into her backup drive, and jacked it into Ethan's still-breathing phone. "Yeah," she said, showing them the screen. First image, a bloody chair leg, soaked in black stuff that wasn't entirely blood. Next, a blur of faces, mid-shift, caught by the lantern's dying light. Then the symbols, etched into the ranger station's wood, scratched onto trees, stamped into the snow. Ethan scrolled through, mouth set hard but not in disbelief. Sophia's bandages had all bled through. She pressed the medical tape tighter, used her jacket to sop up the rest. "We need a hospital," she said, "like yesterday." Then, softer, "But we're out." Jack leaned against the signpost, eyes on the parking lot below. "My truck's still there," he said, not quite believing. "They didn't even ticket it." Lila looked at her hands. The knuckles were split, some of the cuts bone deep. She flexed them, made a fist, then relaxed. "Never again," she said, then smiled, a cracked and honest thing. "Next vacation we hit the beach." The group started the slow walk down to the lot. Every step an experiment in new pain. The hikers gave them a wide berth, and Lila wondered if they looked haunted from the outside, or just like people who'd lost a bar fight with the mountain. At the edge of the lot, Ollie stopped and looked back up the path. "It's gone, right?" Maya didn't answer. She just watched the woods, eyes narrowed. Jack clicked his keys, unlocked the truck. "In," he said, like it was the only word he knew. They piled in, Ollie and Sophia in the back, Maya and Ethan in the middle, Lila shotgun. Jack fired the ignition, and the old engine caught on the first try. Lila looked out the window, back at the tree line. For a heartbeat, she saw it. Tall and thin, the Skinwalker, standing at the edge of the trees. Watching. Patient. She blinked. Nothing but woods. She let out a breath, slow and shaky. Jack pulled out of the lot, tires crunching gravel. They didn't talk for the first mile. The road wound down through the valley, sun bright and aggressive on the windshield, the forest shrinking away with every turn. Finally, Maya broke the silence. "We tell people what happened, right?" Jack grunted. You think anyone will believe it? Ethan said. Doesn't matter. We have evidence, photos, scars. Sophia nodded. We keep each other honest. Ollie hugged the sketchbook to his chest. We remember. They all did. The truck kept moving, and the forest got smaller in the rear view. But Lila watched just in case until the trees ran out. Lila always answered her door before the second ring. That was the rule, at least. Be prompt, set the tone, control the variables. Today she stood just behind the glass, spine locked, breathing in short, clipped segments while the bell chimed for the fourth time. She watched the group gather on her porch and counted their shadows before she dared unlatch the lock. Jack stood nearest, left hand wrapped in a hospital-issue bandage that had already bled through at the knuckles. His coat hung crooked over one shoulder, and his boots tracked a dead trail of salt onto the mat. Behind him, Maya leaned with her back against the trim, balancing her weight on the balls of her feet like she might sprint at any moment. Her laptop bag was slung crosswise, the canvas torn and patched with duct tape. The zipper flayed at the edge. Sophia had a medical kit gripped in one hand and a battered duffel in the other. Both bulged with contents that had nothing to do with the clinic. She met Lila's eyes through the sidelight and smiled, but the smile was for the others, not for herself. Ethan hovered behind, holding a drafting tube as if it were a spear. The cap was caved in at one end and the plastic was scratched all over. He glanced at the door, then at the street, then up at the eaves, checking lines of sight without knowing why. His free hand raked through his hair, slick with the memory of blood and rain. Ollie lagged, arms folded tight around a sketchbook so stained and battered it might have survived a car fire. His jacket, too big even for him, was dotted with small, precise rips. He shifted from foot to foot, eyes on the sidewalk, chewing his lip until he tasted something real. Lila counted again. 6. All here. She opened the door with a practiced bright "come in" and regretted the fake upbeat note before it left her mouth. The old teacher mode, reflexive, like muscle memory. The effect it had on the group was weirdly inverse. They hesitated, every one of them, as if the invitation were a test or a trap. Jack stepped over the threshold first, boots thunking on the tile. He nodded once, offered the uninjured hand for a quick squeeze, but Lila could feel the tremor behind the grip. Maya came next, eyes darting over Lila's face, then down at her own shoes. Tap, before managing a brittle, "Thanks for having us." Her voice had the timbre of someone who'd rehearsed it a dozen times on the way over and still gotten it wrong. Sophia paused, then pulled Lila into a quick, tight hug, med kit wedged between their chests. "You look better than I expected," she whispered, which was both true and a barefaced lie. Lila didn't answer. Ollie and Ethan entered as a set, neither quite willing to go before the other. Ethan mumbled something about getting started, but Lila missed it. Ollie's first look was to the corners of the room, a surveyor's sweep. Once inside, they bunched up just past the entry, backs to the coat closet, facing the hall like an audience waiting for direction. Lila stepped around them, leading the way, even though every one of them had been in her house before. She tried to walk casual, normal, but her hands betrayed her, wringing, smoothing, twitching the sleeve of her cardigan. The house felt too bright, every bulb on, every window shade drawn up to full. The living room was set up as always, couch and 2 armchairs in a rough horseshoe, TV black and silent. The wall of books, 4 shelves high, was a syllabus of dead authors: Bronte, Camus, Ellison, King, Plath, Shelley, Vonnegut, dozens more. To the right, the whiteboard leaned against the wall, lesson plan half smeared, Q1 World Lit ghosted in blue marker. Above the mantel, the family photos in their neat rows. Childhood, graduation, one with her parents. Faces stretched in a rare smile. All of it felt borrowed, like a set for someone else's sitcom. The group migrated in with the same animal caution as before. Nobody sat immediately. They circled the perimeter, each picking a spot with a clear exit to the hall. Ethan set his tube down with a hollow thunk, then stood next to it, as if waiting for it to animate and attack. Jack paced the window, peering out at Lila's dull suburban street, then letting the curtain drop back into place. Sophia perched on the arm of the couch, medkit in her lap, already sorting through the contents with methodical fingers. Maya found the far corner, behind the wingback, and hovered there, scanning for threats invisible to everyone but her. Ollie, last to choose, stood at the back of the group, shoulders pulled up around his ears, sketchbook pressed so tight to his ribs it might fuse with them. He never looked at the photos or the books, just the space in between. Lila closed the door behind her, checked the lock twice, then set about collecting the coats. The motion helped. "Kitchen's through there if anyone wants coffee," she said, but nobody moved. "Or I can heat water? Tea?" Jack's laugh was short, sharp. "You got whiskey?" "I might," she said, and for once the old sarcasm came out easy. A silence settled. Nobody wanted to break it. "Feels weird to be inside," Ethan said. Finally, "Walls feel wrong," Maya snorted. "You think? I didn't sleep last night. Every time the furnace kicked on, I about had a heart attack." Sophia offered. "My neighbor's dog barked at 2 a.m. I almost called 911. She looked embarrassed, then shrugged. "Like, what were they going to do? Arrest the Woods?" Jack rolled his eyes, but the tension in his jaw didn't fade. "I woke up at the crack of dawn. Couldn't stop staring at the ceiling, Selam, like it was going to split open and pour." He stopped himself. "Sorry, never mind." "Bled?" Ollie offered, voice so small it almost vanished. Jack nodded, then found a spot at the edge of the couch, knuckles white on the cushion. Lila watched them all, feeling the old urge to intervene, to fix it, to lecture about trauma and recovery. But every platitude felt hollow. Every word she rehearsed tasted like chalk. She poured herself a glass of water just to keep her hands moving. The house creaked. Someone, maybe herself, flinched. Ollie whispered, "It's too quiet." Maya immediately countered, "That's better than last week." Sophia gave a small, tired laugh. "Honestly, I'm just glad everyone's vertical." They drifted, each waiting for the next move. Lila knew this dance, the frozen moment before a hard conversation, the dread of being the first to say what they all needed to say. She eyed the whiteboard, considered erasing it, but the thought exhausted her. Instead, she said, "We made it through," and the words surprised her with their lack of ceremony. Jack grunted. "We did." Nobody argued. The air was heavy with the weight of things not yet shared, and the comfort of old patterns was fraying at the seams. They were home, technically, but the home was not the same, and neither were they. Lila scanned the room, saw the hollow under Maya's eyes, the precision of Sophia's bandaging, the way Ethan's hand trembled when he set the water glass down, the stains at Ollie's wrists where the blood had seeped under the skin. She saw herself reflected in all of them, and wondered if her own edges were so obviously cracked. She wanted to say something that would make it okay, but nothing did. She just let them be. 6 people ringed around a living room, each angling for the safest wall, flinching at every noise, breathing in the ghosts of a life they'd barely survived. And for now, that was enough. They didn't circle the wagons so much as collapse inward, orbiting Lila's coffee table like moons on the verge of falling in. She saw it happening. Jack anchoring himself at the corner nearest the window, Maya 2 cushions over, but with both feet planted for launch, Sophia kneeling on the rug with her knees pulled up to her chest, Ollie behind the armchair with only his restless hands visible, Ethan on a dining chair he dragged in, legs splayed wide for stability. Lila herself took the end of the sofa, left arm on the back, the other hand cradling a mug of now cold tea. No one touched the whiskey. Maybe it was too early, or maybe everyone was scared of what they'd say if the governor was off. Lila let the silence eat up a minute. Eventually, Maya broke first. "So, do we just pretend nothing happened?" Her tone was aggressive, but the way she picked at the edge of the laptop bag was pure self-defense. Because that's what every missing person's story says, right? They vanish, the locals all go mute, and it happens again next year? Jack grunted, not looking up. "Nobody's gonna believe us anyway. You want to put it on Twitter? Go for it. #Skinwalker, right next to the pancake recipe bots." Ollie laughed, high and fast. "You think it'd trend?" Jack shot him a look. "You think I'm wrong?" Ethan leaned forward, folding his hands with the slow care of someone defusing a bomb. "It's not a binary, Jack. People might listen. There's precedent. Documentaries, the Dyatlov Pass, you name it." He glanced at Maya, then back at the room. "But there's also risk, copycats, or worse, people who don't know what they're up against trying to prove it's a hoax." Sophia said nothing for a moment. She wrapped gauze around her own fingers, even though they weren't bleeding. When she finally spoke, the words were soft and deliberate. "If we tell people, we sound insane. If we don't, it happens again. I keep thinking maybe it was a group hallucination, mass trauma. But even if it was, someone else could. She stopped, the words failing to assemble. Lila tried to steer. If it was a psychotic break, it was awfully well coordinated. She let herself look at each face in turn, and it left more than a scar. Jack's bandaged hand flexed open and closed. So what? We go to the cops? Maya, no, we document it ourselves. Post it online, get some exposure, maybe warn the next idiot who wants a viral video in those woods. Sophia, or we share it with the authorities quietly. Let them deal with the details. Ollie, and what if it comes to our houses? You think it can't travel? He finally came into the open, sketchbook hugged to his chest. We all saw what it could do. The table started to fill with evidence. Ethan's tube, Jack's splint, Maya's phone in airplane mode, Sophia's med kit with the extra vials, Ollie's sketchbook. Lila noticed none of them brought up family. She wondered if anyone else had caught that. Jack pointed at the mess. We don't owe anyone an explanation. Nobody would have come for us. They would have written us off as a weather accident or suicide or something else neat and tragic. So why do we care? Maya pressed, because we're not assholes, because it isn't about us. It's about the next group. Sophia, almost inaudible. There shouldn't be a next group. Ethan, then we quarantine the site, anonymously. Map the symbols, send a tip, whatever. But we don't go on the news. Lila felt the urge to intervene, but the back and forth needed to run its course. She watched the fuse burn down, waited for the crash. Ollie paced the length of the back wall, then stopped, knuckles white on the windowsill. I've been drawing it since we got out, he said. Every night. It's all I can do. I can't stop. No one laughed this time. Ethan asked, You ever see the same face twice? Ollie shook his head. No, always new. Sometimes it's someone I know, sometimes it's just a mess of faces, but never repeats. Jack muttered, Maybe that's the point. Sophia set down her med kit and opened it. Instead of the usual rolls of bandage and pills, the top layer was stuffed with printouts, books, half-burnt pages from the ranger station's logs. She started to spread them across the table. I went looking for anything about that park, about disappearances, strange deaths. Found 3. None were conclusive. She flipped open a file, pages highlighted in 4 colors. But the hospital logs matched the dates. Frostbite cases, panic attacks, self-harm. Every time the weather changes, it gets worse. Lila watched the color drain from her mug. So the answer is, Maya, tell everyone. Ethan, document, but stay off the radar. Sophia, try to help, but don't get institutionalized in the process. Ollie, finally, just keep drawing. Remember it, in case it comes back. The silence that followed was different this time. Less tense, more resigned. Lila set down her mug, water cold, hand trembling just enough to spill a little onto the table. She didn't even dry it off. We're not saving anyone by martyring ourselves, she said. But if we pretend it never happened, it will happen again. So we keep it alive. We keep each other honest. No one answered. She let her hand drop flat on the coffee table, the slap loud enough to make Maya blink. We protect others by keeping quiet, but we protect ourselves by remembering. She let the words hang, the old teacher voice coming back with a vengeance. That's the only way we win. They nodded in sequence. Jack, then Sophia, then Ethan, then Maya, then Ollie last. The lamp's light glinted on their faces, painting everyone a little older, a little more haunted, but also, somehow, more real. And when the moment passed, they all felt it. They were the only ones left who would ever know what really happened. They'd hold on to that as long as it took. The first to break the circle was Jack. He stood, slow and deliberate, then reached into the backpack at his feet and yanked out a stack of damp, wrinkled printouts. Park volunteer flyers, all of them, in 5 different colors, each advertising a new Ranger Cadet training session, or Citizen Science Patrol, or, in the case of one particularly desperate flyer, Park Guardians needed, inquire within. He spread them on the coffee table, flattening them with his left palm, knuckles still raw and leaking. So I'm doing this, he said, voice set to no arguments permitted. He stabbed a finger at the bottom of the flyer, which listed next Saturday's orientation and the promise of a free lunch. If anyone's going to be first on the scene next time, it's me. He found a map in the stack, unfolded it, and smoothed it over the flyers. 3 red X's marked critical entry points, and a line of black Sharpie outlined the station and its neighboring ridges. Jack's handwriting, always a blocky carpenter's all caps, filled the margin. Watch the light here, bad signal zone. And above 1x, don't go alone. Ethan eyed the map with a mixture of respect and envy. You mapped the whole sector? Jack shrugged. Got bored. Couldn't sleep. Maya, perched on the sofa arm, angled her body toward the laptop balanced across her knees. She didn't look up as she started to type, fingers rapid and silent. The glow of the screen lit her face from below, giving her the look of a hacker plotting global collapse. She rotated the computer so it faced the group and let a simulation play. It showed a satellite map of the woods, overlaid with pulsing heat signatures and dots that traced, then erased, their own motion. This is the anomaly detector, she explained, voice as flat as the screen. It flags pattern changes, environmental, digital, human. If you plant sensors at the trailheads, the right software will catch anything that doesn't fit the baseline. She clicked a tab, and a new screen opened. This time, a time-lapse of the Skinwalker's path, rendered as a thermal snake winding through the trees, doubling back, hesitating at the same 3 X's Jack had circled on his paper map. Sophia watched, fascinated. How did you get the movement data? I built it from memory and trail cams. Maya said, there's enough public footage if you know where to look. You can teach the program what's possible and what's not. She killed the display, then turned to Lila. It won't stop it, but it'll warn us when the next one comes. Lila nodded, fighting back the surge of pride and fear. Ollie moved to the window, fidgeting with the latch, then turned and propped himself on the sill. He held the sketchbook out in front of him, eyes flicking from page to page, but this time he let the others see. I've been drawing it, he said, almost sheepish. He flipped open to a spread of rapid-fire sketches, some half-human, some fully animal, some just an impression of teeth and movement. At first I tried to stop, but it helps, somehow. He showed them the page he'd been working on last night. A pair of eyes, not quite symmetrical, not quite human, floating in a field of scribbled birches. I don't know if it's memory or just fear, but if I keep it on paper, it doesn't get in my head as bad. Jack snorted. That's a lot of pages for one monster. Ollie smiled, the first honest one since the woods. It keeps changing, so I get to keep drawing. Sophia unzipped the side pocket on her med kit and pulled out a notebook, thick, leather-bound, old enough that the spine was cracked and the paper yellow at the edges. She laid it beside the laptop and the flyers, then opened to a tabbed, dog-eared page. This is my grandmother's, she said, voice softer now. She wrote down all the stories from her village in the Sierra Madre. Some are medical, some are not. She thumbed through, showing a page with the word Nagual underlined in red. She always said the monsters and the miracles were the same thing, just different sides. Sophia looked up, met each person's eyes. I'm building a cross-reference, symptoms, signs, folklore. A system. If I see it again, I'll know which story fits. Maya grinned, the analyst delighted. You're building an index of the impossible. Sophia shrugged. It's not impossible if it has a pattern. Ethan, never to be outdone, rolled a set of blueprints across the table, the paper slapping the wood with authority. He traced his finger along the floor plan of a standard ranger station, then over a new drawing, hand-drafted and careful. If we fortify the windows with steel mesh and add salt lines along the foundation and maybe run copper wire around the porch? He trailed off, almost embarrassed. A lot of old cultures used physical symbols as a last resort. No guarantee, but... He wrapped the paper, then looked at Jack. If you're the first responder, you should be able to keep the thing out. For a few minutes, anyway. Jack looked at the plans, then at Ethan, and nodded with something like respect. The table, Lila realized, was now a war room. Park maps, laptop, sketchbook, folklore notebook, blueprints. The mess of trauma and reaction and everything that made them human, arrayed like an arsenal. She watched them. Jack's hands no longer trembling quite as much, flipping through the training schedule. Maya's laser-bright eyes watching her own program run in the background. Ollie, finally still, leafing to the next blank page. Sophia, with her colored tabs and annotated superstitions, already cross-checking the latest entry with the old family script. Ethan, tracing sigils onto the table's edge in invisible ink. Lila felt a shift, a weight in the air, a sense that maybe this time they'd be ready. She didn't say anything, not right away. Instead, she reached for the whiteboard. She erased the old lesson plan, slow and deliberate, then wrote in thick, unmissable marker, Survival Tactics, Phase 2. The room quieted. 6 pairs of eyes found the board. Jack. So what's the homework? Teach. She looked at each of them, and this time the old confidence didn't feel like a costume. Don't die, she said, letting herself smile. And next time, we get it before it gets us. They laughed. Not loud, not long, but enough to break the tension and set the tone. Outside, the day faded. The windows turned black. But inside, the table was bright with possibility. Every tool, every page, every line a promise that whatever was waiting in the dark, it wasn't going to win without a fight. They would be ready. And if it came again, it wouldn't be a secret. Not this time.